Dili ko ano ba kanang interruption.
Lagi lang.
Oh, maka kuan. Nabiyaan ako ni kanunay ning kuan ay. Laha.
Take flight. Smoke's down.
When there's a world of options at my fingertips, there are
Heartbreaker. Wala, gahubo ko, Pi. Kasi hindi ko gisuot.
Take flight. Smoke's down.
Morning, Brad. Morning na. Nasenta na ko, Ter.
when there's a world of options at my fingertips, there are
Heartbreaker. Wala, gahubo ko, Pi. Kasi hindi ko gisuot.
Take flight. Smoke's down.
Morning, Brad. Morning na. Nasenta na ko, Ter.
when there's a world of options at my fingertips, there are
Heartbreaker. Wala, gahubo ko, Pi. Kasi hindi ko gisuot.
Sir Troy sa YouTube channel. Wala lagi, Ma'am Joy. Also, we have here Muslima, Ma'am Muslima Ali. Good morning, watching from Puna, Piaga po, Central Integrated School. Ma'am Zenaida, again from Maigo National High School, teacher in Maigo, Filipino na siya. Good morning, have a blessed day. Watching from Maigo National High School. Nakamute daw, Sir Troy. Okay. While in the Laman Integrated School, naanay. Okay, we have additional participants. Okay. While in the Laman, we also have here hi, Ma'am Janice. Good morning, Ma'am Janice. Medyo delay ang ato ang we have additional YouTube channel. We have Yulidisa Dodato. Good morning, watching from Saavedra Elementary School, Lala South District. We have Sahara Montilla Otto. Good morning, watching from Baraason Integrated School, Kauswagan District. Okay,
Thank
confirm
you,
na si
Greg.
Ma'am Agnes de Vela, they have ano na
Hello, Ter. Can you check if my backdrop is now okay?
Okay.
Is it now okay or not yet?
Medyo
Okay. Thank
delay
you.
ang ato ang
we have
kuan
additional
sa YouTube channel.
Diyos. Oh, kasulod na ka?
We have Yulidis
Ma'am Brenda
Dodato.
Leonil is on the
Good
line.
morning, watching from Saavedra
Ay,
Elementary
Hindi ka
School,
mawala.
Lala
Sige, sige. Okay.
South
Ma'am Ellen, wala pa si Ma'am
District.
Ellen.
We have Sahara Montilla
Good morning,
Otto.
Ma'am Brenda.
Good morning, watching from Baraason Integrated School, Kauswagan District.
Okay, coordinator
Confirm na si
sa
Ma'am Agnes de Vela, they
Columbugan
have
District.
ano na
Hello, Ter. Can you check if my backdrop is now okay?
Okay.
Is it now okay or not yet?
Medyo
Okay. Thank
delay
you.
ang ato ang
we have
kuan
additional
sa YouTube channel.
Diyos. Oh, kasulod na ka?
We have Yulidis
Ma'am Brenda
Dodato.
Leonil is on the
Good
line.
morning, watching from Saavedra
Ay,
Elementary
Hindi ka
School,
mawala.
Lala
Sige, sige. Okay.
South
Ma'am Ellen, wala pa si Ma'am
District.
Ellen.
We have Sahara Montilla
Good morning,
Otto.
Ma'am Brenda.
Good morning,
More
watching from
participants na
Baraason
coming in.
Integrated School, Kauswagan District.
Okay,
Confirm na si
sa
Ma'am Agnes de Vela, they
Columbugan
have
District.
okay. We have Ma'am
Hello, Ter.
Marjorie
Can you check if my
Lihinsha. Good morning,
backdrop is
watching
now
from
okay?
Libertad Elemental. Idweri, good morning,
Is
watching
it now
from
okay or not
Lingamon
yet?
District. Good morning from okay, Janet
okay.
Sabrali
Thank
ang ato ang
we have
kuan
additional
sa YouTube channel.
Good morning. Oh, kasulod na ka?
We have Yulidis
Ma'am Brenda
Dodato.
Leonil is on the
Good
line.
morning, watching from
Ma'am
Saavedra
Selma,
Elementary School. Watching from Esteban Enodio School, Lala North. Mary Yvonne Parino, good morning from Educated School, Tubod West District. God bless. Hello, ma'am. Hello, Dr. Parino. We also have Rasmi Haji. Rasmi Adansal, good morning, watching from Nai. Milon Hazan, Jeremy Permasio, good morning, watching from Tipulo Elementary School. Tagan West. So we have here as principal, Ma'am Rosario Ramos.
Ulala.
Good
Ma'am
morning,
Ellen,
Mindanao
wala pa si Ma'am
Integrated
Ellen.
We
School
have
is
Sahara
in
Montilla.
Central
Morning,
District.
Ma'am Brenda.
Good morning,
So we
watching
have
from
Maria
Palawan.
Azon Integrated School, Kausar. Good morning. Okay,
Confirm
there's
na
Ma'am,
watching
Martin
this
from
LNS
Velasquez.
and CHS
Okay,
Baruela. Now
we have Ma'am
Morning, ma'am.
Marjorie. Also, we
Can you check if
have
my
morning Ma'am
backdrop is
Island
now
from
okay?
Libertad Elemental. Idweri, good morning.
Is it now okay or not?
From Rama in Elementary School, as in the Central District. Okay. Participants also from Baris Elementary School. We have Ina Pauline Buka. From Bungan Elementary School is in the West. Ma'am Josebel Mahusay. Hey, this is from the YouTube now. YouTube channel. Writing Day 3. So we have Ma'am Josebel Mahusay. Good morning, everyone. My elementary school. Ano? We also have Ma'am Delia Amba. Good morning, Ma'am Delia. Don Juan Diaz Memorial Embedded School, Kapatagan is Jamba, Don Juan. Mary J. P2, good morning. Santo Niño Primary School to Good East. We still have 22 participants on our esteems. Nag-log man ang kuan mo on YouTube.
Morning, Ma'am Kuni.
Ma'am Connie, Ma'am Connie, Ma'am Connie. Multitasking sa ko karong orasa ha. Mag-multitasking sa ko pinali.
Sige, Ma'am Marv. Kaya ako, Ma'am, last Monday na po ko sige multitask, Ma'am. Grabe multitasking.
Hello, hello. We have 31 participants from our MSTMs. No, how about the YouTube? We also have 30 participants. I think 81 but now. We have 81 participants, Ma'am Kuni, from our virtual YouTube channel. Hi, Mami Inda. Good morning. Pambansang awit, and then our prayer.
Miss Miles, walay audio. Miss Miles, walay audio. Ter Miles, walay audio, Ter.
Pambansang awit, and then our prayer. Ay, ma'am, walay audio, ma'am?
Wala, i-click sa tong content.
Ay, okay, wait.
Ah,
Sorry.
okay na, Ter, no problem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
I want to sing a song of love, and with one voice, with one song, we can sing together. Lord, make us strong, make us belong. And if we fall, help us build, always undivided. Love is the key in unity. Let's share His love with another. We are one. We are one bread, one body, one people. United If we put our trust in the Lord, there'll be melody, love, and harmony in every heart. Teach us to pray, Lord, every day. Show us the way, help us feel your loving kindness. Love is the key in unity. Let's share His love with another. We are one. We are one bread, one body, one people. United we stand, divided we fall. If we put our trust in the Lord, there'll be melody, love, and harmony in every heart. There'll be melody, love, and harmony in every heart. One bread, one body, one people. United we stand, divided we fall. If we put our trust in the Lord, there'll be melody, love, and harmony in every. There'll be melody, love, and harmony in every heart.
Okay. Once again, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our training entitled Training Workshop on Storybook Writing. Before I start, my respect and acknowledgement to our dynamic and very young Schools Division Superintendent, of course, Dr. Edelberto L. Leones Oplinaria, CESO 5. We also would like to acknowledge our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent. We have Dr. Rosemary T. Masisar. Our SGOD Chief, no? We have, like to acknowledge Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin. And of course, our CID Chief, Dr. Maria Eva S. Edon. Of course, this training is headed by and initiated by our very own LRMDS manager. We have Dr. Connie Mborong, our education program supervisor. Of course, I'd like to acknowledge the education program supervisors in attendance, public schools district supervisors in attendance. Of course, we also have our district coordinating principals, our LRMS district lead principals, Filipino district lead principals, our English district lead principals, our MTB, MLE district lead principals. No? We also have with us our master teachers, Ma'am Eva. Ma'am Eva is already acknowledged. Hello, Ma'am Eva. Good morning. Our CID chief, the very active CID chief. We also have our master teachers, No, we have kindergarten teachers, language teachers in Filipino and English. No, welcome once again to our division training and storybook writing. Of course, I will not forget my partner, Ma'am Joy Camigin. Hello, good morning, Ma'am Joy. Also, our CID personnel in attendance. Also, we have our SGOD if we have, and then our OSDS personnel. Good morning once again. No, we will start in a while because our resource speaker is not yet on the line. I think he has a problem with his connection. So while waiting, I'd like to acknowledge the head district supervisors from of course, Pantar District. This is headed by Dr. Jamila Im Arompa. Okay, where are the people from Pantar District? Okay, can we have a clap sign at above the MS team from Pantar District? Do we have participants from Pantar District? Hello, kindly. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there any from Pantar District? Do we have participants? Okay, we have here Ma'am Nihaya Gandamato. Okay, from Pantar District. How about from Puna Piagapu District? Dr. Fatima Asom. Do we have participants from Puna Piagapu? Kindly click the clap sign above your MS team if you have, or maybe nandun sila sa YouTube channel. Okay. How about from, I think no one, okay, no one raised sa Pantar District, no? And ay, naa si Ma'am Nahiya. And then for Puna Piagapu Munay, Puna Piagapu. Do we have participants from Puna Piagapu? Oh, wala pa. How about Tubod? From the municipality of Tubod, this is headed by Dr. Amelita Isbagol. Do we have participants from Tubod? Sir Jevan Troy, of course, our technical expert. Okay, Sir Troy, good morning. How about the other? Wala pa.
Good morning, Ma'am Els.
Yes,
From
good
Tubod din.
morning. Ay, kindly open na lang your Ma'am Almea. Good morning, Ma'am Almea. Good morning. Okay, thank you, Ma'am. So we also have Jeremy from Permasyo from Tubod. Okay, how about from Lala?
From Tipolo ni ma'am.
Ay, Tipolo. I see.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay. Pasensya na kay ang amuang ulan kusog kayo. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Madunggan.
I'm sorry, gyud kay nakuan kay nag-ulan og kusog diri sa mua. Okay, again, can we have the participants from Lala? This is headed by Dr. Mary Arlene C. Carbonera, our Public Schools District Supervisor. Do we have participants from Lala? Participants from Lala, kindly open your video camera, please. Okay, this is Ma'am Brenda Lina Gayanelo from Culambugan District. This is headed by Dr. Emma M. Labuno, our Public Schools District Supervisor from Culambugan. Good morning, Ma'am Brenda. How about from the municipality of Balui?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, hello, good morning. Can you open your video camera?
Participant, nasa live stream po sila, ma'am. Nag-shot po sila sa akin.
Okay. Nag-shout out sila sa iyo. Salamat po. Thank you po. From the municipality of Punapiaga po. Hello, how about from Balui, headed by Ma'am Dr. Hello, do we have participants from Balui?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, hello. You are Asnia Pasagi from Balui. Okay,
Yes,
moving on, we will go to the municipality of Baroy and S&D. We have participants from Baroy. Yes, good morning, Ma'am Josie Tabar, Ma'am Justina Sanchez. Also, we have
Good morning,
Ma'am
ma'am.
Rosaline Lombok. So good morning, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
And to all the teachers from Baroy, good morning. How about from the municipality of SND? Of course, again, this is headed by Dr. Joselito CEP. Do you have participants from SND?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, hello, sir. Good morning, Abubakar Buwat, sir. Good morning. How about the
Good
others?
morning.
I think the others, nandun sila sa YouTube channel natin. Ang dami kong nabasa kanina. Okay. Hello po sa taga-SND na nasa YouTube channel. Good morning po sa inyo.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes. Next, we have participants from the municipality of Linamon, headed by Dr. Apolonio M. Maruhom, our Public Schools District Supervisor. So from Linamon District.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, good morning, Ma'am ID. Good morning. Good morning, Ma'am Belen M. Nasabo. Yes, from Linamon District. How about Ma'am Minda?
Good
How about
morning,
the
ma'am.
others from, I think Ma'am Gurley is from Tubod West, and also
Follow.
Ma'am Jeremy, ay, Kapatagan West.
Yes,
Kapatagan
ma'am.
West, ma'am, di ba? Dahil si Ma'am Jeremy from Tipolo.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, both of you are from Kapatagan West District. How about the others? The others, I think, those from Dunhuan Elementary School, from, asa pa to sila? I think naan sila sa YouTube channel ng View. Okay? Okay, let's move on to the municipality of Nunungan District headed by Ma'am Samanera and Saripada. Do we have participants from Nunungan District? If you're not online on MS Team, please chat your name at the YouTube channel.
Okay na po.
Ma'am? Ma'am Nanat, ma'am, please
na po,
tell
sir.
me if...
Nag-checking attendance pa naman po.
Okay.
Pumasok na lang po kayo sa ano po, sa team.
Pahintay lang po. Alam niyo naman.
Yes, sir. Okay po.
Ayan.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir Andy Garletos. Good morning. Okay, moving on, we will go to the municipality of Tangkal District. This is headed by our very own Dr. Mamilawan Kali, the coordinating principal of the municipality of Tangkal. So we have Jasmine.
Good morning, Ma'am.
Good morning, Ma'am Jasmine. Good morning.
Good
I
morning,
think
ma'am.
Ma'am Jam is from, Sir Jam Andor is from
Tangkal District.
Tangkal District, correct?
Tangkal District.
Yes, hello.
Yes,
Good
ma'am.
morning, ma'am. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning.
Also, another municipality we have from municipality of Sapad. Do we have participants from Sapad? This is headed by Dr. Sindao D. Asis. Do we have participants from Sapad? How about from Salvador District, headed by Dr. Ricardo S. Abalo? Ma'am, Salvador District. Do we have participants from Salvador District?
Pumasok na lang po kayo sa ano po, sa team.
Okay, basig na sila sa YouTube channel. So, moving on, we will go to the municipality of Taguluan. Do we have participants from Taguluan? This is headed by Ma'am Nor Amili Tangakala. This is headed by our very own Dr. Mamilawan Kali, the coordinating principal of the municipality. Okay. So next, we will go to the municipality of Maigo and Kauswagan District.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Yes, good morning, Maigo and Kauswagan. Ma'am Editha, Ma'am Mercy Sol Alberto, and of course, we have Ma'am Zenaida Sinefrota. Hello, good morning, and Ma'am Marfia Rondes. Next, we have from the municipality of Magsaysay, headed by our coordinating principal, Dr. Jaime Yorong. Do we have participants from Magsaysay? Naa sila pero naa daw sa YouTube channel. Okay, once again, good morning to everyone. I think we have our resource speaker. Please help me welcome once again our very own resource speaker, the very generous in words, no? Sir Randy Garletos Jr. Hello, sir. Welcome to our third day training. Thank you. Hello, sir. Thank you, Ma'am Connie. I think Sir Randy is ready.
Yes po. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the generous compliment.
Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone. Ma'am, ready na po, no? Nasa inyo na po yung PowerPoint, no? Ma'am Connie, nasa inyo na yung PowerPoint, no?
Yes.
So anyway,
Joy,
yesterday, I think many of you, I think, got engaged with our mini writing activity, which tests if you are capable of writing simple plots and storylines. No? Yung ginawa natin yesterday, we call what we call uh, simple storylining, no? Or outlining. That's how you will plot your stories. Very simple lang, no? Hindi niyo po kailangan sobrang complicated, no? Parang you just have to do a step-by-step thing of what you're going to do with your story, no? Hindi natin kailangan rigidly sinusunod yung tinatawag natin um, na yung basic plot that is being taught to us in short story writing, which is um, opening, rising action, conflict, um, conflict, and then climax, and then falling action. So yun. Bali po, today, I think many of you have already started. Tama po ba? You've already started writing your stories kasi this will be important for Ma'am Connie and the rest of the division. For all of you who are creating stories that will be used primarily by the students of your districts and your divisions, no? So up to this point, we're going to discuss and elaborate on review and revision, which means improving the quality of your written story, no? So this is very significant and is essential towards the process of writing, no? Uh, I've always done I've always done this with many of my master's classes, no, that I conduct online. And ito na yung more likely this is what we're going to do and discuss for the whole day today. Pero hopefully, with the help of Connie and all of your school heads and school district supervisors, you'll be able to submit simple manuscripts, which I will be reading and discussing up to Friday. Um, oh, excuse me. Can you wait lang po I'll be connecting again. Sorry. I'll be connecting again. May problem pa pala. Wait lang po
I guess Sir Randy is having a technical problem. So we'll just wait, no? Magbalik na siya. Hello everyone. Saglit lang po. Nawala pa sir. Maybe sa connection niya. Sandali lang po. Hintayin po natin si sir. Before that, I'd like to ask everyone if all participants yesterday were able to submit their output. Okay, nandito na po si sir. Okay.
Hello po.
Hello sir, nandito na si sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Nakabalik
Oo,
na po.
nawala na naman. Opo, medyo nagka-problem lang po sa sa power. Kaya
Okay
lumabas
lang
na po
po,
ako
sir.
ngayon eh. Oo.
Okay lang po, sir.
Oo, napapatid yata yung Anyway, ma'am, as I was saying, yun nga, magipapaliwanag pa sana ako. Kaya lang, let's proceed with the, with the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes po,
ma'am?
andyan na po. Okay po.
Opo. Wait lang po. I couldn't see it. Where, kasi I'm using my mobile phone at the moment. Where can I check
Ma'am
out
Connie,
the...
Ma'am Connie.
Ma'am Connie, can you load the PowerPoint presentation, please?
It's already presented po. It's already on screen.
Okay, where could I see it kaya? Because I couldn't see it. I'm just using my mobile phone from my end. Where could I see the PowerPoint presentation? Kasi biglang nawala ng
Actually po Termas, can you see the PowerPoint presentation on
Oh,
screen?
is it how
Yes,
how
andito
will I
na
see?
po.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am,
Kita po
I
sa
couldn't
amin,
see
sir.
from my end, from the app, yung Microsoft Teams app. I couldn't see from my end where the PowerPoint presentation is. Do I have to turn off my camera ba?
Sige po. I-try niyo pong i-off.
Yeah, okay. I have to guide me because I'm very new to this. And I couldn't see actually the presentation. I only see the loads of the names that are participating in the webinar, like Ma'am Joy. Oh wait, where do I see? Where do I
I
see
think
the
you have
view?
to, doon po, sir, try nyo lang po, sir, doon kayo sa turn on live caption siguro. Yun ba?
Hindi. Parang, try to click the, of Ma'am Joy Camiging.
Okay po. Yes. And then, is it minimize content or focus on content?
Try to click focus on content po. We'll see if it works.
Yes po. Let me check it out. Meron lang lumitaw na icon pero I didn't see the PowerPoint presentation. Tignan po I already turned off my my camera para makita ko pero wait lang po. I'll check large gallery, meeting views. Kaya ganun. Hindi ko siya
Ma'am Con.
Yeah.
I think si sir, ang status niya kay Kuan guest ra siya. Dili ra ba maka-open
Yes
ang
po, kaya
PowerPoint
siguro
ng
hindi ko
guest?
nakikita kasi dahil guest. Oo,
Si Dayan, ma'am.
Hindi, ako man ang nag-control. Sige, I'll try to change the status.
Try daw. Attendee siya, ma'am. Attendee.
Teka lang, hanapin ko lang yung pangalan ni Sir Randy. Saan ba yung pangalan ni Sir Randy, ha? Randy.
Do I have to turn off incoming video para makita ko? Ayun, now I see it. Yeah, I see it now. I have to turn off yung palang incoming video. Thank you. I already saw it.
Okay. Sige.
Wow. Thank you po, kuya. Thank you. Ayan. Well, okay na po yung power. What's ko nangyari? Anyway, I'm going back and probably disconnect from this and I'll give it maybe 5 minutes. Dito lang po muna ako. Kasi maglo-load pa yung yung internet. Yes po. As I was saying, the revision and review is important, no? So part of our process is to be able to accept what others see of the story. So it's not simply a matter of writing and illustrating and coming up with like a mock copy of the book itself, no? So what we're trying to do here is to prepare the reader psychologically on, for example, the process of critiquing or coaching. Now, normally in a normal writer's workshop, if you're a professional writer, a creative writer workshop, you will be meeting critics and you will be meeting experts who can be a bit too, shall we say, a bit too dramatic because they are on the creative side. So tendency is writers can be very eccentric, and when they are on the critiquing, the tendency of the writers is to, shall we say, parang ano siya, parang very dramatic. So sometimes the critics can be traumatic. The critiquing process can be a traumatic experience to the writer na yung work niya ang binabasa, lalo na kung the writer is very much attached to the work, no? So yun po, parang wait lang po, I'll go back po kasi okay na daw po. Wait lang po. Pag nawala ng signal from this side, it means I'm starting on the other side.
Hello. Can you? Yes. Okay. Can you see me now? I'll end from here. Yes po. Oo. Sorry ha.
Yes, sir. Andyan ka na po.
Okay. I'll end from here na. Saglit lang. Okay. Okay. Ito po. So yun. So ngayon pa lang ihanda ko na kayo, no. Sometimes in the critiquing process, the writer or the critic becomes really engaged to the point that he will find yung mga maliliit na mga mistakes, no. So ang reason is not because they don't like you as a person or they don't like your writing style. It's just that ano siya, parang the writer genuinely intends to see your work fully realized, no? So but sometimes meron mga paraan talaga na may mga times talaga na kapag yung writer flawed yung kanyang pagsusulat from the beginning, medyo sasabihin na ng diretsahan sa inyo. So minsan yung pagiging diretsahan, nagiging point of siguro baka mapikon yung writer or masaktan. So ngayon pa lang ihanda ko na kayo, no? So not because I don't want your work, but because I see that you can write something better, no? So that's a discipline that is sometimes feared among the writer circles kasi maraming ego ang writers, no? Tsaka marami siyang kumare. Lalo na kapag natatapakan yung sensibilities ng writer na yun, ano? Because of the critic, parang pakiramdam nila natatapakan yung kanilang mga pinag-aralan or yung kanilang mga naabot. So hindi naman ganun po yung intention. Pero sometimes whenever I critique a work, I will be very honest to the point that you will consider it brutal or parang unkind, no? And not because I want to be brutal for the sake of brutality or I want to be unkind for the sake of unkindness. But mostly, I want you to realize the process can be painful because kumbaga, out of the pain, you can actually grow from that or probably you could see your story in a different light. Kumbaga, makita nyo yung kwento na pwede palang i-improve sa ibang paraan pero hindi sa kwentong ito, no? O yung paraan ng inyong pagsusulat. Okay? So, can you start can I ask for the moderator to put this in full full slideshow mode, please? Ay, ma'am, kailangan pa talagang ano po siya, ma'am? Pwede siyang i-download. Oo. Pwede niyo pong i-download dito sa side na to pala. Oo, kasi from the Google Drive baka siya. Hindi siya mabasa ng lahat.
Okay, wait sir.
Apo.
Wait sir ha, for a while.
Sige po ma'am, no problem. I'll be filling in the dead air. Okay, so yun po, no? I'll give you while ma'am is loading it, I'll give you an idea of a workshop process. So for example, papabasa na ninyo yung kwento ninyo, no? And sana huwag kayong matatakot kasi yung iba kasi ang tendency na natatakot na makarinig ng criticism, no? So pag binasa ko yan, magsisimula ako, marami akong alamin muna kasi for example, makikita ko, sino yung main character, ano yung ginagawa niya, bakit ito yung motibo niya, ano yung tawag dito, ano yung end goal ng writer. So kumbaga, yung mga diniscuss ko sa inyo, i-check natin isa-isa. Kumbaga, kina-quality assurance ko ng isa-isa yung storya. So, pag dinaan sa ganun, may mga times na mapapansin ko yung mga maliliit na mali. Example, tulad kahapon, no, nung nag-start tayo ng outline critiquing, nag-engage na kagad ako, no? Pag sabi ko, bakit ganun yung motivation ng butike? Bakit gusto niyang kainin yung buwan? Bakit siya nahulog ang loob niya sa buwan? So, tatanong na ako. No, kasi, importante na sa simula pa lang malinaw na kung ano yung motivation ng character nyo, no? So, kunwari, dun sa story activity, si Buwan na in love kay Buwan, si Butiki na in love kay Buwan kasi naalala ni Buwan ang kanyang unang pag-ibig naalala ni Butiki ang kanyang unang pag-ibig sa Buwan. So, pero tinitignan niya pala, sabi nung nagsulat kanina, no? Ang tinitignan niya pala ay iyong reflection ng buwan doon sa tubig. So, nung sinabi niyang gusto niya itong mayakap, pag-yakap niya, tumalon siya sa tubig, yung pala, hindi pala yung tubig. So, ang ending, syempre, malulunod yung butike. Kaya yung reaction ko, ano yung mangyayari sa dulo, no? Iiwanan ba natin nakabitin ito? Iiwanan ba natin yung storya na open-ended, no? So, as much as possible, kapag tayo ay nagsusulat nagtatapos ng kwento, hindi natin iniiwanan na bukas yung dulo. Tsaka hindi niyo pinapasagot sa reader kung ano nang mangyayari. Kasi TV lang po ang gumagawa, no? Na ang purpose ng TV ay para mag-buy time. Kunwari, nanonood kayo ng drama, nanonood kayo ng probinsyano, di ba? Tapos, pagdating sa dulo, ang gagawin ni probinsyano, parang ano mangyayari? Abangan sa susunod na kabanata. Hindi po ganun sa short story kasi sa dulong-dulo, dapat alam na kagad yung katapusan ng kwento. So, hindi pwede tayo magpapahula sa reader, no? Kung lalo na sa mga batang reader kung ano yung kahantungan, no? So yun, ang tanong ko nga doon, for example, doon sa storya, kung tumalon yung butiki sa tubig dahil niyakap niya yung buwan o gusto niyang hulihin yung buwan para ito'y kainin, ano nangyari sa butiki? Diba? So napaisip ako, pwede bang mamatay yung butiki? Pwede bang hindi mamatay? Kasi syempre, hanggat maaari sa modern storytelling, we don't kill the character, even if it didn't really exist in reality. Kasi ano yan parang it leaves the impression sa mga bata na okay lang na may mamatay, okay lang na may pinatay, okay lang na pumatay, no? So syempre ayaw nating ma-imbibe yun ng mga bata natin, no, na sila ay ma-desensitize dun sa tinatawag nating death, no? So kasi ang death kasi is a process that can only be described as cathartic. Pag sabing cathartic, life-changing, no, to the point that it's parang it changes your life drastically, no? So ayaw natin na merong ganong klaseng impression na iyon sa bata dahil hindi niya pa yun mapaprocess ng maigi, no? So, ayun po, no? So, pero before we do that, so I'm still waiting for the presentation to load. I think na-download na yata ni ma'am. I'll just give you an idea, no? I'll just give you an idea na, for example, the importance of what we call diversity. No? Pag sinabi nating diversity, and I'm already discussing actually from the PowerPoint, even if I don't see it. So, okay. So, yun. In writing short stories for children today, because of so many things that are being that are happening in the world right now, and these are things that sometimes should not necessarily include children, pero because they are getting affected by these issues that are happening among adults, sinasama na rin natin sila, ini-engage natin sila. Kasi di ba nung unang panahon, ang ating attitude kapag ang matters ay complicated, we always say that, ayun po, pa-load na lang po nung ano. Okay. We always say to our children, huwag kayong makihalo dito, huwag kayong sumama dito, usaping pang matatanda ito. Okay? But sometimes, for example, pag sinabi natin usaping pang matatanda, what if, for example, ang isang bata ay dinahas, no? Ng isang matanda. Example, verbally abused, sexually abused, pinagtrabaho ng walang bayad, or pinagtrabaho kahit ng sapilitan yung bata, di ba? Hello po, pa-load na po yung presentation. Nag-load na po ba? Parang hindi pa yata.
Nag-load na, sir.
Ma'am, naka-freeze po sa screen ko. Parang nakikita ko lang yung hindi ma'am, slideshow nyo po. Di ba ma'am, nakikita ko yung arrow? Pakipindot po yung slideshow sa baba, yung parang, kasi naka-freeze sa screen ko eh.
Sir, naka-slides na, sir.
Wala, ma'am, sa akin ganda.
Yung pinoproject ko ngayon, diversity na.
Ay, pasensya na ma'am, kasi sa screen ko, hindi ko ang nakikita ko lang yung mismong nangyari.
Ulit na lang, sir. Ma'am
Pakiulit
Joy,
ma'am.
pakiulit na lang ulit, sir.
Opo.
Wala, freeze
Pasensya
po
na, Ma'am
dito,
Joy,
sir. Review and revision.
Okay.
Tapos ma'am, paki-slideshow po. Ma'am, Connie, paturuan na lang po sa baba. Ito po, meron ditong sa baba na parang katabi ng 75%. Pakipindot po yung pinaka nasa kanan. Sige po.
Have you seen it already, sir?
Ano pa rin po ma'am, yung present mode ma'am na merong yung present slide plus merong mga slides from the left. Ewan ko kung okay lang sa mga teachers. Kung nakikita, okay lang sa kanila na ganito kasi dapat sana full screen mode po yung yung presentation.
Doon ka na lang, sir, sa slide show, sir. Yung show beginning
Yan. Yung kiniklik na yan po. Supposedly dapat yun po eh. Hindi ko rin maintindihan kung bakit.
Slide show, sir. Diyan. Start.
Ito po bang Microsoft Teams ang nirecommend ni DepEd? Na gamitin ng lahat? Kasi I find it very problematic, no, from the very beginning. Sabagay, alam nyo, ma'am, ito, this is just my opinion, me being objective and not openly detrimental, no, to the management. Kasi like for example, sa competition sa online, they prescribe, ano ba yun? Google something? Ay, Google. Adobe, ano pangalan nun? Anong program ang Adobe? Naka-slideshow na po ba, ma'am?
Naka-slideshow na siya sa sa laptop.
Sa laptop po. Pero ma'am, dito sa screen ko, ano pa rin siya? Freeze po yung screen sa... may request control ako na dito eh. Check-in ko lang kung ano ba to. May limitaw bigla na request control eh. Hindi ko alam kung ano to. Hindi po siya nagsa-slideshow kasi eh. Parang... Pero kung okay lang po yung ganitong move, ma'am.
Ay, Ter. Kanang before ka mag-start, Ter, i-slideshow sa discern mo i-share.
Okay.
I-slideshow sa nimo, Ter, dayan, discern pa nimo i-share. Okay, Ter?
Sorry po, ma'am. Ay, ma'am, hindi ko pa naintindihan ang Bisaya. Pasensya na po.
Bali po, ay open muna yung slideshow, tapos after ng opening ng slideshow, saka pa i-share.
Okay po. Pero, kasi ma'am, kaya ewan ko lang po, let's also ask our guests, other participants, if they are seeing it in the slideshow mode. Kasi sa laptop ko, hindi ko siya nakikita as slideshow, kundi yung PowerPoint program with the slides on the left and then the main slide, present slide.
Hello, Ma'am Locely. Nakikita niyo ba yung slides ni Sir kanina? Hello,
Yung po in
ma'am.
full screen po,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, Ma'am Miles. Pag po, ma'am, na naka-freeze po, ma'am. Yung first slide lang po yung nakita, ma'am. Hindi po naka-slide
Okay.
show.
So, Ma'am Joy is restarting to share.
Sige po, wait lang po natin. Anyway, yun po as I was saying, importante yung tinatawag na diversity. When we talk about diversity, note-taking na lang po ma'am habang hinihintay natin sila. So diversity, ano po ba yung diversity? Diversity refers to an obvious fact of human life, no? That there are many different kinds of people. Ibig sabihin nun, sari-sari ang mga tao, iba't iba. At yung sari-sari na yon, kailangan tanggapin natin yung reality na sari-sari sila, no? Teka lang po. Kung hindi po mag-slide, saglit lang po tanungin ko po kayo, ako mag-slide from my end po saglit lang po. Let me know kung pumapasok siya. Nakasakali po. Ayun, paano ba to? Tignan ko po kung pumapasok po from your end. Ay, wala din siya. Opo. Paki-check lang po kung mililitaw from nasa screen niyo katulad nung lumalabas kanina kay Ma'am Joy.
Yes, nandyan po. Naka-open na po.
Naka-open na po. O, tatry ko pong i-slideshow po kung papasok po. Okay, so it's still loading from my end. Naka-slideshow na po sa side ko. Naka-full screen na po sa inyo.
Wala po. Yun pa rin po yung mayroong slide sa yung number 1, 2, 3. Pero it's okay. It's visible naman po.
Okay. So I think there is really a problem with the loading, no? Hindi akala ko sa akin lang yung problema or kay Ma'am Joy, no? I think it's it's how it's being loaded on the screen by Microsoft. So baka hindi I can only imagine what goes on in the software situation po. Pero okay. As I was saying,
Nakikita po namin, nakikita po.
Okay, very good po. Okay, so iano ko lang po, no? Ko-continue ko na lang as is, no? Sige po.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Ayun, diversity. diversity refers to an obvious fact of human life that there are many different kinds of people, no? So, in this slide now, if you're seeing the picture of children of different nationalities, nakikita nyo po? Nakikita nyo po yung ano, yung present slide
Yes,
now?
sir.
Sige. Very good. Thank you. Okay,
Imagine,
para
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ganito na lang po, no? I'll just make it a bit larger. Yan, okay. Yan. Okay, imagine a world in which all children can see themselves in the pages of the book. To put it in kids' words, no? Kailangan itong kwento natin, pag nabasa ng kahit sinong bata, saan mang panig ng mundo, nakikita nila yung sarili nila dun sa librong yun. Which means, kung ano yung dinadanas nung character, bilang isang bata, no, nararanasan din or naiintindihan, 'di ba? Na nakikisimpatya yung mga bata ng mga batang nagbabasa saan man siya nanggaling na lugar. Galing man siya sa Metro Manila, galing man siya sa Batanes, galing man siya sa Visayas, galing man siya sa Sulu, galing man siya sa Malaysia or any part of the world, no? In other words, the experiences of children are universal, no? They all undergo at some degrees, no, or some in various different ways the same rites of passage. Nakakaranas sila ng lungkot, nasasaktan sila, 'di ba? Na-frustrate sila sa mga nangyayari. So they experience all these emotions, no, based on the experiences that they are encountering in their life, no? So not all can be as well, of course, some children are luckier than others kasi some children do not experience poverty, some children do not experience the separation of parents, some children do not experience violence committed against them by any kind of government or any kind of aggressor, no? So yun po, no? So despite that, even if hindi nila nararanasan yun, the moment mabasa nila yung libro, kailangang parang inside a kid's heart, no, maiintindihan niya yung pinagdadaanan ng bata. Okay? So in my next slide show. Yon. So diversity in children's stories means promoting mutual understanding among different readers. So, ibig sabihin nun, if I write a topic that can be very strange initially to these kids, they will gain an understanding of what the kids from another culture understands. Diba? So, for example, ako ay isang batang Katoliko at babasahin ko yung kwento ng karanasan ng isang batang Muslim, maiintindihan ko. No? Hindi ako magkakaroon ng disconnection or disconnect. For example, ipapaano ko sa kanila na, ito yung pinagdadaanan ng isang batang Muslim. And nevertheless, even on the side of the writers, hindi ibig sabihin na ang experience ng Muslim ay kaya lamang isulat ng isang taong Muslim, kundi maaari rin siyang isulat sa perspective ng isang non-Muslim, no? Pero of course, I'll give you an example later on, ano? I saw the book of Flexi Sarte yesterday, and I hope I can share it with you. The experiences of kids who come from different religions can have an understanding of the other's religion, no? So, para walang bias, walang religious bias, walang all those biases that we encounter from culture and tradition that are unfortunately systematized na pwede nating ma-overcome so that we can have not only tolerance or acceptance but an embrace of other people's cultures and experiences, no? So from tolerance, ang goal natin, pag sabing tolerance kasi tendency, parang tiis, yun ang ibig sabihin ng tolerance eh. Parang tinitiis natin kasi nandiyan na yun eh. Pero hindi sana ganun, ano? Sana ang hope, ang ating end goal is for our children to fully accept and to fully embrace what goes on with children who are experiencing different experiences other than theirs, no? So yun, no? So let's, ang tawag ko dito, celebrating differences. So let's celebrate the differences of each other. Let's accept the fact that there are children there are children who are not straight, or they are not interested emotionally with with children from a different gender. No, some of them will grow up appreciating or probably ending up loving somebody who is of the same gender, no? Or let's accept also the idea that a person from one religion might end up marrying a person from another religion, no? Not necessarily Roman Catholic and Islam, Muslims marry intermarrying, but for example, Catholics marrying Protestants, Catholics marrying Baptists, Protestants marrying Jehovah's Witnesses, Baptists marrying tawag dito, Mormons, diba? Or probably people from Catholics marrying somebody who's an atheist, which means, pag sabi natin atheist, people who don't espouse any religion or do not believe in any religious system, no? They just live as humans. No? So let's try to celebrate those differences, okay? And also, at the same time, we all affirm that each child reader lives uniquely. No? Tanggapin natin na ang bawat mambabasa ng ating mga libro, ating mga gawa, ay may kani-kanyang buhay. No? Na sila ay nabubuhay. Lahat ng mga bata, iba-iba ang kanilang karanasan sa buhay. No? May mga batang dumaranas ng paghihirap ng hindi nila kagustuhan. So for example, isang malaking dagok sa maraming mga bata yung hindi makapag-aral ng maayos kasi they live in far-flung places, they live in mountains, no? Na ang eskwela ay kailangan tawirin, kailangan tumawid ng bundok, kailangan tumawid ng ilog, kailangan tumawid ng dagat, di ba? Kailangan sugurin ng bagyo, mga ganun, ano? Merong mga bata na hindi makapag-aral kasi they are being held hostage by their own family or parents kasi mas gusto ng magulang na yung bata ay tumulong magtrabaho rather than makapag-aral sila, di ba? And meron naman mga magulang na gusto nilang pag-aralan ng anak nila pero napipilitan magtrabaho yung mga bata kasi sila ay parang yung mga bata na lang ang physically capable of doing work because the father or the mother have a terminal illness or are incapacitated, di ba? So, yung mga tipong pang maalaala mo kaya, yung mga pang documentary na mga news na sobrang maiiyak ka sa realidad ng mga batang to, maaawa ka, gusto mong tumulong. Remember? Naalala niyo yung bata sa South Cotabato ba ito? Or hindi ko alam kung anong bahagi ng Mindanao to, no? Yung bata na meron siyang alagang kabayo, tapos yung iniwan siya ng nanay niya at ng magulang niya doon sa kanyang lolo. Tapos yung bata, meron siyang matinding humutok sa kanyang nanay kasi iniwanan sila, nagkaroon siya ng ibang pamilya, hindi na siya binalikan. Tapos yung bata, dahil masakitin yung lolo, yung bata ay nagtatanim ng labanos, kaya yung pangalan ng kabayo niya ay Rabanos. Diba? I'm sure marami sa inyo ang nakasaksi dun sa kaiyak-iyak na sitwasyon ng batang yun. No? Pero yun nga, no? At the same time, may mga bata naman na maaluan ng buhay or what we call, parang they live comfortable lives. They have rich parents, they are very famous, their parents are very famous movie stars, their parents are very popular politicians or maybe unpopular politicians. No? Some are the children of presidents like Kitty Duterte, di ba? Some are the children of successful doctors who are multimillionaire, di ba? So parang some naman are the children of farmers and they end up winning gold in the Olympics. So imagine, no? These children experience different lives. No? So, of course, as much as possible, we would like to highlight the lives of children who are living in the margins. Ano po yung mga batang nabubuhay sa laylayan ng lipunan. Yan yung term na sino gumagamit ng sa laylayan ng lipunan na yan. Si Vice President Robredo ba or some other politician. No? na ibig sabihin nun sila ay napag-iiwanan, no? Syempre mas gusto nating i-highlight yung mga issues na may kinalaman sa mga batang naiiwanan ng lipunan, no? So doon tayo kaysa naman i-highlight natin yung masarap na buhay ng mga mayayaman kasi ano yun binibigyan kunwari sabihin natin i-highlight natin sulat tayo ng happy things, sulat natin yung masayang buhay ng mga mayayamang bata pero anong kwenta sa atin pagkatapos nating basahin? Maaring the only thing it will help us to do is either mainggit tayo or mag-strive as successful and rich as them. And other parents naman would believe that too materialistic or too greedy for wealth. No? Importante dyan, you have to seek the richness of your spirituality or your morality, etc., etc. So yun, no? So all in all, what we want us to do is to tell our children that it's okay that what you are living now is okay. That if ever you are experiencing suffering, no, na you are not alone, no, that there are other children experiencing that and you will be helped and you will be given hope. Yun po yung importante, no? Okay, so I'll go to the next slide. Ayan. Okay. Yon. Now, I'll give you a little bit of an activity, okay? You see two images here, no? The left and the right. Hold them up high and clean so bright, no? There. So, nakikita niyo po yung dalawang images, no? Ano po yung nakikita niyo sa kaliwa, mga ma'am? Mag-unmute lang po kayo. Ano po yung nakikita niyo? Pwede nyo pong i-chat, pwede nyo pong i-ano. Let me check the chat room. Ano nakikita nyo sa left image? Ma'am Senaida, naka-mute ka. Okay lang po. Tanungin kita ha. Nobody? Nobody? Hindi nyo nakikita? Nakalagay dito. Nakikita nyo po ba yung what's wrong with these images? Na slide? Mga bata. Sabi ni Nadi, sorry, hindi nobody. Hina ng mata ko. Nadi. Sorry, Anya. Oo. Miss Anya. Okay, Nadi. Okay. Thank you very much. So, yun. Na-recognize kagad ni Anya yung cartoon, ano? So, Nadi is actually a cartoon that is created for the Nickelodeon channel, no? So, this is actually a cartoon. Yes, so mga bata, sabi ni, teka lang, I'll check again. Junaid, no? Miss or Mr. Junaid, no? Naka-hands up sila. Sabi ni Hanipa, mga bata, diverse characters, very good. Diverse characters. She was able to observe some things, okay? Sige, let's concentrate on this image first, okay? Now, why did I ask the question, what's wrong with these images, no? What do you think is my observation, and I hope you will be able to understand this too. This is actually like a test on how you observe the characters, no? If you look at the characters, what do you think is wrong with this image or with this picture? Bakit po kaya may mali sa picture na ito? Sabi ni Abubakar, masaya na colorful yung sa left, dull and mudang sa right. Oo. Doon lang po, sir or ma'am Abubakar, dito lang po tayo sa kaliwa muna. Yung kaliwa lang po muna. Wala, sabi ni Ma'am Miles, wala pong pa-assist naman. Siya lang ang wala. Okay. Very good observation. Okay po. Sige po. Bukod sa walang pa-assist naman, ano pa po? Sige, tanungin ko nga si Miss Miles habang na yaman din lang na observation mode siya. Bakit mo nasabing walang ano kaya ang mali kung sakaling walang pa-assist naman?
Ano, sir, kasi lahat sila may mga paa. Sa snowman wala. At saka, kung i-describe natin ang name ng snowman, dapat andun lang siya sa snow. Kasi yung mga bata, ba't nandyan siya? Di ba?
Yes po. Thank you very much, Miss Mans. Okay, so valid point yun, ano? Parang, was it put there na walang paa just to be noticed? Or was it put there because that character is important in the story? Very good. Tama po yun, no? So, parang ang lumalabas, nilagay siya doon para sabihin may mga taong walang paa. Pero, ang tanong natin, ano ngayon? Di ba? Kung wala siyang paa. Di ba? So, isa yun, no? So, sabi ni Miss Anya, inconsistent ang choice of characters. Ma'am, bakit po mas nasabi niyong inconsistent po? You can unmute your mic po para marinig ko maganda yung boses. Bakit po kaya inconsistent sa inyong palagay? Sabi ni Musnaira, hindi rin makita ang isa niyang kamay. Sabi ni Anya, ito yung sagot niya, merong gnomes, may bears, may snowman. Okay. Di ba I'm sure ma'am napanood niyo po yung yung Nodi, no? Di ba? Merong iba-ibang characters, may tao, may aso, may hindi, may snowman. Bakit sa tingin ninyo sa kabila nila ginawa, pinagsasalita sila doon sa cartoon, di ba? Sa cartoon nito, bakit kaya sila nagsasalita? Is there a presumption na itong mga characters na to, kahit animals, pwedeng magsalita? Okay. Bakit kaya? Ba't kaya pinagsasalita yung gnome, yung bear, yung snowman? Fictional kasi parang fantasy, sabi ni Anya. Yes, opo. Syempre po, cartoon nito, fantastic talaga, no? So, hindi naman siya necessarily realistic or based on human experiences or imagination. Okay po. Actually, wala namang masama kung ginawang character ang isang animal at binigyan siya ng human quality because that's very natural. Di ba even in our folk tales, si Pagungat Matching nagsasalita at nag-aaway na parang tao, no? Meron silang mga human issues kahit na sila ay animals, no? But yeah, it's a very good observation, the inconsistency. I think what Miss Annie is trying to say is that there is randomness, parang hindi na ipakita sa atin ng malinaw kung ano yung silbi o kung ano yung pakay ng mga characters na yun sa cartoon, ano? So, yun po, no? So, sabi ni Johairi Di Baraton, same faces sila, sir. Well, actually, magkakaiba sila ng mukha kasi may animals nga, di ba? Yun po. So, sabi naman nila, hindi akma sa kanilang personality, ang kanilang physical na kaanyuan. Ayan, medyo naging interested ako sa comment na to ni Hanipa, ha, kasi hindi akma sa kanilang personality, ang kanilang physical na kaanyuan. Ano po napansin yung physical na kaanyuhan doon, ma'am? Ma'am Hanipa, ano kaya yun? Sabi ni Ma'am Naira, lagi daw yung pinapanood to bilang bata, no? Sabi ni Jalila, equity in education, no? So, gusto kong malaman yung observation ni Hanipa, bakit hindi akma ang personality sa kanilang mukha? Pero sabi naman ni Miles, this depicts adversity, no one is exactly alike. Actually, yes, tama naman yun, no? Merong semblance of diversity. Pero sa kabila na meron ako napapansin, at hindi lang actually ako napansin, ano? Ito ay napansin ng marami ring tao, at ito ay aking ini-echo lang. No? Ano kaya ito? Sabi ni Ma'am Mercy, happy po sila together. Yeah, that's good, no? Merong semblance of happiness, no? Or I think we think that there is semblance of happiness. Okay, sirit na po ba? ito. I don't know if you will agree with me, but this is actually an observation. This is actually an image that I got from the international group called Room to Read, no? So sa Room to Read na to, diniscuss sa amin kung ano yung mali dito sa picture na nakikita natin na si Nodi and his friends, no? Okay. Actually, nagsistick out siya pero hindi natin nakikita. And probably this is an indication that maybe we are getting better as people. Kasi hindi nyo napansin yung what many people think is a mistake. No? Kasi maybe it's a culture specific observation. No? According to Africans, why is it that, and even the Europeans, why is it that there are more males than females? This is among the Europeans. So parang nangyari hindi daw equality, hindi daw equal kasi parang dadalawa lang daw ang representation ng females. Mainly the bear with the skirt, because the skirt obviously suggests that the bear with the hat is a female character. And the girl that wears the jumpers, no? She is also a girl. Pero sabi ng mga Europeans daw, there are too few girls. Parang tokenist daw yung pagkakalagay sa kanila. Ano po yung ibig sabihin ng tokenist? No, let me type that out. Ayun, teka lang, magbabasa muna ako ng observation. Sorry, ngayon lang. May isang bata, black skin, sabi ni Miles. Sabi ni Anya, nobody's wearing a pink sandal. Sabi ni Marvy, no discrimination, everyone is a friend. Sabi uli ni Anya, the bear is not wearing upper shirt even if she's a girl. Miles says red shoes with ribbons. Okay. Okay, pasukin natin yan. Bago ko ipasok ang isa pang issue. I think, regarding the shoes, and this is just my observation, I think it's because Nodi is a boy, no? So the shoes are big to highlight that he is still a boy that needs to wear shoes that pwede niya itali on his own, no? Meaning, according to them, this is not really an exactly wrong thing. But probably it is wrong to some of us kasi because the shoes look feminine. Mukhang pang babae, no? So I think that means there is still the notion in our culture na dapat ang sapatos ng lalaki ay mukhang sapatos na pang lalaki at ang sapatos ng pambabae ay sapatos na dapat para isuot ng babae ay dapat magmukhang pang babae, no? So what if the observation is that okay lang magsuot ang lalaki ng sapatos sa pambabae at okay lang yung babae na magsuot ng sapatos sa panlalaki, no? Yun, so maybe again an ongoing issue with gender identity, no? Tapos may nag-observe din, no? Sabi ni Ma'am, may isa sino ba nagsabi kanina? The bear, no, is not wearing an upper shirt, no? Oh yes, or essentially she's not wearing a shirt, but she's wearing a ribbon. Another observation is that it's okay daw if the bear here does not have an upper part because she is a bear. Diba? Wala ka naman nakikitang bear na nagsusuot ng damit. So to give that bear a t-shirt will make it look ridiculous. She's a bear and children understand that bears don't wear shirts. Pero another observation is that if this is a bear, that's a female bear, why did you make it wear a skirt? Because, well, bears don't wear skirts, no? So in other words, may debate na naman about gender identity and the identity of the bear being an animal, no? So why do you make bears wear human clothes, di ba? So yun po, no? But this is a valid excuse, no? It shows how we see animals to the ordinary people on the street. Ito yung observation namin during our workshop in Bohol. During our workshop in Bohol, napansin ng mga taga Maynila yung gender. Bakit daw ibinigyan ng skirt yung at hindi binigyan ng damit, which is tama naman, ano? And other people say, bakit mo dinamitan yung bear? Hindi naman siya nagsusuot ng bear. So, this is, actually, your observation is correct, no? To people in the provinces, they will find it silly if you dress up an animal. Diba? So, regardless of gender, pag sinutan mo yung aso o pusa ng damit, pinagtatawanan siya. Kasi, bakit mo binibigyan ng damit yung animal? Diba? Susunod, dinadamitan na rin natin ng ipis. Susunod, dinadamitan na rin natin ng mga palaka. Diba? So, dahil ba pet sila? Pet ba ang bear? Okay lang bang maging pet ang bear? Kaya dinadamitan natin tulad ng pagdadamit natin sa ating pet cat or pet dog. No? So, isa yun, no? So, isa yun sa observation, no? So, actually, tama yun, ano? So, isn't it wrong to make animals wear clothes? Okay? Another issue naman is the gender, no? Is it okay to normalize that all girls if somebody wears a skirt, therefore she is a woman? Pan Scottish men, di ba? Yung traditional cloth daw ng Scottish men ay skirt. Di ba? Nagsiskirt ang mga lalaking Scottish. Yung mga taong nakatira sa Scotland sa United Kingdom, di ba? So, yun yung isa sa mga observations dito, no? Another thing would be the woman, no? So, finally, I'm going to the woman. Somebody commented, I think this is Miles. So, Miles said, may isang bata, black ang skin, no? Yes, okay. I'll ask Miles again. Why is there an issue if the girl in the jumpers has a black skin? Or the bear, sige, yun po muna kay Miles. Or why is it Noddy wearing red shoes with ribbons, no? Okay. Ba't kaya?
Maybe yung sir, yung black the boy, is it a boy or boy wearing jumper? Kasi black skin siya. So not all, hindi lahat ng bata or readers nakakita ng black skin na So magiging issue sa kanya kung paano niya intindihin na bakit may black.
Yes.
Okay, bakit may mga black? For example, sir, yung nasa sa mga far-flung areas, hindi sila ng movie or something ko, tapos darating yung book nila doon, tapos, may ganito ba? May ganito. Yung ganun, sir, ba? Baka mabaguhan sila sa, sa picture na may black skin pala.
Yes, okay. Tama yun, Miss Miles. Thank you very much, no? Sa tingin mo ba dapat mas kaunti o mas marami yung character na may ganong skin color para sabihin natin normal siya?
Dapat may additional po siya. Dapat hindi lang isa.
Yes, very good. So, nangyari, tama si Miss Miles doon, natumbok niya, na bullseye niya. Yun yung main observation na problem ng maraming tao dito. Especially by Africans and Asians. Bakit may black person? Diba? Nung nirelate sa amin ito, bakit may black person? Ang sagot ng mga taga Maynila, normal lang naman dito sa Maynila. May nakikita kaming mga anak ng African American, may lahing African American, may mga Nigerian dito sa amin. So normal lang. Pero sabi naman ng mga taga-probinsya, ay hindi kami nakakita ng black. So bakit may black? Ano yan? Bakit nilagyan ng black yung character? And I think naging problema ito ni Nodi nung ito'y nag-e-air eh. Kasi ang daming nagreklamo na bakit daw yung isa lang ang character ng black woman, ng black girl, no? So yun. So naging issue siya in the sense that yeah, parang siningit lang si black girl doon. At nagsistick out siya kasi namumukod tanging siya lang ang may dark complexion, di ba? So dapat sana, and this is valid, ano? Dinamihan yung character. Dapat meron ding boy character na merong dark skin, di ba? Hindi necessarily African American. Tapos pangalawa pa, yung color ng girl is chocolate dark. Di ba? Yung parang 12 midnight darkness. Di ba? Hindi man lang, kumbaga parang, if you turn a character into something that is starkly black, it becomes starkly obvious din. Kumbaga parang nagsistick out tuloy itong si girl with dark complexion kasi nga she was given a complexion that is too much for any kid. Di ba? Masyadong maitim. Di ba? Wala naman sa totoong buhay, wala naman sobrang itim. Ang kulay na to, parang kulay, naalala niyo yung pelikula ni Lotlot de Leon na blackface siya? Di ba? Yung Kofraja ba yun? Naalala niyo yung pelikulang yun? Nung teenager pa lang si Lotlot de Leon, meron siyang pelikula na ang pamagat ay Kofraja. Di ba? Ewan ko lang mahanap niyo yung movie na yun. Baka makita niyo sa YouTube. Tapos naalala ko nung bata ako, tawang-tawa ako sa movie na yun, kahit drama yun. Kasi hindi ko siya napanood, pero pag nakikita ko yung trailer, yung movie trailer nitong Kofraja na pelikula ni Lotlot de Leon, tawang-tawa ako kasi yung pagka-negro niya hindi natural, yung pagka-maitim niya, parang ano siya, pinunasan siya ng alam niyo yung alkitran, yung nilalagay sa mga asfalto, yung nag-asfalto kayo ng di ba maitim na maitim yun. Tapos yung kulay ni Lotlot, ganun ang kulay, parang wala pa ako nakitang African American o Aita na may ganong klaseng kaitiman, no? So dito, ganon din yung bata. Parang, she is too dark to become, it's not politically correct to portray children with darker complexion as black. As, parang, in the truest color of the word, na parang truest sense of the color, na parang black, therefore, itim ang balat. Maitim pa sa tinta ng pusit, 'di ba? Parang ganoon, para sa akin hindi dapat, parang dito kasi the color and many people have noticed this, the color of the girl's complexion is too chocolate dark. Parang malagos chocolate sa Davao. Kung nakatikim na kayo doon, yung 100% na pure chocolate, ganun siya kaitim. Ang itim-itim niya. 'Di ba? So 'yun. Ang tawag po dito sa paglalagay ng character para masabi na sila ay fair, sila ay diverse, sila ay inclusive, no? Ang tawag po dyan ay tokenist. Pag sinabi natin tokenist, I'm typing it here, pag sinabi natin tokenist, ang character, ang ibig sabihin, parang pabalat bunga. Yung sige, magsama tayo ng black girl para masabi nila na tayo ay inclusive or diverse. Okay? Which should not be the case. So for example, hindi tayo gumagawa ng libro para sa mga batang Muslim, para lang sabihin natin, tayo ay may pag-intindi sa batang Muslim. Or tayo ay tumatanggap or accepting of the Muslim culture. Ganon. Hindi ganon. Dapat ginagawa natin to inform people of what Muslims do, of okay, the best person to explain what they are going through is a kid who's actually being the point of concern. So when I told them, is it okay to write it this way? Ang sagot, yeah. I think it's the best way to portray, not for an adult to explain to the Muslim boy na siya ay, bakit siya Muslim? O dapat ginagawa yun. Kasi normally, pag adult nagsabi niyan, bakit po ginagawa yun ng mga Muslim? Ang sasabihin ng tatay, yun nakagis na namin. Diba? So parang hindi siya ganoon napag-isipan kasi ang tendency, dinidismiss niya yung pagiging bata. So the best way to explain that experience is for the Muslim boy to tell the non-Muslim boy why he is doing that. So yun ang ginawa ko sa libro. And also, why the girl in the party attending the birthday party of the Muslim girl notices there is no pork there are no pork dishes, no pork barbecue, etc. And when she and Farida, the Muslim girl, had a solo time together at the room, she finds out she has very beautiful hair and why she is hiding her hair in a veil. Because in the beginning, people think there's something wrong with her hiding her head or hiding her hair in a veil because they thought, observation to, I asked Muslim children, why do you think Muslim children wear veil in the head? Ang sagot nila, baka may kuto. Baka walang buhok. Diba? Yung tingin nila, bakit mo tinatakpan ulo mo? Kasi diba, pag ang observation nila, nakikita nila sa media, no? Ang ang mga nagtatakip daw ng ulo, yung mga nagka-cancer. O kaya nalagas ang buhok, o kaya nagkakuto. So para daw hindi makahawa. And these are natural answers of kids. So I incorporated them. Ano yung impression nila? So kaya pala ganun si Faisal. So yun ganun si Farida. So but in the end, what I did is to disprove those myths. Kaya siya nagbe-veil because of the puto or the nalalagas na buhok or nakakalbo, but rather to explain to them that this is something that is being done in accordance with their religion. So yun. Was it a very complicated process to write this? Yes, because I needed to consult. I don't want that the book that I'm writing will sow more disharmony rather than understanding. No, parang ano ba to? I wish there was a Muslim person who would have written this much earlier, because later on, as I will let me see, I already saw that book. Okay, wait lang ha. I already saw that book. And I already saw that book. Let me check it. Because that book for me, this was written by Muslim revert, no? But definitely she's ayan. This book came much later. So when I ask, is there a book about a kid, a Muslim boy or a Muslim girl? Naunahan ko to. But I think this is the better book than mine. So, but the thing is, it was only written for a Muslim boy, written by a female Muslim. So her name is Siti Amina Sarte. She's a former child star, actually. She was a former child star. But when she grew up, she reverted to the Muslim religion. No? And she is, according to this, she embraced Islam in 2010. And since then, she has dreamed of making books for Filipino Muslim children to teach them about the religion in a simple and enjoyable way. Yes. So I laud the effort of Siti, although nakunahan ko siya, unfortunately, because I think it's a Muslim person that best describes the experience. But what happened is, surprisingly, this book was included in the DepEd lesson, in a DepEd textbook for grade 4. No? Although they did not use the text, but rather they referred to the book. Parang, okay, there's this lesson, I think lesson 18, the fourth quarter of a DepEd textbook, and that says, ang lesson natin ngayon sa radio broadcasting ay ang kwento ng batang sina Faisal at Farida. So some teacher called my attention because they were asking a copy of the book. Sabi ko, yeah, there's a book. They wanted a copy. Sabi ko, hindi ko po pwedeng ibigay kasi this is being sold by Bibal. Kasi po nasa lesson po ng DepEd sa textbook ng fourth quarter. Sabi ko, okay, so this was already used and endorsed by DepEd. And considering that the DepEd textbook was quality assured, because it was being distributed. So ito siya. So nevertheless, maganda rin because there are two views about Islam. No? There are not too many books written about Islam. And I hopefully many of you will publish your stories so that non-Muslim children will have an understanding of what goes on and what should be understood, okay, or best experienced by non-Muslim children about Islam and children who embraced the Islamic religion. I'd like to retell the story first because I know that this is very important because we have so many teachers here who belong to the who are Muslim. I'm going to read the story. The roosters are crowing. The sun is about to rise. It's time for Fajr, Fajr. Bismillah, says Ibrahim. Then he washes his hands. 1, 2, 3, he counts while he does it. He rinses his mouth, he blows his nose, he washes his face, then arms up to the elbows, wets his hair, and washes his feet. He counts 1, 2, 3 every step of the way. Ibrahim always perfects his wudu. Wudu. Ibrahim and his father pray Fajr together. This is their first prayer of the day. Ibrahim is excited because today is his first day of school. He's excited to make new friends. Assalamu alaikum, says Ibrahim's mother to him before he leaves. Walaikum assalam, replies Ibrahim. I love you, Mama, he adds. Ibrahim spends half of his day in school. By noontime, when the sun is shining bright, he knows it's time for Duhur, the second prayer of the day. Bismillah, says Ibrahim. Then he washes his hands. 1, 2, 3, he counts while he does it. He rinses his mouth. He blows his nose. He washes his face, then arms up to the elbows, wets his hair, and washes his feet. He counts 1, 2, 3 every step of the way. Ibrahim always perfects his wudu. Wudu. Please correct me later. I'll read it first. There's no stopping Ibrahim from playing that afternoon. At the soccer match, he kicks, runs, slides, and scores. But when it's time for prayer, he doesn't think twice to step out of the game. It is time for Asr, the third prayer. Bismillah, says Ibrahim. Then he washes his hands. 1, 2, 3, he counts while he does it. He rinses his mouth, he blows his nose, he washes his face, then arms up to the elbows, wets his hair, and washes his feet. He counts 1, 2, 3 every step of the way. Ibrahim always perfects his wudu. It was such a busy day at school for Ibrahim. He's happy to see Mama at home. Assalamu alaikum, says Ibrahim to Mama as soon as he arrived. Walaikum assalam, replies his mother. There they sit down for a chat. Ibrahim usually talks about his day with Mama over snacks that she prepared for him. Mashallah, I am very happy to hear your stories, son, says Mama. Now what about your prayers? Remember that prayer is important to every Muslim. The more we pray, the more we remember Allah. The more we remember Allah, the more He remembers us. The more He remembers us, the more He loves and showers us with blessings and mercy. This is an important reminder for little Ibrahim. Although he knows the importance of his 5 daily prayers as a Muslim, it is good to be reminded again. So as the sun begins to set, it is time for the fourth prayer of the day. Bismillah, says Ibrahim. Then he washes his hands. 1, 2, 3, he counts while he does it. He rinses his mouth. He blows his nose. He washes his face, then arms up to the elbows, wets his hair, and washes his feet. He counts 1, 2, 3 every step of the way. Ibrahim always perfects his wudu. The horizon bursts into beautiful hues of orange and pink as he starts to perform Maghrib. A knock on the door is heard. Baba's home, Ibrahim exclaims. He rushes to the door to greet his father. The father shares stories of their day over a home-cooked meal that Ibrahim helped prepare. Outside, the moon glows in all its glory. Ibrahim is about to call it a day, but knows that he has one more important thing to do. Bismillah, says Ibrahim. Then he washes his hands. 1, 2, 3, he counts while he does it. He rinses his mouth, he blows his nose. He washes his face, then warms up to the elbows, wets his hair, and washes his feet. He counts 1, 2, 3 every step of the way. Ibrahim always perfects his wudu. With Mama and Baba, Ibrahim prays Isha, the fifth and last prayer of the day. Tomorrow is another day. Okay, so Fajr, tama pala yung pronunciation. There's, you know, in the many years that I've held this book, I only saw the glossary at the back. I only end up with this part of the book. I thought there wasn't any of that glossary part. But anyway, I really had a very great understanding about the importance of the prayers through this children's book, no? Written by Siti Amina Sarte, no? About a woman who, I mean, a former child star. This is a child star in the early 1990s, who is now a mother and a Muslim mother at that. So this is important because um, she was I think I imagine her being the mother in this book, telling her children, her male child, her boy, the importance of the five prayers. And this is why we need more books like this. I hope I think there was a comment by Hai Masari. Respect make unity and diversity between the similar individuals. Yes, that's the best thing. And the way we could do this is to introduce our cultures to non-Muslim children so that they can understand. Because a non-Muslim adult like I now understand why the importance of each of these five prayers. No? So um, let's admit this is a sad reality, and I hope many more publishers will be able to publish things like this. We don't have so many books about um, discovery of other children from other religions, no? And I hope there are also books that introduce us because we are a predominantly Catholic country, no, with predominantly Christian country. We hope that we could read children from Buddhist religions, children from other religions as well, no? No, so this is the rationale behind me telling this story, no? So I think you already have an idea, no? The importance of us writing is for us to be inclusive in many aspects of all our writing. Now, I'm going back to my presentation. Is it being seen again? Do you see the cover of Where's Walrus and Penguin? Um, I'll ask Miss Miles. Is it being seen on my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Miles. Okay. Yes.
Welcome.
Now let's go to the second picture. This is the cover of a popular book in the U.S. called "Where's Walrus and Penguin." Okay. Now, what are your observations of this picture? What do you think are observations of the picture on the right? What do you see? Can I be excused? I'll just get some water. Okay, I hope I could read comments. Whoever is taking down comments from YouTube, meron po bang... Okay, so according to Ma'am Musnaira, color gray pare-parehas. Yung lalaki na nakapayong. Okay, good. Ma'am Mercy says dull and gloomy. Ma'am Marfe says 4 people with the same color of umbrella and jacket. Okay. Yes, very good. Any more observations from YouTube or from our Microsoft Teams? Ano po nakikita ninyo doon sa picture ng Where's Walrus and Penguin? Where's Walrus and Penguin? Combinations of animals and people dressed. I think Ma'am Almea is referring to the picture of the first one, so we're actually done with that. Anyway, okay, here are more. Let me check. Miles says the man in blue was sad, maybe because he doesn't have an umbrella. Displaced po siya. Ang sharp ni Ma'am Miles talaga. While the other with umbrellas are rich. Okay. Okay, I like these kinds of unique observations. Napaka-sharp, no? Sabi ni Ma'am Musnaira, yung line na papalayo. Yeah, okay, there's a sense of like parang it going on a certain direction, no? Okay. Sabi mo, Hanipa, may hinihintay or may inaabangan? Okay. Sabi ni Ma'am Zenaida, panahon ng tagulan. Yeah, oo nga. Actually, parang na-imagine to. Nauulan namin yung book na to. Okay. Ma'am Mercy says, yung mga bata po may height variations. Okay. I think this is in relation to the line na papalayo because of the perspective, no? Na parang mas maliliit yung nasa harap, yung papalayo mas malaki. Or vice versa. Oh, sorry. Ma'am Marfi says they are waiting for a ride. Okay, nice. Sorry sir. No worries, Ma'am Almea. No, don't worry. Wala. No need to apologize over nothing. Okay. Ma'am Musnaira, parang waiting sa train. Okay, Ma'am Miles says the line depicts order. Maybe my signage na fall in line. Okay, very good. Very good observation, Miss Miles. Ano pa? Okay. According to Ma'am Joy, the 4 men are wearing the same wardrobe. It's color and design. They are also having umbrellas, but the 4 kids are wearing the same wardrobe but of different colors. The man sitting at the back is so serious watching at the distance, and the man wearing in blue is looking at the distance with so much focus. Okay. And very observant din tong si Miss Joy, no? Nakita niya yung the differences of the colors of the kids, no? Ma'am Belen says 4 fathers with children waiting for the bus. Okay, nice. Actually, let me go back to that. Sorry. Okay. Okay. According to Ma'am Fatima, yung nakatayo po in yellow pants, ano po ba yun? Cow or pig? Yellow pants. This was in the first picture. Okay. The first picture, yes. Ano po siya? Hindi po siya cow or pig. Wait lang. Gnome po siya. Dwarf. Parang, alam mo yung garden gnome, yung parang mga dwarf na mga simento, yung nilalagay nyo sa harapan ng bahay nyo. Ang tawag po doon, garden gnome. Ano po siya? Teka, let me type that po. Sorry Kaya ako sinagot kasi, baka ma-misunderstood. Ano po siya? Garden gnome po yun. Kaya ganun nung itsura niya. Yung parang duwende. Kaya parang saliwa ang legs niya kasi di ba maliliit yung mga duwende or mga garden gnomes. So yun. I think dapat po hindi natin pinapatay yung animal character, di ba? Fantasy naman po yung yung story, kaya okay lang po. So in fantasy, it's okay to make animals stand up, no? Because they are portraying human characters, no? Nagkataon lang Baka po malito ang bata na tumatayo pala ang pig. Actually, nakatayo na yung pig talaga. Kaya lang, on four legs, hindi on two legs. Kasi ang humans or primates, they stand, some primates, they stand on two legs. Pig naman yun, so okay lang na tumayo siya in four legs. So, oo nga naman, no, bakit nga naman nakatayo? Pero hindi po kasi talaga pig yun. Yun po ay garden gnome. The illustrators use primary colors. Okay, nice. A sad story po ang pinoportray because of the color. Yeah, very good. No? Yesterday, when we associate colors, we tend to associate it with the emotions that are known or closest to them. For example, when you say gray or blue, it signifies sadness or loneliness or that feeling of gloom, di ba? Kasi, for example, if you look at the sky that is full of clouds and it's raining and you feel depressed or you'll naturally feel cold or depressed kasi the weather is very gloomy, no? Yon, ano pa? Ano kaya ang kinalaman ng barcode na yan sa Where's Walrus and Penguin? Ay, wait po, sorry ah. Yung barcode po, well, napansin ni Ma'am Musnaira yung barcode. Actually po kasi this is a library, ang tawag po ng yung barcode na yan po, kasi book ito ma'am. Kala ko barcode ng library. Book po ito na being sold. Required po sa batas natin. If you look at this, for example, look at this book that I was showing you through my screen na I'm holding right now. All books are issued a barcode. Now that barcode is like the ID of that book, no? Ayun pa pala later on ituturo ko sa inyo yun. Bakit po kailangan kunwari po kayo po ay maglalabas ng mga libro or magpa-publish whether electronically or hindi, kailangan niyo po talagang i-barcode ang inyong mga libro. Kasi po, ang mga libro, for example, itong libro ng may barcode. Ayan, may barcode siya. Meron din itong barcode. Kasi po yun po yung ID ng libro. No? Sorry. Natabi ko. Hindi ko na ilapit. Kasi po, ang tendency is that if your book doesn't have a barcode, para yung bata na walang birth certificate. Okay? Hindi pala kaya pala ako unang-unang. Nasundal ako ng konti. Yan. So, yun po, kala ko kasama sa illustration yung barcode. Hindi po kailangan yun. And then, I think I will have to encourage Ma'am Connie, the moment you start publishing your books, even if this is just electronically, makikita nyo sa inyo LRMDS portal. So yung portal, dapat naka-barcode po yung mga stories para po identified yung book. No? At pwede rin, at the same time, ilalagay nyo siya sa isang digital archive. For example, it's in Google Drive that people can access, no? And people can open, no? You can tawag dito, parang technically that book exists because of that barcode identity. Yun po. Okay, I'll read more. Wow, mas maraming observations ngayon. I like it. The picture is not child-friendly as there is no connection or talking going on between the strangers. The man in the blue and the store clerk. Na dapat pag-usapan nila kahit about sa bagyo man lang. Ayun. Very very nice observation. Perhaps baka merong conversation inside the book. No? This is actually a book cover. No? They are all waiting for their Uber. Or in our case, Grab. No? Okay, kulay ng penguin is gray and walrus is like orange or brown. Maybe yung nasa pinakauna ay sina walrus at penguin. Aha, very good. Yeah, actually they are actually in the picture. And yes, maybe one of the characters is walrus and one of the character is penguin. But where's penguin here? Maybe I don't see the penguin. But I see the walrus, okay? Okay. According to Miles, the man in blue felt worried. Maybe he's a driver waiting for hours to fetch walrus and penguin. Worried kasi umulan na. Yes, okay, good. From YouTube, according to G. Van, okay. Josibel Hype Mahusay. The title is looking for a penguin, an animal, whereas all the characters in the picture are people. Ma'am Joyce says, I guess they are watching some performance in front of them. I guess the blue man is a guard and the black man is the diving guard. The four gray men are so serious and holding well their little ones. I've seen the seriousness of the characters. Very good, okay. From YouTube, Anisa Halan says, when not all children people can experience because we are not the same. Okay, good. Jalila says, worrying because of color, but there's always a hope because of other colors. Okay. According to Susan, parang sabi ni Musnaira uli, parang kulang yung illustration. According to Susan, I imagine also the story about the penguin upon looking the picture. According to Ma'am Belen, it detects that every child is special based on the color of their raincoat. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I'll share to you some of the observations in room to read regarding this picture, no? If you notice, what you see here is actually a street scene, okay, of four children, okay, of four men, most probably fathers, wearing gray suits, okay, or wearing a gray and parang using a gray umbrella, wearing a gray raincoat. It's actually a raincoat, not a suit, because it's raining. With children wearing with each of them accompanying accompanying a child, and each child wears different raincoats, different colors of raincoats. Okay, so this indicates that um, each of the child is one and the same, but they are different because they wear different raincoats. So there is diversity. But that is tokenist because what happens is the colors do not indicate whether the children are of what race. And most probably they are all white because based on the drawings, the depictions are men have pale white or 100% white complexion. They're like ghosts, no? Yan, so isa yan. Next, the blue one, okay, and some people say this is actually the walrus hiding in a blue man's costume, okay, in this blue, and yes, the blue, something wearing, the man wearing a blue suit is probably wearing a guard's uniform or a policeman's uniform, and he is there to assist the four tandems, meaning the father and the child each wearing a different raincoat, no? Assisting them to cross over the street. Isa siyang traffic policeman, no? Parang traffic guide, di ba may traffic guide, yung purpose niya is, lalo na kung sa ibang bansa, their job is to assist or accompany children or adults accompanying children cross the street so that hindi sila mahihit ng sasakyan, or they will not get mahihit ng any kind of sasakyan, di ba? And then the other one is that there is a guy inside what looks like a store or what looks like something, a shaded area, no, in which the guy inside is wearing it has a gray face and wearing a dark suit or a dark shirt, diba? And his body is not completely seen, but rather he is inside. Okay, now actually this is the observation. There is lack of equality in gender. Bakit? Kasi walang babae sa picture. Diba? Teka lang, may iba pa nga. Teka, I'll just read some of the comments muna, ha? Bago ako mag-comment further. Meron pa pala, sorry. According to Musnal, baka sa ibang page si Walrus and Penguin, according to Ilin Duhay Lungsod, Paunang tagulan na wala magagawa. Naalala ng isang mama na nakatayo ang isang tao na pinamahal niya. Okay, the barcode contains... Okay. Yes. Tama si Ma'am Joy, no? So, all books that you create and turned into a book should be given a number-specific or a book-specific barcode number. Okay. According to Haima, different colors have different meanings. Yes. I guess it happens on a rainy day because kids are wearing raincoat and the men are having umbrellas. They're standing in front of the water. Jalila says worrying because the color is gray. There's always hope because of the other colors. Jamila Maui from YouTube says nakapila mga tao para sa show ng Walrus at Penguin. Hindi po, tatawid po sila ng street. Yun po yan. No? Gusto rin makita ng Walrus and Penguin kaya related ang Where's Walrus and Penguin? It's okay. Actually, are you familiar with parang visual detection books? Yung tipong Where's Carmen, di ba? Yung mga books ito in which children should look for, ang activity book ito, hindi talaga to children's storybook. No? Activity book ito, drawings lang siya, tapos sinapahanap sa kanila kung saan nagtatago yung mga pinapahanap nila. For example, dito, and this is just the cover, and you cannot see much of it, no? You have to look for walrus in the picture. Saan siya nagtatago? Why do you say that that character is the walrus? Or why do you say that that character is the penguin? Okay? So, ano siya? Pero yon, main observation in the story, why are there no women in the cover? Why is it that only the men are accompanying their children to cross the street? Or at least, why is the traffic guide not a woman? Or why is the person inside the store or some restaurant not a woman? So, yun yung reason, no? Isa sa reason. Pero hindi lang yun yung reason. Second, why is that person of color not in line with the rest of them? Because those outside have very pale white complexion, while those inside have a gray complexion. Does it portray a person of color or a person who comes from a different race like African or Caribbean or Indian or Asian? So these are referred to in the current English language as people of color. Blacks, the whites, whites are not a person of color. So, pag Caucasian ka, hindi ka person of color. Ang kinoconsider lang na person of color, Asians and Africans and Indians, everything outside white America, white Canada, white Latin America, and white Europe. Or even white Middle East. Okay? So yun, no? Ano pa? Ano pa observation? According to Heidi, the color of the children's clothes are in bright colors to capture the interest of the readers. Okay. Yeah, another observation is that the colors of the kids' raincoats are in different colors, no? To show that these children, and actually this is actually not a bad observation, but rather an obvious thing from the publisher of the book to put to make the work inclusive. Na parang all colors are all right, but these are at the same time, these colors do not indicate anything but the primary colors: yellow, blue, green, red. These are primary. Well, the green is secondary according to our art class. Pero yon, no? So yun, ang depiction of people of color, depiction of the absence of women characters in the book, no? So why of all covers ito yung pinili ng publisher? Okay? So yun, no? So if you notice, these were images in the 1990s. Of course, many people have made those remarks or critiques about what's wrong with these images? Of course, nowadays, our television now is more inclusive, more diverse, more embracing of other beliefs, more embracing of other uh, parang of issues that need to be embraced, no? That need to be uh, uh, aware of by our children, especially if uh, these are critical to their safety and to their identity. Okay? So yun, I'll go to the next slide. Ang haba ng discussion ko talaga. This is actually my activity already for you. So pa-save na lang po ng inyong ng screenshot ng ating chat, no? So diversity in children's stories. So let's try to avoid two things. One, tokenism. Two, stereotyping or patronizing representations. So, avoid natin yung tokenism, yung ilagay natin doon para magmukha tayong mabait. Magmukha tayong patas. Pero hindi talaga tayo patas because this is not properly justified. And you also avoid patronizing or stereotyping representations. Now, look at the cover of a pocketbook novel in the 1940s. No? On the right one, it has a yellow-green color, and the title of that book is His Brother Love. Wait lang po I'll mute temporarily. Saglit lang po. Okay, yes. So look at this. If we look at the picture of the right, the depiction of the gay brother, of course, the name already is parang indicative, no? And the color is very obvious. The cover is very obvious. Parang, bakit? Bakit yung depiction natin ng gays laging flamboyant and flaming? Alam mo yun? Flamboyant and flaming yung term na yun. How do you translate that into Tagalog or yung term na kunwari bakla pero baklang bakla, yun yung kunwari pag sabi natin ay bakla yan kasi mukhang parlorista. May mga terms tayong ganyan, di ba? Yung bakla, mukhang parlorista, yung bakla, mukhang kabayo, yung bakla, mahiling magdamit pang babae, ganun. So parang na-stuck yung stereotype na pag bakla, gusto mag-tights, gusto mag-swimsuit, or yung bakla, malandi, yung mga ganun, ano? So these are examples, no, of stereotypical representation. So for example, when you portray the bakla in the movies, like for example, the movies of Roderick Paulate in the 1990s, or we portray, for example, or in recent years, Vice Ganda being a gay icon, ano? Parang he's always portrayed as this, or he always wants to be portrayed as a feminine-looking gay guy. And there's nothing wrong with it. Because the difference is this. Noong unang panahon, if you are gay, maybe they expect you to look like you are a screaming fagot o yung baklang bakla. Ibig sabihin ng screaming fagot, yung parang, ay, oh my God, yung mga baklang parang nakikita nyo sa typical scenarios kapag yung bakla tumawa, yung malakas, maingay, sumisigaw siya. Yung sigaw niyo parang, ay, oh my God, ay, gano'n. Yung parang, yun, yung screaming fagot ang tawag doon sa term na yun. In all the old times, if you are bakla because you are a screaming fagot, not because you like men, but because you look like one. For example, if you put on makeup, you are baklang bakla, you are a stereotypical bakla. And people will make fun of you because of that. Parang, may makeup ka, bakla ka. Ay, susot ka ng sapatos sa mataas ang takong, bakla ka. Ay, nagsusot ka ng damit pang babae, bakla ka. Yun, no? So, let's avoid those kinds of representations, no? Let's try to include that there are many different kinds of gays, and some of them are not feminine looking, or not, some of them are not flamboyant or screaming fagots, di ba? Avoid din natin yung mga terms na that describe that call gay men derisive terms. For example, fagot is a very, anong tawag mo dito? Fagot is not a very, it's a very unkind term to refer to homosexuals. Okay? Because this is not how gays should be called. They should be called members of the LGBT community. Yun yung political correctness doon. Another thing is look at the signs, no? For example, you create a graph or an infographics in which you describe the different person as black, which is actually not very much appreciated by many people because they say people of color are usually portrayed in the negative way. So kaya siya hindi dapat pinoportray na ganyan. You can use another color but you cannot use black because the black represents the African American in this picture, no? So, pero dito parang lumalabas, you are sticking out because you are black. Now, look at the picture below. A picture of people in line in which, according to this picture, this is an infographic. No? According to this picture, these are people going to the airport, and normally, the only person who gets through custom, through immigration, pag dumadaan sa immigration, sila lang ang nakakalusot kasi hindi naka-question ng kanilang identity. So this is more political, no? Example, na-X-an lahat except si white man. Okay, na-X-an yung una. What is the una here? Who is the person in the first line? Mark X. He is a senior citizen. Okay, so it means he's being discriminated for being old. So even if he's a man, he's being discriminated for being old. The second person is a Muslim woman. Obviously, she's wearing a hijab. Now, why is she discriminated? Because she's first of all a Muslim, okay, and because she is a woman. Third picture, person of color, diba? Why is he being discriminated or being parang pinagsususpetsahan? Yung term sa Tagalog. I couldn't think of it in English. No? The subject of skepticism, the subject of scrutiny. Itong si number 3, because he's a person of color. Diba? So even if he's wearing a suit, he is a person of color. Okay? Next picture, okay, the only man who doesn't get X'd or cancelled. Next man is a person of color din, but this time a person of different ethnicity. He might be an Indian or an Arab or a Sikh, but he gets discriminated because he probably belongs to a religion that is not very familiar to many people or probably associated with negative. For example, many Arabs who go to the US are refused or they're more strict now to get from people coming from these countries because they think because this country is like the center of all the Islamic religion, they think that parang they will not get subjected, but they get subjected because upon the orders of the president through and saying that if you were born on a certain religion, you get discriminated. So see, parang or a certain ethnicity, diba? Especially if you're dark skinned. Next is a woman who is not only a woman but also an aged woman or maybe a woman in a senior citizen. She is being cancelled because she is old and she's a woman. And the last part is that a person in a wheelchair. So he is being cancelled because of his being despite him being white, he is physically disabled. So all of these depictions are usually the subject of hate and crime. Diba? If you look Asian, diba, remember a few months ago, and probably it's happening now. There are still Asian men and women who get discriminated and being threatened by races. I'm not saying it's all white, but there are some who are also black that are being discriminated. That are discriminating Asians or passing the blame on Asians for COVID-19, di ba? So yun, no? So iwasan natin, wag natin makipag-away sa ating mga libro. Hayaan natin, parang let's teach love, not violence, through our children's books. So yun. Next is ano yung stereotypes. For example, if you're a woman, some people will portray you in different negative stereotypes. For example, parang the concept of beauty or the concept of being a standardly acceptable woman. Example, if you're a woman who has hairy armpits, di ba? Minsan, ano ka, pag-uusapan ka ng kapwa mo babae o ng kasama mo sa trabaho. Ha? Bakit hairy armpit mo? Bakit mabukilikili mo? Hindi ka nag-aahit? Para ka namang hindi babae eh. Diba narinig na rin yung term na yun? Kung minsan, ginagamit natin sa anak natin. Ano ka ba? Takbo ka ng takbo. Amoy grasa ka na, para kang hindi babae, hindi ka mahinhin. Ano ka ba? Magaslaw kang kumilos, para kang hindi babae. Yun po yung mga ganang klaseng mga linyahan. Yun yung tinatawag na enforcing or patronizing stereotypes. Okay? So yun, no? So for example, yun, no? Pag ang babae may buhok sa kilikili, most probably, wait lang Ate Hilda, saglit lang. Arista, si Mama, pakisabi mo lumabas. Tanong mo kung anong kailangan ni Ate Hilda. Saka mo nag-lecture si Papa. So yun, okay. Another thing, pag sinabing babae with a strong personality, di ba marami sa atin? Anong tawag natin sa babaeng may strong personality or very assertive or very competitive? Ano lagi nating tawag dyan? It's a 5-letter word that starts with the letter B. Let's be casual about it. Ano pong tawag doon? Sa babaeng merong strong personality, but if you have a strong personality, they consider your attitude bad. Anong tawag doon? You are a B. Ano po yun? Baboy? Ano pong tawag doon sa babaeng may strong personality? Palaban, di ba? Ano po ito? Ano po yung, how do we define this? I'm going to type this out. Diba? Nakaturing nga itong mura eh. Pero actually, alam nyo, sa casually, no? Women are yes, thank you, Ma'am Hanifa. You said the word. Let's not be afraid of using these words. Let's just not use this in front of kids. Yeah, walang kids, no? B-I-T-C-H po. Okay? Diba yun yung term natin? Sa Tagalog, ang tawag natin sa ganitong babae, diba? P space A. P space A, yun na lang po. Obviously, ano yun yun. Ganun diba? Or let's use more, ayun, sabi ni Ma'am, puta, diba? I-refer na ganyan. Another way, tawag natin sa ganung babae, ito, type ko, yung tinatawag nating mahadera. Ayun nyo po yan, narinig nyo na yun, mahadera. Diba? Bida-bida. ba? Mataray, di ba? Yung term doon. Bitch, PUTA, mahadera, maharot. Di ba? Pag ang babae daw masyadong friendly sa guy, anong tawag? Maharot, di ba? Kapag ang babae too friendly with men, maharot. Di ba? Unless proven, di ba? Tsaka, well, sa attitude natin ngayon, who cares? Di ba? Ayun, pabida, sabi ni Ma'am Hanipa. Very good, no? Tama. For example, pag ikaw daw ay babae, at the picture below, no? Ikaw daw ay babae who wears midriffs or clothes that are too skimpy, that are, tawag dito? That are too short. Like, for example, here, the woman is wearing very short skirt or very short pants, no? Di ba may term pa nga tayo dito? Anong tawag natin sa shorts na yon? Ano pong tawag natin sa short na sobrang ikli na halos nakikita yung singit natin? Ano pong tawag doon? Ano po? Di ba tawag natin doon pec shorts, di ba? Pec shorts, pec na inulit-ulit shorts. Yun yan, di ba? Yun. Okay, with your permission, sabihin ko na pec shorts, di ba? Pec shorts. Ay, Bisaya, ipok. Yung Bisaya, ipok po. Ipok po siguro ay maharot or malungkot. Pero yun, no? Pec shorts, paviga. Okay, may pa palang terms kayo dito, no? Paviga, yun. So, yun, pec shorts, no? Or if you're wearing yung midriff, yung kita yung puso, di ba? Lalo na kapag, ito pa, di ba, ano yung typical na, yung meron tayong mga parang shady attitude. For example, pag women who are fat and they are wearing skimpy clothes, di ba? Minsan may tawag tayo, parang, ba't nagsusuot ka ng, ng masisikip na damit? Yan, taba-taba niya, hindi bagay sa kanya. Diba? So, yung mga ganong klaseng mga comments, no, parang, mataba ka, huwag kang magsusuot ng ng pec shorts or ng midriff o ng body hugging. Huwag kang susuot ng skinless jeans. Ay, skinless. Tama ba yung skinless jeans? Yung jeans na sobrang nipis, tapos bumukha siyang tights. Mga ganon, skinless? Tama ba yung skinless jeans ba tawag yan? Tama si Mama Haima. So yan, yung pec shorts or Kumbaga parang, wala naman nagbabawal sa, well, of course, among our Muslim friends here in the online, there is a certain decorum that they follow based on their religion, and it's okay to observe them, no? Pero for those who are not outside the Muslim or any conservative religion, no? Pag nag-pec shorts ka, tingin sa'yo. Anong tingin sa babaeng nagsusuot ng ganito mga damit? Iba, yun nga yung binanggit. Pokpok, ipok, yata, or malandi, iba, maharot, iba. Or, again, if it talks about a woman na negative, yung bitch. Diba? Same thing. Pagpalaban ng babae, bitch. Diba? Pag anong babae, pag assertive ang babae, bitch. Pagpabalang sumagot ang babae, bitch din. Diba? So, iwasan natin yung ganung stereotypes. We don't use those words for our children's books, ha? Please lang po. Let's be careful. Let them get and use those words when they grow up. Allow them to use those words when they grow up. It's their choice whether to use them or not. But as kids, let's prevent them. Not because we want to censor the kids, because we allow them to think why it is not encouraged to do. No? And then last part, if the women are shaved. Diba? For example, diba, sino sa inyo nakapag-experience na sa mga babae na for example, dumating kayo, nakapag-gupit pang lalaki kayo, tapos biglang, ay, ba't ka nagpagupit? Nagmumukha kang lalaki. Ano yun? May term? Teka lang, sorry, I'll read the terms. Craft top. Sabi ni Mong Chari, yung damit daw na atin, na midriff, craft top. According to Almea, Biagon, rakaday, ang usual reaction. Biagon, rakaday. Okay. Bigatla, pokpok. Okay. I remember my friend who is Ilongga. Ilonggo, sorry, Ilonggo. He is dead. Sumalangit na mga kaluluwa niya. And then, he always, parang I find it funny whenever he uses this word to refer to women na hindi niya gusto, no? She terms them bigaon. So when I say biagon, parang bigaon, parang bigaon. I think when I ask him what bigaon means, it's parang malandi or something like a flirt or a slutty, ganun, slutty, yung babae, no? So yung slut, no? So but for example, what is your reaction if, for example, a woman you know or a female friend you know, bigaon nga, sabi ni Ma'am Lucy. Bigaon is malandi, tama. I think this is both Cebuano or Binisaya and Hiligaynon, because in Ilonggo or Hiligaynon, the term is bigaon. Na-misspell lang. Tama. Thank you for correcting that. Yun. For example, I ask you women, or even the men, if you saw a friend, a female friend, who sports a very short haircut, yung parang, or even nagpakalbo, for example, when you saw the sister of Regine Velasquez a long time ago, she shaved her head, si Kakay Velasquez, what was the general reaction of people? Di ba parang, parang face crack, no? Parang shock yung mukha, parang face crack. Bakit nagpakalbo? Hindi bagay sa kanya, kababae niyang tao. Bakit nag-shave? Sino lang daw yung nag-shave? Mga tomboy lang daw. Diba? Yung mga lesbian ang nag-shave, diba? Or mga satanista. For example, if you shaved and wore black clothes and started to sport ear piercings or started to have body piercings or tattoos, tawag sa'yo, satanista. Okay? Tawag sa'yo, gothic. Okay lang kasi gothic ganun naman talaga yung a prescribed or encouraged look ng gothic, yung black, or yun nga, satanista ka kasi usually if you have body piercings and you have tattoos, they think you patronize heavy metal music or rock music, and therefore you are a worshipper of the devil, mga ganang eme-eme. Chemo look. Sabi ni Ma'am Belen, chemo. Actually, a chemo look style pag shaved. Akala ko emo. Sorry. Chemo. Na chemo kasi pag shaved ang head. Pero di po ba yung I think my friend wrote, and I have aunties who have undergone chemo. Chemotherapy makes your hair fall because of the naturally, because of the reaction of the body. So yun, pag natanggal siya, hindi siya shave, parang smooth talaga lagas. So makinis na makinis. So the possibility of growing the hair takes a long time or probably none at all, no? So you can be permanently bald if chemo kills all your hair cells on your head. Miles says, with tattoo, criminal, drug addict. Totoo yan. I think there's this video that I saw, although I have to admit that sometimes I'm really not prepared to see people who have very extreme body piercings. Like for example, some of them had their lips pulled and they put in place like a cup or like a very little saucer in the middle, mga ganun. I've seen that Or they put implants on their ears or their private parts, di ba? Term doon is the bolitas, di ba? Some guy, parang maybe parang if I'm being approached with that, and I would say, not for me. Ganun, di ba? According to Almir, pagre-rebelde to someone or something pag nagpapakalbo. Yes. It can be a sign of rebellion. Especially in the old days, remember? If, for example, if an ordinary person, like for example in Buddhism, if an ordinary person is parang, if an ordinary person is a woman, especially a woman, is being punished because of what she has done, uh, they shave her head as a form of shame. Parang, because in the culture of the Chinese or the Buddhists, long hair is like a virtue. But at the same time, men who are parang anong nangyari, parang if they shave your head, you are being you're, they are removing your femininity in you or your anima spirit in you kasi you have done something wrong. So ang daming ano, no? Pag broken-hearted na sabi ni Miss Musnayeta, sana naman po wala magpapakalbo dahil sa broken-hearted. Hindi deserve ng buhok na magsakripisyo para sa isang taong walang kwenta. Hugot, ganon. So, yeah, no? So, yeah, it can be a form of rebellion, it can be a form of punishment. No? Pero some people just enjoy having a short hair, having a very short hair. Like, for example, my mom. I grew up with my mom and she doesn't. I have never seen her grow. I only saw her grow her hair once, and this is because she was getting remarried to my father for me to have like a birth certificate, like a marriage, for my parents to have a marriage certificate so that they can enroll me in a Catholic school, no? Yun yung requirements ng long time ago. If you go to a Catholic school, yeah, they make you, for example, if your parents are not wedded in a church, although my parents were wedded civilly, at the time, I cannot enroll in a Catholic school if my parents did not get married in a church wedding, no? So yun, so my mom grew hair, and then after a period of 6 months, she went back to her very short hair, which she sports to this very day. Okay, according to Charo, sometimes women do this in despair, and sometimes women do this to have to get attention. Yes, it can be a cry for attention or a cry for help, no? So, but if this is the case, if this is a cry for help, we should take note of the signals because maybe that person is in trouble. For example, what if a female neighbor who used to have long hair suddenly appears bruised or anong tawag doon? Nabubugbog siya, she has black eyes, yung punched, parang she has bruises in her eyes and her face, and then suddenly her hair is being unevenly cut, parang it was cut drastically using a rough pair of scissors, or if they are shaved and they are not allowed to go outside, parang you have to, these are signals that a woman is being put or being subjected to inhumane treatment, no? So you have to, parang, I don't want to say it's duty, but parang hindi ba kayo makokonsensya to help somebody that this is probably a cry for help? At the very least, call the attention of those who are living there or call the attention of the barangay because probably that woman is being subjected to an inhumane treatment, no? So yun. Ano pa? Sabi ni Ma'am Marvy, nagpapakatotoo sa katomboy, way of self-expression and wanted others to know who she really is and what she feels. Yes, okay. And I like that observation, Ma'am Marvy. Thank you very much. Yes, it's not okay to wear, to tell to the world that this is not a form of a ritual, this is not a form of a rebellion or not being a sign that I am trying to help. It's also because I just wanted to look this way. Yeah? Some men also don't like the idea. For example, there are some men who grow long hair, diba? And then suddenly they have conservative relatives or parents who say, ay, hindi ka nagpahaba ng buhok. Nagmumukha ka tuloy babae. Lalo na kung yung guy may feminine features, diba? So parang sa akin, parang what's wrong with it? What's wrong? Why prescribe a certain look and only look for others, di ba? According to Janine Maraida from YouTube, pwede din po at some level ng pagpapakalbo implies purity. Yeah. For example, if you become a monk in the Buddhist religion, I think, no? Especially among Thai women and Chinese women, I've seen this in Taiwan when I went there. Some women who would like to become religious diba? When they become monks, even if they're already married, they've already done their duties as wives to their children, and the children are already grown ups and have their own families, and the woman is living alone. Sometimes the Buddhist woman enters into monkhood, even at an old age, and they live their lives as monks. Kasi ang reason daw nila is that they want to live virtuous lives so that they can enter heaven, they can reunite with Buddha. No? That's their concept of going to heaven, no? Or being accepted by Allah. No? So that they get accepted by Buddha, they reunite with Buddha, and they lead saintly lives. No? Another comment would be from Heidi. Pag nagpakalbo may pinagdadaanan, yes, probably. Okay, from Susan Ramaspag, naka-shape to feel comfortable and trendy. This is actually my mom. This is my mom speaking through you, Ma'am Susan. Ano? Na, yeah, there are some women who just likes to have short hair because it's easier to maintain. Like my mom says she can go out without having to brush it, diba? And the moment it gets, what, 10 centimeters, 20 centimeters long, she already feels very hot, or she feels that her head is getting too sweaty, or she feels that no, her hair her scalp itches kasi she's already getting dandruff from the thick hair, no? But although even if well, my mom doesn't shampoo her head because of the shampoo has a side effect like kakaroon siya ng mga pimples, no? So she just cleans her head and scalp with plain soap, no? Very good. Now Jezreel Frasco says shaving shows braveness and change. Feisty change. Yes. It's also a signal that a woman, it may be a signal, it's a symbol. It can be a symbol. The moment a woman or a girl shaves her hair, she's proving to the world that she is very different from the rest of the world. And you cannot do anything about it. And we should respect that. And that we should understand why she declared that or why she said that. Okay. Now, going back to my slide. Okay. Let's promote linguistic and cultural diversity. Okay. Language should reflect the setting. That's why I put all these words. I had a very good campus journalist create this kind of collage of words. I call them collage, no? Of all the different languages in the Philippines, no? Actually, the goal of KWF under Sir Rio Alma before is to create a language that is like an amalgam or a combination of all the words that can be found in all the Philippine languages, which is what they did in Bahasa Indonesia. This is a language experiment in Indonesia in which the national language was created from out of the more than I think more than 2,000 languages that can be seen in Indonesia, and probably a thousand more dialects because Indonesia is big. Parang yun yung goal ni Rio, no? That's why, for example, for those who studied under him, like me, no, our word for golden in Tagalog, di ba? There's a term golden. Pag sabing golden, ano sa Tagalog? Alam natin Tagalog. Ginintuan, di ba? Ginintuan, ginto, di ba? Ginintuan or ginto, di ba? Pero the term that is being used in sabi nila it's more Filipino to, according to him it's more Filipino to use the term bulawan. I think this is Bisaya for ginintuan, ano, or for golden, ano, bulawan. Parang gold is bulawan, no? Or yun nga, yung term for wild, remember that yesterday, a wild animal, di ba? Rather than use the word ligaw, which means directionless, which is very different from the word ihalas or ilahas, no? So that is an example, no? Bulawanon in Bisaya. Very good. Thank you, Mama Nea, no? So bulawanon or bulawan. So pag sabi nating bulawan, it's gold or golden, and o bulawanon, no? So yun po, no? So ang dami nating yun yung goal ni Sir Rio, kaya he is incorporating some of these. So for example, Which is why ako din in my own way, I'm trying to incorporate some words that are found, for example, not only in the other major Philippine languages like Cebuano, Iligaynon, Kapampangan, Ilocano, because I also come from a non-Tagalog background. My parents are not from Manila per se. Their origins are like from Pangasinan. So my mom speaks uh, uh, ano, sambal, 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 which is that is with a dialect called Bulinaw, no? Sambal Bulinaw or Bulinaw Sambal, no? So, and this is actually an endangered language, and she is one of the very few speakers of that, no? And she's not very articulate with it. My parents spoke Ilocano, di ba? My father and my grandparents spoke Ilocano. My mom also speaks because she partly grew up in Pampanga and she was a teenager, so she speaks Kapampangan, no? So unfortunately I can only speak English and Filipino and a very 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 small smattering of Korean because I taught Koreans for 7 years, no? So yon, parang um, that's the reason why I feel very parang sometimes I feel very insecure about not being multilingual, but I'm very much interested in language. In fact, and let me show you, I actually started a habit of collecting dictionaries from Philippine languages. Um, this one, thank God, my publisher paid me not in money but in books. So this one is a book called a dictionary called English Bahasa Suk Dictionary, Tausug. This is a book, dictionary in Tausug that is created by Vibal, no? And I hope I hope Vibal produces other dictionaries because it's really, this is probably useful for those of you who speak Tausug. I don't know if Tausug is being spoken. I think this is Maranao is being spoken in mainland Mindanao, no? And Tausug is spoken only in tawag dito, in Tawi-Tawi or in Tawi-Tawi or in the Sulu or probably in Zamboanga where the Tausugs can be found, no? Or live, no? So yun, no? Let's try to incorporate some of these words, no? In our languages, or let's introduce our languages to the world. This is what that is why it's very good that Ma'am Connie included speakers from Maranao, speakers from Bisaya, because we have to develop all these materials, no, for our children, no, and we also have to create books published in other languages. I remember I showed you some books. For example, there was effort by some NGOs to publish books in different languages, no. For example, this one I'll show you. This is written in this is published by parang specially published for the Blaan language, in which is like an indigenous group in or the indigenous people in southeastern Mindanao, no? Blaan, no? They are found in Davao region. The same thing here. This is a project for Blaan region, Blaan language. This one is written in I saw this I saw this. This is written in Cebuano, no? Very, very few copies left. Yeah. For example, they published the book in two languages. This one, Miawing Kuting in Tagalog, and in Bisaya or in the Visayan language or Binisaya, it's Miawing Iring. Diba? And then the words are in Bisaya, no? And here it's Baby Bibe English, and this is Patito Pato in Cebuano, no? So, but it's still the same book. This one, another one, Mag-ihapta. So, I think this is like a, yeah, Magbilang tayo, I think, no? Samtang nagkolor ug nagbala. So this is a book in Cebuano, no? So I actually collect also these books. And in fact, in some of my seminars, um, in which they published materials in the different languages, like when I went to Puerto Princesa, a teacher gave me, and I collected it, no? A teacher gave me stories written in the Tagbanwa language, no? The Tagbanwa language spoken, or the language spoken in Palawan, and also an endangered language. Let's try to create and write all these books. No, I also have another book. I think this is a book on parang folk tales, no, written naman in Ifugao. No? So let's try to diversify our languages, okay, through our writing, no. So yon. Let me go back to my presentation. No? So yon, let's try to create a world in which we can interchange the words comfortably for everyone. Another thing about diversity is that we should promote diverse family types and individual identities and roles. We should, this is part of the thing about being inclusive, about different identities, regardless of gender, regardless of religious backgrounds, regardless of family setups. Now, if you look at these are actually images from books that are published, okay, in the Philippines, no? For example, let's go clockwise. So the first one on the upper right is Dalawa ang Daddy ni Billy. So, here, finally, I see that there's an available copy of the book, no? This is, okay, the book, Dalawa ang Daddy ni Billy. If you're seeing it on my screen from my end, no? Okay. Unfortunately, the writer and the illustrator of the book is already dead, no? Parang they passed away. That one passed away in 2019, late 2019. The other passed away in mid 2020. Both are my friends, no? And this is a story, a landmark story about gender identity and about children who live in a different family setup. Because here, the boy lives with his two daddies. The daddies who are actually a same-sex couple. No? Of course, the book does not tell about what goes on inside the bedroom of the two dads, no? Because that is very inappropriate naman, no? But here, the idea is that how does a kid deal in a setup, in a family setup in which they are not very common, and in fact, people find them very strange and it freaks them out, no? So the parents try to address this concern to their kid who has an unfortunate incident na siya ay na-discriminate, no, ng kanyang ng mga kapitbahay because the kids of the kids na kanyang classmates hear things that they hear from their adult parents, di ba? So parang yun, parang they have to explain to the kid why he shouldn't be afraid of being part of that family. Okay, so that is Dalawang Daddy ni Billy, no? And then the other book that is shown here, the lower right side, is Masaya Maging Ako. This is written by another good friend of mine, Zara Gagatiga. And Zara is actually an educator. She is a librarian. Okay, she started the Filipiniana collection in Xavier School, which is tawag ko din parang top Catholic school for Chinese Filipinos. And now, they also accept non-Chinese. Okay, hindi na sila pwede maging exclusively for Chinese. But they still have a Chinese curriculum. So, because these kids come from the upper crust of society, galing sila sa mga mayayamang pamilya sa Pilipinas. No? Parang, most of the exposure of these kids are from Western literature. So, she introduced Filipino books in their school, in their grade school and high school library. And now she's also a writer, no? So she wrote Masaya Maging Ako, no? This is about a girl who wears her hair differently from the rest of the girls, who wears accessories on her hands and she wears her school ID like a necklace, no? So in other words, and she wears different colors of socks. Sometimes they're not paired, and it's fine with her, diba? So in other words, she's this very unique, strange girl who does things differently. And those girls at the right corner of the frame of that scene are kids who make fun of her or laugh at her back whenever she does something or says something. So anything that she does or says, they find very funny, and not in a very positive way. Parang they find it very funny because they wanted to laugh at her, because they think it's stupid, because they think it's parang being done by a crazy person. So this girl is crazy. Ganon, ano? So that's one. So she asserts herself in the book, no? Why she says, I'm happy to be me. So it's my problem, not yours. Ano siya, parang it's her way of saying back to her to these girls that if you don't like me, fine. But I'll be me. Yun lang yun, di ba? Another thing, the last frame is that about a scene from ang nanay kong driver. So my mom is a driver. This is written by Reina Peralta. Okay? And in this book, she says, it tells about a boy who joined her mom, in a jeepney ride, in which the mom drives a jeepney as a form of livelihood, as a livelihood. So in other words, si mami ay isang jeepney driver, no? Which is very uncommon because normally it's the men who drive jeepneys. It's usually men who drive the cars or the buses. Rarely can you see a woman driving a bus or a jeepney, no? It's my problem. So the day was spent with the mom driving, and all along the way they meet people who work in the neighborhood. So parang it's like a trip. Parang ano lang to, a day in the life of. One day I joined my mom in her job as a jeepney driver. So along the way I've met all these people. No, now the scene here is towards the end, in which they go home and surprise, surprise, the one cooking the dinner is not the mom but the father or the dad. No, and he's doing it. He's doing it uh, wholeheartedly, no? Taos sa puto yung ginagawa ito, hindi ito napilitan. So here, pinapakita dito sa text na to that it's okay to have role reversals in the family, no? Na hindi lang nanay ang dapat nagluluto, naglilinis ng bahay, kumbaga pwede siyang magtrabaho, pwede siyang maging breadwinner ng pamilya, di ba? At the same time, the tatay, we welcome naman din we should not look it as a weakness na yung lalaki bilang isang tatay ang siyang nagiging homemaker. Siya yung naglilinis ng bahay, siya yung nagluluto, siya naghugas ng pinggan, di ba? Or siya yung nagre-repair ng bahay, no? Because syempre hindi naman bibihira sigurong babae ang umaakit ng bubong para mag-fix ng sira or butas na bubong, di ba? Or like electricity, di ba? So yun, no? So in other words, let's promote diverse family types and individual identities and roles. Point blank period, yun po. Another thing on my next slide, diversity in action, di ba? So what is a diversity in action? Let us not tell them this is what we should do. This is what must not be done. This is what needs to be done. This is what should not be done, no? Let's just say, let's do it. Diba? So here, this is a very popular book in in India, no? That's being translated. That was translated in the US, no? So the wheels on the tuk-tuk. This is the name of the book. The wheels on the tuk-tuk. So the tuk-tuk is a very common form of transportation in Thailand, in India, in Malaysia. No? Now, the wheels of the tuk-tuk shows that there are different skin colors in a typical Asian society. Yes. Why? Because Malaysia is a multiracial country. There are, parang in equal footing, you can see Malaysians with Chinese ethnicities, Malaysians with Malay identities, which is very much common among us, no? Malay identity. Um, the Malaysians who have Indian identity, okay? So here, or Tamil, which is Sri Lankan, which is similarly or almost similarly Indian, no? So here, they are shown that, people, because of the races, people have different skin colors. Okay? Or even among the same races or same ethnic groups, people can have different or variations of skin color. Like for example, kung may lahi kang maputi, lalabas kang maputi. Kung yung kapitbahay mo, may lahing kayo lahi kayo lalabas sa kanya. Kung meron naman siyang ancestral roots sa mga African Americans, meron siyang lahing negro, di ba? Or lahing Latino. So yun, let's recognize that there are different skin colors in a typical Asian society. Okay, another diverse in action. So I was telling you earlier about Faisal and Farida, no? My first attempt at writing a book about Muslim Filipino children, and in fact, as I was checking it, I think it's one. I cannot declare it officially, but it is one of the very first works that discuss about Islamic identity, Islamic culture, and as appreciation of not only tolerance but the embrace of other religions, including Islam. Another thing is my book. This is one of my landmark books because it is the very first children's book in the Philippines and in Southeast Asia about sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. Now, I will emphasize more on gender identity because the kid here is underage and therefore should not be measured in terms of uh, on the definition of homosexual, which is a man loving another man. But here, this is a boy who has no concept yet of how to fall in love with somebody. No? So why should I call sexual orientation when this is more about gender identity and expression? There are many kids in this world that know already who they are, even if they feel that this is something like highly irregular of them. So when I wrote ang Bonggang Batang Becky, what is my goal? That individuality is respected regardless of gender identity and expression. No? What I mean to say here is that let's all respect what other people do. Let's not subject women or men who think that they are not completely straight or who consider themselves as not straight, okay? Let's not force them into conforming, or let's not, or perhaps we should abandon that kind of tendency among our yung ating community or society, no? Yung ganyang klaseng panghuhusga. So when I wrote this book, that was my very main goal. And it worked because when it came out, kalalabas-labas lang noon ng anong tawag doon? Yung My Husband's Lover, yung drama ni Dennis Trillo at Tom Rodriguez. No? And also, kasagsagan ng Super Serena, which is a show about trans women. Ano? So yun, no? Okay. I will go with, this is actually our lesson for afternoon. This is my presentation for afternoon. Do you have any more questions? Especially on the plans. I would like to hear about your plans on what kinds of topics are you going to tawag dito, imbibe or parang introduce in your work. Are there any questions? Let me check my from YouTube. Meron po ba mga katanungan? Sir, let me ask, who's that? Jivan, sir? G or is it Jivan at Troy? Okay. Sir Troy, baka po meron pong meron pong mga tanong. Sige. By the way, if you're interested in getting some of the titles that I have mentioned, just later on I'll give you a list of the titles because the books that I have discussed. Just and if you have no access to buying some of these titles, just let me know if you're interested in buying for your either for your personal use or for your school's use. Just let me know.
Okay, do we have any questions from our participants? Kindly type or just open your your microphone.
Yes, thank you.
After the question and answer, Sir Randy, I think we have to declare for a lunch break.
Yes po, opo.
Okay. And then we will be back by 1 p.m.
Yes po, opo.
Is it all right, 1 p.m. or 1:15 in the afternoon?
Siguro po exactly 1:15. Let's start precise clockwork na lang, no? Kasi baka mamaya merong iba pumasok, parang papasok pa sa lunch or something. Pero I'm still with itong discussion. Please don't hesitate to ask. Baka meron kayong gustong itanong. Not necessarily about the lecture po, but pwedeng something that you have in mind regarding your plan on writing your story po. May comment si Ma'am Marfe. So far, wala, sir. Just enjoyed listening to you, reading your stories that you have made. Okay. Thank you very much po, Ma'am Marfe. And I hope you will be able to write too. No? Huwag kayo mahihiya magtanong sa akin. Samantalahin po ninyo pagkakataon habang tayo may webinar hanggang Biyernes. Kasi by Thursday and Friday, I would like to concentrate on your work. So I'll be asking Ma'am Connie to submit already if there are stories. You know? I don't, parang nangihinayang ako na dadalawang stories. Kung dadalawang stories lang ang ma-workshop natin, I want more. I want to see more stories from you. Because maybe you have a goal that you are secretly hiding from the rest of us, and sadly, it will be worthless if you are keeping it to yourself. Maybe you have a golden nugget of a story. Ano po? Okay, so yun. Sige, ako siguro magtatanong muna, no? Sir, ako maggagawa ng sarili kong tanong para sa inyo. Okay, first question will be, sir, marami sa mga books ba, sir, talagang kailangan ganun ka-controversial ang topic? I'm sure that's a question you want to ask in mind, no? Actually, ganito po yan. Noong unang panahon, until maybe sabihin natin, before 2010, children, may tanong, ito muna, sagutin ko muna to. Is it alright if I go for the topic of broken family? Kasi po, madami kaming learners na affected negatively. Yes, okay. Okay. Now that you mentioned that, I actually have a book that I found and I bought, no? Where is that book? Where is that very important book? Wait lang po, the title of that book, this is actually a book in English, but was originally published in Spanish. The title of that book is When My Parents Are No Longer Friends. Ayun. Can you turn off na lang po muna, ma'am, yung ako pala dapat mag-turn off ng slide. Yan. So, do you see my entire face on the link para makita ng lahat? This is the book that I am holding. This is a book about broken parents. Children from multiple house setups. Yun yung term, politically correct term. Parang children who live in, who have either single parents or they came from disengaged families, yun yung term, disengaged. Okay? So this is one book, and I'm looking for another one. I'll show you something. This was written naman by another. Anyway, later on I'll show you the other book, but this one first, no? When my parents forgot how to be friends, okay? I'll read the book to you. My parents used to be friends. Ah, ay ma'am, ipita pa ano lang po, pa-mute lang po. Sorry. Yan. My parents used to be friends. We did everything together. Every Saturday was a special family night. We were always laughing and it was so much fun. Sometimes we played board games and other times we watched a movie and ate popcorn. No matter what we did, it was always together. I knew my parents were forgetting how to be friends because things started to change. Sometimes I would wake up late at night and I hear my parents arguing. I didn't know what they were arguing about, but they seemed very mad, and my mom usually cried. Whenever this happened, I would hide under my blanket or pillow, hoping the yelling would stop. Even though the shouting got louder and I could still hear my mom cry, hiding made me feel better. I knew my parents were forgetting to be friends because they often looked so sad. We didn't talk to one another very much, and we even stopped having family night. I couldn't even remember the last time we laughed together. Sometimes I would find my mom sitting alone in her bedroom, quietly crying. She looked so lonely. I didn't know what to do to make her feel better. So I'd give her a hug, and that seemed to work because she stopped crying. Now I knew for sure that my parents were not friends anymore because my dad packed his suitcase and moved away. He now lives himself in a house by himself in a house in the town. When dad left, he gave me a big hug. He told me that he loved me and that he would see me soon. After this happened, I felt sad and sometimes I thought it was my fault. Maybe if I was a better listener or did better at school, my parents would be friends again. My mom and dad kept telling me it was not my fault that they forgot how to be friends. I believed them, but sometimes I would wonder if maybe it was my fault. Mom and dad explained to me that sometimes parents got along better when they lived in different houses. They both said that no matter where they lived, they would always love me and be there for me. They were right. After my dad moved to a different house, things started to change. My mom and dad didn't look as sad as they did before. This made me feel better and much happier. Even though I live in my house with my mom, I call my dad on the phone as many times as I want and I visit him every week. Sometimes I stay overnight at dad's house and it's so much fun. We like to play games or read together. The best part is that we laugh a lot. On special occasions like my birthday, dad comes over to my house so we can have family night together. It's just like old times. We play board games or watch a movie. We even laugh together. My mom and dad may not live in the same house, but we are still a family. And our time together seemed extra special. Now, I understand that even though my parents forgot how to be friends, it doesn't mean they don't love me or that they stopped being my parents. This time, the time I spend with each of my parents is special. We're not all together, but we all seem happier. The arguing has finally stopped. My mom and dad will always love me and are always bugging me to do my homework. They take turns picking me up from school, and whenever I have a basketball game, they are both there to cheer me on. I love my mom and dad. They are the best. And then there's a note to parents here. So this is the book, no? And my parents kind of forgot how to be friends. I saw this on book sale, and surprisingly, would you believe, I bought this for only 25 pesos, which is a markdown from the original price. Because this is a second-hand book. From 65, they marked it down to 25. But they didn't know how much of a gem of a book is this. No? Napaka-ginto ng laman ng book na to. No? And then there are two more books, and I will show them later, no? About, uh, wait lang po saglit lang po. Okay. So as I was saying, yun nga, meron pa mga ibang books na ganito rin ang theme, no? Ibibigay ko yung title. Ang title ng isa ay Papa's House, Mama's House by Janet Patindon. That is available, no? Available po siya commercially ngayon, no? Hindi siya out of print. It's a best-selling book, nanalo ng PBBY Award. And the other one is Heavenly Creatures by Liliwa Malabed, no? Also a good friend of mine. So both of these people I know kasi pare-pareho akong children's book writers. No? Janet Patindol is from Bacolod and Liwa is from Los Baños, Laguna. No? She is Ilocano, and she wrote the story about the same thing, no? About only recourse is for both of them to end up staying away from each other. No? So yun po, no? Isa sa mga topics na very controversial, very uncomfortable to some children because they've experienced it. So, pag ang tanong, sir, pwede po ba sumulat kami ng mga topics na uncomfortable? I think so. Nobody stops you, no? Just feel free to write it and show it to me while I'm here. No? Kasi maybe that book might be useful to teach lessons on for example, teach lessons on how difficult situations are. For example, I showed you that book about poverty, about experiencing financial difficulty, which is Papa's House, Mama's House. Like this book, this one. This is a book about families experiencing financial difficulty. Like for example, they're having trouble. They're having their money is short and they cannot live the way they used to be. So this is the book for them, and this is probably a very good book. This is part of the ELLN book that is required by the EBED to some division. Some already have copies, some did not, because particularly this book is not very easy to get the book. Okay, let me read some comments. Thank you, Sir Randy, sabi ni Miss Heidi. Nice story, sabi ni Miss Miles. I'll read comments backwards, sorry po. Let me check the backward. Okay, I'll read first after Miss Heidi. No? Abubakar Buat's comment is, in English, sir, I've noticed that na maraming students ang hindi marunong gumamit ng basic prepositions sa writing and speaking. I'd like to make a concept or maybe picture storybook book on preposition usage applied in different directions like places or things, and include in its translation in the vernacular. What suggestion can you give me in? Actually, sir, that's a very good thing to do, especially if you're going to do this for example, if you're going to do this for Binisaya or for Maranao language. I'll show you some of the concept book about this one. Pero to make it original for you, I suggest you do this in the vernacular. Example, this to over and under, and this is for preschool. Over and under. So It's more of the art telling what the word is. For example, here, over means a cat on top of a branch. And the dog, okay, under the shade of the trees, hence under. No? First and last, no? For example, here, near, far, down and up. Nabikit na. Just na nasira. Except this one is a concept book. This one is a concept storybook. Okay, so we could use this freely po, no? Yan. Sabi ni Ma'am Miles, nice story. Yeah, okay, no? And sometimes, I think somebody commented, thank you, Sir Randy. What a very practical story. This strikes with our family situation nowadays. Yeah. You know, that's the reason why sometimes we should not hide all these problems to our children because they know already. They know this. Children are not that innocent. Sabi nga ni Britney Spears, I'm not that innocent. I can see anything. I've also experienced when I was a child when my parents fought. Although they did not separate, no, there were times in my life that when my parents and my parents fought a lot, and sometimes the exchange of words can get physical, and it was not very comfortable. It was not comfortable at all. It's the worst thing that a child could watch. And I remember my mom telling me that when I was very young and when they fought, my mom and my dad fought, that I would hide behind the door of the room and I would watch TV. I would turn on the volume of the television very loudly, and I would hug a pillow until I fall asleep. So yun po yung aking experience with that. So when I saw these books, I found them very poignant because I have that moment in life, and I think it affected me negatively in the sense that I became shy. I did not play around with friends too much because in my imagination then, because of what they are fighting, I feel that um, parang, and usually parents fight over money. And my parents fought about money, about my father not earning enough, and my mom doing all the work because she was also working as a she also had a job uh, in the government before, no? So parang what would make my parents happy so they will not fight? Because whenever they shout, I feel very stressed out. I could hear them shouting, and it feels like they were not shouting at each other, but they were shouting at me. Ganun po. So you process how you, regarding that, ma'am, if you want to write a story about that, you are very free to do so. And you can probably insert those bits of memory in your own experience. Now, as long as it does not involve physically hurting others or probably involving nasty words that shouldn't be heard at this point by children. It can be heard by them when they reach high school, but sana wag muna bago mag-high school. Or sana they wouldn't use before mag-high school. Okay? So, from from Emily Batingolo, kasakit kaayo anang story Sir Randy. Jamila Marwin, touch din ako, sir. Yeah, oo. Yes, opo, oo. If you notice the story, it did not evolve, it did not make any children cry. Parang, the character, kasi ganito yun eh. If we make our characters cry, especially because if it's in the form of a punishment or the result of a bad doing, okay lang. Pero kapag if they end up crying and ended up having sore feelings because of this, the reader has sore feelings, we should tone down the drama too much. When we write our stories, let's not write like we are writing for Charo Santos Conscious, maalaala mo kaya, or Mel Chancos, magpakailanman ha. Hindi po tayo nagsusulat para sa mga drama shows na yun. Eh. Let's not turn our stories into a drama fest. kawawa naman ang bata. Parang, tayo na lang matatandang mag-enjoy sa mga drama-drama na yun, mga K-drama na yan, di ba? K-drama yan, Tagalog drama yan, Bisaya drama yan. Di ba, huwag natin babaran muna yung bata sa mga ganong drama. Kasi ma-experience naman nila yan sa buhay nila eh. Di ba? So, the only thing we need to prepare them is how they would deal with it. Not to emphasize that this is normal. Let's not normalize that. Okay, so yun po, no, try to write stories in a way that they do not end up being gloomy, or they don't end up in doom, or in other words, write your story with a positive, with a hope of change, or a hope of transformation, or a change of heart at the end of the story. Bigyan natin ng pag-asa sa dulo ang lahat ng ating kwento. So look at the story. There was a hope. Yeah, it did not end when my parents separated. It did not end when my parents no longer lived with each other. In fact, they became better parents when they were no longer living with each other. Okay, later on, I will share 2 more books. No, I'll read from. Okay, according to YouTube, Alikasan Bungaros. All teachers and staffs here in Magsaysay are watching and listening attentively this webinar. Mabuhay tayong lahat, mapiya kaudto. Okay, thank you po. Dagang salamat. Okay, according to Agnes, it provides positive thoughts to the learners when it comes to real-life situations. Yes po. Yes, that's why we have to prepare them for things like depression, for things like, parents separating, for things like experiencing even the likes of sexual violence or sexual abuse. No? But what we shouldn't do is to describe the act. For example, if we are going to tell a story about sexual abuse that happened to a child, even if this is fictional, let us not describe the act. Parang, my God, that is something that we shouldn't do. Yung, for example, isang gabi, dinahas si Maria. Sinimulan nito ni Uncle sa pagtanggal ng kanyang blusa. No more. Wag po tayo hahantong sa ganon. Kasi hindi po yun kaaya-aya. Maski ako parang sinisilihan ako the idea of us describing the act. What do we do? How do we put that into writing? Let's use metaphors. For example, isang gabi, pumasok ang isang halimaw sa aking kwarto. At ang pakpak niyang may malaking anino ay sumakop sa akin. Bigla akong hindi makahinga. Biglang nagdilim ang aking paningin at tumulo ang aking luha. Hindi umalis ang halimaw na may malaking anino hanggang mag-umaga. Yun, ganun po yung pag-describe. Huwag nating sasabihin, unti-unti akong hinubaran, tinanggal ang aking bra. Diba, hindi po ganun. Dapat po, very subtle. For example, katulad nun, yung description ng anghihing ni Leia, later on I will tell that story to you. Yung bata, dun in-experience niya yung violence, anong sabi ng bata? Nagsimula akong lumagos sa mga pinto, sa mga sahig, sa mga walls, mga pader. Bigla akong lumusot. Habang nagtuturo si teacher, lumusot ako sa pader. So nabigla yung mga kaklase ko. Pero isang araw, nabigla sila kasi sinubukan kong pumasok sa pader, ako ay nauntog at ako ay natumba. So bakit daw siya laging lumulusot sa pader? Mga ganun pang description. So because she was trying to escape, so yun po, the author, Ogie Rivera, was trying to describe how the child tries or copes with escaping from that memory of that painful and very traumatic experience of being sexually abused. Yun po, no?
Wow.
So another thing is Zenaida Senefrota. Maraming salamat sa ganda ng kwento. Marami pa po kong kukwento. Later on as an example po. Sabi ni Ma'am Charo, makarelate punta sa story. Ayun, okay po. At sana po mas makarelate ang ating mga readers, no? Sabi ni Zenaida, magamit namin sa pag-aaral na mag-aaral na hiwalay ang pamilya. Na kahit hiwalay si tatay at nanay, maari pa ring maligaya ang mga bata. Yes po, tama. Hindi po nagtatapos kapag nagkaroon na ng dalawang bahay ang mga bata. which is later on. I'll just look for that book. I think I put it somewhere in some of my segregation boxes for teaching, no, parang ano. The title of that book is Papa's House, Mama's House, and the other one is Heavenly Creatures. No? Yun po. No? So yun, yes, there are many ways to tell about this story, and some other difficult stories of harsher themes or difficult topics. No? The books that we have given to that Room to Read has given to BARM, they were the first beneficiaries, no? Sayang lang no, naabutan ng pandemic yung mga libro. Hindi ko lang alam kung nagagamit ito ng lesson sa BARM, pero I have 5 of the books. One of this is the one I'm showing. I showed you yesterday, yung maangang na salita. This talks about verbal abuse, no? Because verbal abuse, we may not know it, but we are already committing that to our kids. Sometimes, for example, yung pagsabi natin sa mga anak natin, tanga, gago, bobo ka, that is already a sign of verbal abuse, no? Hindi man natin nararamdaman na ginagawa na natin pala. So, another thing is, hindi mawala ng pag-asa, sisili pa rin ang ngiti sa labi ng mga bata. Yes, that's all right stories that should espouse hope, no? Even if they are in difficult situations. Like what some of the ang tatapang po ng mga librong sinusulat ngayon, at sana po dumagdag kayo, no? Para magkaroon ng kasarian or ng diversity or inclusivity ang ating mga books, no? According to Ma'am Arlene, I have pupils who are in the same situation as the story that you have shared. Yes po, no? And I know that and later on I'll be sharing another story, no, about yung tight times, and I think many of you, I don't know if some of you have read the story. This is a very important story about families experiencing poverty, no? or temporary poverty and financial difficulty. So yun po. I think I'm already eating through your lunch time, so I will continue with this. Yes po.
Okay.
Para
It's 1:30 or 1:15?
1:50 na lang po, ma'am, kasi ang dami na kain ng oras.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Andy, for the many information we got from you. To the participants, we will be back at 1:30 this afternoon. 1:15 this afternoon. Okay, thank you so much, Sir Randy. See you around.
Yes, po,
happy lunch.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
I'll just turn off my mic and my
Sige, sir. Thank you, sir.
Face in your face. Face in your face. Face in your face. Face in your face. Face in your face.
If you with it, drop it.
Face in your face. face in your face.
If you with it, drop it.
Face in your face. Face in your face. Face in your face.
If you with it, drop it.
Face in your face. Face in your face. Face in your face.
If you with it, drop it. Face in your face. If you with it, drop it.
Yehey! Solid from Kalambugan. Sa way dapig-dapig. Ma'am Agnes Mirabueno. Yusuf Ma'am Agnes. No? Good afternoon. Okay, next is Tangkal District. Ma'am Marvic na po. Salamat. Tangkal District.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, Ma'am Charo. Sige, recognize. Okay, Tangkal. Jasmine Tangkal. Yehey. Thank you very much. Okay, salamat. Next is Tubod East. Tubod East. Tubod East. Tubod West. Tubod West. Wala. Magsaysay. 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 Next is Baroy North. Baroy North. Baroy South.
Ay, balik na po.
Hello. Thank you very much. Beautiful life. Okay. Next is Salvador. Salvador District. Salvador. Anybody from Salvador? They're in YouTube. Okay, we have Malia. Salamat po. Okay, some participants are in YouTube. No, let's speak.
Mara po, orang Salvador, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Ma'am Ami.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, Salvador participant, thank you very much. Now, next is Lanoy. Anybody from Lanoy? Lala South? Lala Central?
No.
Sapad? Nunungan? Kapatagan East? Kapatagan West? Ma'am Leah Fatima, from what district are you?
Kapatagan East, ma'am.
Okay. How about Ma'am Rizaline? Ma'am Lasida, from what district are you, ma'am? Ma'am Lasida, from what district? Central. Tapos na sa Kapatagan Central, SND East. SND West. SND Central. Okay, I think all these things are being recognized. Kung na-district wala na na-call attention, please have your voice be heard. No, don't hesitate to interrupt me kasi nalimutan ako in yung district. Okay? So, I think everything is set and we are now ready for the afternoon session. So why langan-langan, why dapig-dapig, larga dayon, let's call in our very own Sir Speaker, Sir Randy Garlitos. And for this afternoon, it's Ma'am Joy Camiging will help us facilitate the conduct of this training. No, she will help us as our moderator. If in case na ako'y ma-conduct sa office. Salamat. Thank you very much. Enjoy the session.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am Connie. Afternoon to everyone. Magandang hapon. Maayong hapon sa inyong tanan. Nahuting na ako natututong mag-Bisaya. Okay. As I was saying earlier, I was going to share the story of two more stories that are actually I have so many books to share reading with you because these are actually I think ito yung kagandahan na I think there's one observation about the Philippine industry, of the Philippine children's book publishing industry, is that publishers are no longer afraid to show topics or write books about stories that do not necessarily feel comfortable or easily comfortable to read. Hindi laging feel good dapat yung libro, no? Pero of course, as always, I always emphasize, and fellow children's book writers agree with me, all books should always aspire for hope in the end. Because are not only a source of pleasure, but also a source of wisdom and a source of comfort for all of our readers. So I was books that discuss about um, children who undergo, who are part of disengaged parents, no? Yung sabihin, hindi magkasundo ang magulang, maaring they are separated, maaring they are no longer together, maaring they are in the process of breaking up, ganun po, no? So, this is one of the very first books that I've seen. Let me just check the publication date of this one. Wow, okay. In many ways, nauuna actually ang Philippines kumpara sa ibang bansa. Like for example, the book that I read earlier that was published in Spain was published in 2005. This one, ano? When My Parents Forgot How to Be Friends, or in Spanish, Cuando mis padres se olvidaron de ser amigos. Okay? This was originally published in Spain. Now, this one came 1 year earlier, and this one won the PBBY Salanga Writers Prize. No? This is targeted for students who are at the ages of mga grade levels, grades 3 and 4, no? Although the way it was written is very simple, but because of the topic and how children process these topics, it has to be guided learning para ma-process ng bata yung difficulty ng topic na to, which is about children living with disengaged parents. So this one is Papa's House, Mama's House. I'm going to read to you. Although this is actually still available, commercially. So, kanina I read in English, Tagalog naman. Although this was originally written in English, I'll read the Tagalog naman. No? Si Ana, si Bianca at ako ay may dalawang bahay. Nariyan ang bahay ni Papa. Nariyan din ang bahay ni Mama. Tuwing Lunes, Martes, Miyerkules at Huwebes, nakatira kami sa bahay ni Mama. Tuwing Biyernes, Sabado at Linggo naman, nakatira kami sa bahay ni Papa. Gusto ko, kapag nasa bahay ako ni Papa, naglalaro kami ng mga tren at eroplano ko. Kumakain kami ng pizza, hotdog, ice cream at mami. Tinutulungan din niya namin siyang kainin ang kanyang kanin at pork chop. Gusto ko rin kapag nasa bahay ako ni Mama. Nagdo-drawing kami ng mga bulaklak at bahaghari. Kumakain pa rin kami ng pizza, hotdog, ice cream at mami. Tapos tinutulungan namin siyang ubusin ang kanyang ensalada at pasta. Sa bahay ni Papa, mayroon kaming oras para sa lahat. Oras ng pagtulog, oras ng paggising, oras ng pagkain, oras ng pag-aaral, at oras ng paglalaro. Marami kaming dapat sundin sa bahay ni Papa. Hindi ko maaalala lahat. Alam ko lang dapat lahat ay nasa tamang lugar at saka lahat dapat gawin sa takdang oras. Sa bahay ni Mama, may oras din kami para sa lahat. Pero bahala kami kung paano namin ito gagamitin. Pwede kaming matulog ng maaga, pwede ring hindi. Pwede kaming kumain ng marami o kaunti. Nag-aaral kami kung kailangan at naglalaro hanggang gusto namin. Dalawa lang ang kailangan sundin sa bahay ni Mama. Magsabi ng totoo at linisin ang sariling kalat. Pero minsan, napapagod akong magpabalik-balik. Naguguluhan din ako. May mga damit at laruan ako sa bahay ni Papa. May mga damit at laruan ako sa bahay ni Mama. Madalas, nakalilimot ako, nasa bahay ba ni Mama ang pulang t-shirt at tren ko? Na kay Papa ba ang mga kahel kong medas at gamit pampinta? Minsan, nalulungkot din ako ng mga kaibigan ko kasama nila sa iisang bahay. Bakit sina Papa at Mama ko hindi ganon? Isang araw, tinanong ko si Papa, Papa, bakit hindi tayo magkakasama ni na Mama sa isang bahay? Ang sagot ni Papa, sa palagay mo ba anak, maaaring maglakbay ng magkasama ang mga tren at mga eroplano? Ang sabi ko naman, hindi siguro. Sa lupa naglalakbay ang mga tren at sa langit naman ang mga eroplano. Ngumiti si Papa at tinapik ako sa ulo. Kinabukasan, tinanong ko naman si Mama, Mama, bakit hindi tayo magkakasama ni na Papa sa iisang bahay? Kinuha ni Mama ang mga pintura ko. Paghaluin natin ang puti at ang dilaw. Anong kulay ang lalabas? Yak! Kakulay ng pupo ni Bianca ang lumabas. Sunod namin pinaghalo ang itim at ang luntian. Yak! Kakulay naman ng pupo ni Ana. Sabi ko, Ma, may mga kulay na hindi pala maganda pag pinaghahalo, ano? Niyakap ako ni Mama ng mahigpit. Nung ika-anim kong kaarawan, pumunta si Papa sa bahay ni Mama. Gumawa ng mga logo at ng karatol may nakasulat na maligayang kaarawan sina Papa at na Ana. Ginawa ako ni na Mama at Bianca ng paborito kong chocolate cake na may strawberry sa ibabaw. Isa-isang dumating ang mga pinsan ko. Isa-isang dumating ang mga kaibigan ko. Nang dumating ng lahat ng mga bisita, nagsimula ng salo-salo. Pinaligiran nila ako at kinantahan. Tinulungan ako ni Papa na hatiin ng cake. Binigyan ni Mama ng cake ang lahat ng mga bisita ko. Naglaro kami at nagsaya ng husto. Si Ana, si Bianca at ako ay may dalawang bahay. Nariyan ang bahay ni Papa. Nariyan din ang bahay ni Mama. Yun po ang kwento ng Papa's House, Mama's House ni Jean Lee or Janet Patindol, no? Ngayon, meron paliwanag si Janet Patindol dito sa kwentong ito, no? So, babasahin ko to in English. So, sabi niya, ito, kailangan daw ito mabasa kasi parang this is for the parents daw. So, sabi niya ganito. Some weeks after my husband and I separated, my 5-year-old son, after a trip to the neighborhood sari-sari store, asked me, Mama, what is a broken home? Apparently, the neighbors, after learning of the changes in our household, asked my guileless son how he felt now that he was a child of a broken home. How adults can be so irresponsibly cruel. I was hard put to come up with a quick answer. I think it's a house with broken windows. Do you see any broken windows in our house? And he said no. I asked further, do you feel broken? He thought a while longer, then he said no. So I concluded, then the neighbors are wrong. Papa's house, Mama's house is inspired by this experience. It made me more conscious of the words we use around children and how our words create our realities. And it made me struggle to find a way to explain to my children that even with our unusual family setup, they are still very much loved. They are still part of a family, although the family members live in different houses. In an increasingly complicated world where people struggle to find authentic selves and lives, I strongly believe in bringing up children with a respect and appreciation for diversity and practice examples of struggling to learn how to live as peaceably and as harmoniously as one can amidst differences. I remember I remember a college English class I once took where we had a lesson on the proper way to define things. Our professor gave us a list of 10 everyday words to define, one of which was home. Almost all of my classmates define it this way. A home is a house where a group of people related to each other by blood live together. It's usually composed of a father, mother, and their children. A professor asked me to read a definition I made. A home is a place where one belongs. It's interesting how the way we define concepts in our minds affects the degree to which we gracefully accept or struggle with the realities in our lives. Very, very important yung sinabi ni Jean that ano? Especially on that part that says, it made me more conscious of the words we use around children and how our word realities. So look at the story. This is a story that tells of the difficult lives of people whose parents no longer live with each other. No? Pero ano yung beauty ng pagkakasulat? It's that the separation made them much better parents. In the same way that when my parents forgot to be friends, became better parents to the main character, who is also the narrator, there is more peace and there is no disagreement because they have more space for each other, no? So because people, in this case, as one mother lives in one house and the father lives in another, but the children both live with each other, the only minor setback is that they sometimes forget in which house they leave their things or in which house they could find the other things. Diba? So napakaganda, no? ng message, no? Pero napansin niyo napaka-subtle ng pagkakasalita. Hindi walang word na may nagbanggit sa away, walang nagbanggit sa sakitan, walang nagbanggit sa open disagreement, no, na usually nakikita ng bata in real life. Now, there's another story, this one that I shared you. After this, we'll continue with the lecture so that you can find a relation on how you will deal for the topics that you want to write. Creatures at home, o mga nilalang sa aming bahay. So I will read the English instead. No? It was written by Liwa Malabed. Okay? On Monday, someone trampled on Nanay's rose bed in the garden. Oh no! Looks like a bungisngis paid a visit. I picked up the beautiful petals strewn all over by the angry giant. On Tuesday, plates floated and glasses broke. Nako, a lost magtitina was in our kitchen. I hurried to my bedroom and hid from the furious tree spirit. Sorry. On Wednesday, a fuming capre danced in our living room. Safe inside the cabinet, I watched the tall demon throw a fit. Photo albums and magazines laid around, scattered and torn. On Thursday, raving Tianacs invaded our bathroom. Oh my, I hope the baby monsters were not hungry. I covered my ears and recited my favorite story to drown their awful growls. On Friday, a siring hid Tatay's keys. My father could not enter our house. Even if I was cuddled up in Nanay's tight embrace, I could not sleep. I was mad at the mean, nasty ogre. On Saturday, as Antelmo bounced. As Antelmo bounced and rolled into our street. The ball of fire spirited Nanay away. She did not even remember to bring me along. I walked around the house looking for my mother's scent, smelling the familiar sampaguita lotion on her clothes. On Sunday, the house was cold and silent. A ghost must have passed by. I hoped the multo would not linger. I was sure Tatay did not like it too. I felt sorry for myself and my father. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the multo stayed, eating instant noodles with me and walking me to school. My classmate, my classmates did not see it. They just saw Tatay, his dark eye bags and uncombed hair. Saturday, Sunday, the multo watched cartoons with me. The, eh, the multo watched cartoons with me in the mornings and brought me to the park in the afternoon. I still not, I still did not like the multo in our house. A week went by and Nanay still did not come home. Sometimes she would call in the evening and her voice sounded far away. When she would call, I wouldn't want to talk to her. But when she would not call, I would want to tell her everything about the multo and the monsters in our house. But her voice would often not sound happy, so I just stayed quiet with her on the phone. I didn't want to be sad all the time, so I played with my shadow. I stomped on it, played hide and seek with it, and let it run after me around the house, under the stairs, up in the attic. Until one day, the shadow slid off from the ground, stood up, and puffed out. He said his name is Mr. Cloud. He told me there were really no creatures at home. But I did not believe him. Mr. Cloud and I played all day and read all night. Tatay could not see him, but it was okay. He probably could not see the multo either. One day, the multo was gone. Wow, Tatay is up early and cooked danggit and eggs. And finally, and Nanay finally came home. But it was quiet at the dining table. I gobbled up my breakfast and went into my room. Then I heard loud voices, so I took a peek from the door and saw the bungis-ngis, the magtitima, the kapre, the tiyanak, the siring, the santelmo, the multo. All the monsters and creatures inside our house. I shut the door and hid under my bed. Even Mr. Cloud was afraid and buried into my toy box. I willed myself to be brave, even though I was shaking. I wiped away my and went out of my room to face the creatures. I told Nanay and Tatay to stop fighting because they turned into ugly, scary monsters. And then it was silent, like our class when Teacher Ellen was mad because we were too rowdy. I looked at Tatay and Nanay. Finally, we were alone. No more monsters, no more creatures at home. Nanay slowly reached for me. She gave me a big hug and told me I am coming with her. I looked at Tatay and he nodded sadly and looked away. I pulled at their hands, squeezing them together. They held on for a minute and then their arms dropped to their sides. So I turned around to pack some toys and clothes. Then I waved goodbye to Mr. Cloud. On school days, I stay with Nanay. We bake raisin cookies and cook maha blanca. We watch TV and play chess. We camp out at night in the yard. We create wind chimes and wind socks. There are no creatures at home, just me and my mother. On weekends, I go home to Tatay. We make tuna maki and tower sandwiches. We build robots from old boxes. We go to the park riding our bicycles. We bathe ketchup, our new ginger cat. There are no creatures at home, just me and my father. The end. So that's the ending, no? So look, two approaches. One is very quiet and very subtle. The other one is very direct. No? The kid took an action. No? The main character took an action. She put it in her hands to decide what will happen to the family. She said, "No more fighting. I'm tired of the monsters." So the parents had to live away so that the monsters would not come back. Okay? But at the end of the story, both parents no longer fight. And because of that, they no longer the little girl no longer feels stressed or tired. So see, nakita niyo po yung difference, no, ng mga storya. And I'll be telling you much more, many more stories. Uh, but if you notice, all these stories with difficult topics are actually not very difficult to write. Maybe it's a little painful to write them at the beginning if you have experienced any of these situations, no? But if you look at it closely and process your feelings and process your memories, because sometimes writing is therapeutic, no? Pag minsan kailangan nating ilabas yung mga kim-kim nating sama ng loob at gamitin natin yung mga prosesong yun para i-discuss, no? Para i-solve sa ating sarili ang yung mga bagay na yan na madalas iniiwan muna natin sa isang tabi. No? So sometimes yun yung mga unresolved issues na tinatawag. No? So look at this, because of the way that these sensitive topics are written. Hindi siya ganun kadaling isulat, pero kapag naisulat mo siya, you'll notice that there are many ways to discuss this with somebody else. No? And usually kayo bilang writer na malamang ay pinoproseso ito, you will be able to talk or communicate or even commune. Parang, ang ganda, parang, it's like you are confiding to your reader. No? So, napakaganda rin nun. At the same time, your readers also learn from you. And they probably learn a lot. Ano nyo ba, there was one time, I was invited to a kindergarten center operated by the UP Center for Women's Studies, Gender and so this is like the daycare center was parang they had children who had very unique family setups that are very inclusive, no? Um, pag sabing inclusive, walang sinisino, no? Hindi siya namimili ng estudyante para sa kanya. So one of them, many of these kids had parents who have parents or guardians who live alone or single ang parents, meaning some children did not know their father, some children did not know their mother, some children knew their father but no longer see them or no longer know them. Some children know their fathers and they did not have good relations with their fathers. The ones who had two mothers and two fathers. The ones who were taken care of by their sister. The ones who are taken care of by a relative like an uncle or an auntie, and taken care of by complete strangers. So I was very surprised that lahat ng uri ng bata nandoon. May global delay, merong autism spectrum disorder, may attention deficit hypersensitivity disorder, merong mga children with special needs like there are children with Down syndrome, children with Turner syndrome, children with global delay, children who have antisocial disorder or meron pa sila yung pangalan nitong syndrome na to. I mean, these are all behavioral. Some of them are behavioral syndrome. Some of them are, on the border of autism spectrum. No? Some of them, for example, some of them are dyslexic. Yung pala, no? Having dyslexic, even if they are in their parang grade 6 or grade 7, they read the letter backwards, no? For example, they see the letter A with the round part going rightwards instead of being written leftwards, no? Patungo sa kaliwa yung bilog. So dapat yung A is nakasulat na parang rightwards. But it is being seen instead in the reverse. So ganun, no? So if you look at the kids, no, and these are kids. Now, for example, if you are not able to detect the conditions of these kids early on, especially those with ASD, especially those with antisocial behavior or meron din o yung mga autism as spectrum disorder, you will get frustrated. I'm sure if you had children who are like this, no, you will get frustrated. You will feel that you are at loss or like you are put in a forest tapos hindi kayo alpas, hindi kayo makalabas. So yun, no? So these kids have different needs. These kids have different situations in the family. Some of the kids were very intelligent. They could even explain to you kahit 5 taon pa lang yan, what parents of fighting fathers and mothers should do. Parang they have the kind of early adult sensibility kasi they were exposed to these very sad and unfortunate incidents in their lives. No? So yun, parang I'm sure marami kayong mga alaga na ganyan ng kwento. At in fact, Kinaro Gohokus, who is one of my friends, he writes about children who undergo so many things. No? There are children undergoing so many difficulties. Mahilig siyang sumulat ng mga batang dumaraan sa maraming paghihirap. And not because he finds it fun, but rather because he says, we need to address all these difficulties kasi ang daming bata na kapag nakita nila yung sitwasyon nila, hindi nila alam kung paano ipapaliwanag sa kanila. Okay, by the way, I'll read a bit of the 2 comments. So Agnes says, the story was positively made. Yes, thank you. And Edita Tawan-Tawan, so inspiring, an eye-opener din. Yes. No? So yes, all these books, whether for you, if you find them as eye-openers and are positively made, then definitely the children who are reading these stories will also find positivity from it. Okay, so I'll start loading my PowerPoint. Day 3 sessions. By the way, I hope you could find, if any one of you have a prepared story, you could already forward it to our Google Drive. No, just put your name and the title of your story. No, follow the prescribed format. No, ano lang po ako ha, camera check lang po. Nakikita nyo na po yung yung slide ko, although hindi full slide po ito ha. Nakikita na po, ma'am. Mag-unmute lang po kahit isa o dalawa.
Wala po, sir.
Wala pa? Okay, let me check. Give control. Sino ba ano ba give control to? Mukhang nakatulog yata itong ko. Wala pa rin po, ma'am?
Wala po. Wala pa po sa akin,
Hintay
sir.
lang po natin ha, baka naglo-loading pa po. Or who is manning, if I may ask? Yes? Okay, habang magpapatulong din ako just in case hindi mag-load dito sa side ko. Sino po yung nagmaman kanina doon sa hosting ni Ma'am Connie? Baka meron pong teacher who is around or DepEd staff who is around, who knows how to load this, kasi feeling ko baka hindi mag-load sa akin. Wait lang po. I'll try my best. I'll stop it. Share po. Sige po. Ito po, nakikita na po.
I'll try to answer.
Sige, ma'am. Sige po. Thank you po.
Sir, ayan na, sir.
Okay.
Nakita na, sir. Meron na. Meron na po.
From my side, sir, no? From my side, no? Galing sa akin. Ano po yung nakikita niyo po sa picture, ma'am? Ano nakalagay na word?
Content po, sir.
Content.
Content, very good. Okay. Before I read that, I'll read the comment from Anmea. Yes, I have tried writing things inspired by emotion and experience, but most of the time, walang magawang ending. Begin lang ng begin. Okay. Actually, ma'am, ako, kailangan yata ni ma'am ng guidance counselor for this. Then, I think this is a challenge for you, ma'am Almea, no? If you write things that are, very heart-wrenching or it tugs your heartstrings. Tugs your heartstrings. Oo, ang payo
The
ko sa
close
inyo,
open then.
think of a possible ending.
Please po,
Don't make it their final
please po
ending.
sa mga microphone.
Ito pa talaga talaga niya.
Oy ba?
Pakimute mo
Siguro
yung
pa
mic mo. Baka may...
Please turn off your phone.
May balaga ko.
Yes po, please. Pakimute po. Thank you.
Nakalit ba?
Yun. Okay, very good. Thank you for muting. Thank you for muting. Okay. Thank you for muting your microphone po. Okay, thank you. Now, as I was saying, so we're going to content. Ano na po ito Hindi na parang more of a review, parang check-up lang po ito, no? So how to bring the key concept of your story using effective story elements, no? So, kala. Please load, my dear. Yon, okay, themes and topics. So what are the themes and topics? Anong pinagkaiba po ng theme tsaka topic? Yung topic, ito po yung subject matter na gusto niyo italakay. For example, ang topic should be about the separation of parents, no? Topic 'yon, no? Or children living with separated parents or children with disengaged parents. Ganun po 'yon, no? So, ibig sabihin nun, ito yung pinupunto, ito yung subject of the story. Ngayon, ano po yung theme? Ito yung object or objective ng story. So, ano po yun? For example, if the topic is about children who live with disengaged parents, the theme would be hope, positivity, reconciliation, friendship, processing feelings, no? Ganun po 'yan, no? So yung theme, ibig sabihin nun, it talks about the mood and the intention of the story. So if the topic is more concrete, the theme should be more encompassing or more universal, no? So for example, in this case, parang all stories go around in terms of abstract concepts. Yun yung themes. No? Example ng themes would be friendship, okay? Loss, diba? Animals, having fun, discovery, diba? Forgiveness, diba? Or working hard, industry. Yon. Basta anything that has to do with virtue, anything that has to do with feelings, thematic yon, ano? But if you're talking about a topic, you're talking about an ultra-specific thing that is being addressed on. So, for example, parents, parents who have children with special needs, or children who live in conflict, or children who are experiencing abuse at the moment, or children who are made fun of or who are being bullied. Yun ang topic, no? Okay, now, so sa team, ang underlying message is that, for example, if your topic is about when parents are no longer friends, the underlying message is that it is better for them to stop fighting and live away with each other rather than they stay together but they're always fighting. Pero what happens is this: you are not allowed, or you should not allow yourself to be revealing this message, especially to your child readers. Hindi mo dapat binubunyag. Ang dapat nilang matutuhan, ang dapat matutuhan ng mga batang nagbabasa ng inyong libro, dapat hayaan mo sila ang magsabi sa iyo niyan. Hayaan mo sila makaproseso niyan. kahit hindi kayo nakikita, you don't need to get validated by these children. All you do is never say your motives. Just suggest it. Okay? Now, as I said, topics should be relevant and appealing to readers, the young readers. For example, you mentioned about, children who undergo those kinds of problems with parents splitting or separating, no? What you do is make it relevant to them and make it appealing for them. For example, Liwa uses, while Jeanette Patildon used reality, and but I'm the one who wrote when my parents how to forget realistic. This one, the approach of the book is fantastic, di ba? So magkakaiba ng estilo ng pagsulat, no? So, and also the topic should evoke their emotions. For example, not necessarily make them cry, no? You shouldn't make, and in fact, I don't want children to be crying about my stories. No? Yung parang, kunwari, sa story ko, nagkasakit si Shenely, no? May trangkaso siya. Some parents told me that, it made them cry. Na parang naawa silang bigla sa mga kasambahay nila. Pero sabi ko, at hindi po yun ang intention ko. I just wanted to tell you that if somebody is sick, please take good care of them. Regardless if they are family or if they are kasambahay or katulong. You have to take care of everyone who lives under your house or under your roof. No? Okay, so teach. Now, these themes and topics teaches them how to deal with difficulties. So, dito pumapasok yung mga teacher. Okay? After they read it, it's either a parent or a teacher should be with them to ask them, how do you feel about the story? Or what do you understand about what happened? And why do you think people did what they do? Okay? So that children, even if exposed to difficult topics, nagiging sharp, nade-develop na nilang wisdom. Oo, medyo nahihinog ng konti, kaya wag nating i-overexpose. Parang alam niyo yung mangga. If that mangga, you wanted it to ripe very soon, okay, you put a little kalburo. Ano yun? Kalburo yung, what do you call that in English? Yung lime? Or lye, I'm sorry, lye or something. Parang basta there is a chemical that you put yung, para yung mangga would easily ripen up, di ba? Pero at the same time, yung ripe na mangga, hindi mo dapat nilalagyan ng kalburo kasi it changes taste or something, no? So you have to make sure that your readers, hindi sila masyadong kalburo din, kinakalburo mo sila, hindi mo rin sila dapat ino-overripen. Overexposed. Kasi mai-immune, madidesensitize yung bata. Okay? Now, know your readers. Diba? I mentioned this earlier, no? Take into account the target age range for your readers and put yourself in their shoes. When you write a book for very early readers, or very young, for concept beginners, beginner shape, sizes, numbers, letters, or alphabet letters, no? Think the way they think. So do not over exaggerate the way you write. Huwag niyo masyadong kakarere kasi madalian lang dapat yung maintindihan ng bata. Example, yung isang tinuro ko, yung masaya magtanim, di ba? Ano yung tinuro nun? Itinuro doon how to take care of a seed so that it would grow from a seed to a sprout to a bud to a root to a stem to a flower to a fruit. Diba? So you have to be careful, especially if you're talking about a topic that deals with emotions. Because you don't want your school readers to cry. Okay? So yun. Put yourself in their shoes. If mahilig kayo naturally sa mga babies, dun tayo sa early learners, no? Dun tayo sa beginning readers, which is the ages 6 to 8, di ba? You have to give them guided learning, although if they can give them guided warning. Another thing is the learning tendencies. Study the learning tendencies of your typical students. Hindi ko sinasabing specific, kasi you will become ma-overload kayo because sometimes there are children who belong to different special needs, no? So here, pag-aralan natin yung learning tendency ng mga bata. Dapat pantay o balanse ang stock knowledge ng bata at yung curiosity niya. Ano pong ibig sabihin? Yung stock knowledge, kung ano yung alam na alam nila. Kung ano yung na-absorb nila sa kanilang buhay. For example, even if these are babies, they can learn about themselves by the way they react to the things at their home, no? Now, you also satisfy their curiosity, which means tell them what they want to know. Okay? That's why I have this analogy here, no? Mirror and window, no? So, see your story and think if whether or not your story is a mirror story. Ano yung mirror story? The story reminds me of myself. The story reminds me of my experience. The story is similar to my friend's story. Yun ang tinatawag na mirroring. Hinahambing mo yung karanasan na to na napanood mo sa karanasan ng iba. At sasabihin mo, pareho pala tayo o hindi pala tayo pareho, magkaiba ba tayo ng approach o hindi magkaibang approach. But still, they are not invalid, no? It's just that this is the way you do if you do mirror evaluation. Example, ma'am, nakita ko parang detalyado, no? Yung paghihiwalay ng magulang. Sabi, nga sir, kasi I partly base it from the experience when my parents fought and my father, because ng babae siya, ay pumunta sa ibang bahay, di ba? Siya ay naging biyudang buhay ang nanay ng estudyante. So yun, no? So, tapos other people relate. No? So usually yung nakaka-relate dito, yung mga nakakabasa na naiiyak or na nalulingid ang luha kasi naaawa sila yung sa tao. Now, another thing is the window learning tendency. Now, the window learning tendency means you see things not because they remind it of yourself, but rather you see it in a different perspective, which is actually for me a much better option than mirroring. But I'm not saying mirroring is bad. It's just that I want to see a different perspective of what I am supposed to see from the works of these students, di ba? I mean the work of these teachers. Ayan, pag-aralan nyo ha, gagawin nyo yung story, anong balak nyo? Magmi-mirror story ba ako? Or mag-window story ba ako? Which means, nakaka-relate ako sa story na iting mirror, ha? Nakaka-relate ako sa story na yan, nangyari sa akin yan, iniwan ako ng asawa ko. Diba? Iniwan sa akin yung mga bata. Yun. Yun yung mirroring. Or, naalala ko nung sinabitan siya ng medalya, gano'n din ang pakiramdam ko nung ako ay nag-aaral pa sa grade 6. Mirror yon. Kasi naaalala. Reminds me of myself. Pinapaalala nito sa akin ang aking nakaraan. Okay. Yung window naman is your way of seeing it. Okay? I'll show you a book again. Wait, may nahugot yung libro. Oh, wait. Okay, this one. Sandwich to the Moon. Di ba mirroring yung story? What I see in this. Ito naman iba. So, this book is about how people thought, okay, how the people of a country thought that the moon was a giant ball of cheese. Okay? So, they were disappointed to find out it's not the same. So, what they did is they tried to see things differently, which means in order to be able to attract the people of that space aliens, okay, or space, or I mean the people who are strange, who find this very strange, you have to make this I have to process this slowly for them. Mas mature ang approach nito compared sa dun sa namin. Okay? So yun. So here, sandwich to the moon. They see things differently. They see the moon as a cheese, but then they found it out na hindi pala nakakain yun, ano? But they hit the moon and they discovered that the moon was made of cheese. The moon was made of cheese after all, no? And final touch, they took a piece of that moon and grated it over their sandwich. Perfect. With their sandwich complete, they began their way down back to Earth. Fantasy? Yes. But it only shows anything is possible with fiction. Okay, even with children's literary fiction, which is some short stories, and picture books, or children's novels, no? Okay, so next one. The Secret of the Great Stories. Now, I'm quoting from one of my favorite adult authors, Arundhati Roy. She won the Booker Prize. I still have a copy of her novel. This one. The God of Small Things. It's a novel. Okay. Now, according to her, oh my God, this book is so old. So the secret of the great stories is that they have no secrets, according to her. The great stories are the ones that you have heard and want to hear again. The ones you can enter anywhere and inhabit comfortably. In the great stories, you know who lives, who dies, who finds love, who doesn't, and yet you want to know again. Which is why good stories are often requested by children to be read over and over, or they like reading that book again and again. It's because even if they've discovered, they know already the ending of the story, it means they want to relive the experience of that story. Okay, that's what Arundhati Roy is saying. In the great stories, you know who lives, who dies, who finds love, and who doesn't, and yet you want to know again the stories, the great stories. Okay. So what are fun stories? What are good stories? So fun stories are stories that are playful. Okay? So one of them,
Walang
yes,
slides.
ay, wala pong slide. Saglit lang ha. Saglit lang. Ay, na-disconnect. Kaya pala. Sorry po. Kaya pala. Sorry. Yan. Okay. Nakikita na po?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So the secret of the great stories. So great stories are playful and humorous and imaginative. Okay? It inspires curiosity, fosters creativity, and enjoyable. I'll read a story from this one. This is a fun story. I want to share this story to you. Ang title ng book ay Sandwich to the Moon. This is written by she wrote this when she was still like in her early 20s. No? The title of the story is Sandwich to the Moon, written and illustrated by Jamie Bauza. I'll turn this off, sorry. Para makita niyo yung story. I'll turn this off. Don't worry. Alam ko na ngayon yung gagawin ko dito. Okay. Yon. So, ako na nakikita nyo, I tell the story, okay? So, this is the cover. Ganda, oh. Diba? I hope you could find very good artists in Lanao who can do things like this, no? The silly citizens of a small country love to dream, play, and invent things all day long. Other countries did not approve, but this didn't bother the silly citizens of the small country at all. Every day they would think of wonderful and fun things to do. It was better if no one had tried it before, like making rooftops out of corn, diba? Or teaching penguins how to fly. Where are the penguins? Here, diba? Now, one day, someone yelled, "We should make the biggest, tallest, best sandwich ever!" What a wonderful idea! They got started right away. They baked the biggest loaves of bread, picked the ripest vegetables, and prepared the biggest slices of ham and cheese. Everyone pitched in and helped in whatever way they could. We should build it in Antarctica. Everyone agreed. It was better than having to build a giant refrigerator. The sky was soon filled with buzzing helicopters. One by one, they flew bread, vegetables, ham, and cheese all the way to Antarctica. Ganda ng illustrations ni Jamie. Would you believe when she illustrated this book, she was like, this was actually her thesis in undergrad, no? She fine arts in information thesis, no? College thesis po niya ito. Pinublish ng Vivan. So to continue, they found a perfect spot in the valley. The snow was nice and powdery and the wind wasn't as harsh. They started building right away. They stacked layers upon layers of bread, lettuce, ham, cheese, tomatoes, cucumbers, anything and everything they wanted. Sarap ng sandwich kahit drawing, no? After a month, the sandwich got so tall that they needed to put up warning signs. Hello? No? Hello? Bread up ahead. Watch out for sandwich. Baka malaglagan sila, no? The sandwich might fall, tumble down and fall on them. And it got even taller. It was a lot made all of it worthwhile. So for days and days, they did nothing but build, build, build. Wow, ha? Ano to? Project ba to ni Duterte? Build, build, build? And they would have continued building, but one day they hit the moon. It happened. This is the climax of the story. They finally hit the moon. They made the startling discovery that the moon was made of cheese after all. Of course, that's not the reality, no? But this one says it's fantasy, so they're living their fantasy. And as a final touch, they took a piece of the moon and grated it over their sandwich. Perfect! With their sandwich complete, they began their way back down to earth. Upon reaching the ground, they were greeted by people from all over the world: chefs, sculptors, gardeners, carpenters, scientists, and daydreamers turned inventors who had heard about the biggest, tallest, best sandwich ever and were inspired to bring their own silly ideas to life. So look, it's a crazy idea, and other people are free to think of crazy ideas. And all around the world, ideas flourished. New inventions and discoveries were spurred on by wild imagination, thanks to the silly citizens of a small country who weren't so silly after all. Ibig sabihin nun, allow sometimes, allow people who have strange ideas sometimes to thrive. Do not discourage them because who knows what they think that would work might probably work, diba? So yun, no? So going back to my slide, why did I choose to read that story? It's one of my favorite children's books, written by a Filipino, drawn by a Filipino artist. And this kid is very much younger than many of us, diba? So she has the genius of it. It's just that her story is a gold nugget. It's very hard to find. It's not very common, diba? Pero once you find it and polish it, it becomes yours. You own it. It works. Okay. So if you notice, very playful, very imaginative, very humorous. Can you imagine somebody trying to build a sandwich and put this on a place in Antarctica so that they won't need to build a giant refrigerator? It inspires curiosity, it fosters creativity, and very enjoyable. I mean, even the drawings themselves, they are very, very cute. They're something you would love reading again and again because of the colors, di ba? Ang ganda ng kulay, no? Very enjoyable. Now, if you notice, it also stimulates the imagination, so that's what makes it good. It's also child-centered. Why child-centered? Because it's a fantasy story. If you notice, marami sa mga characters natin, it's about children. The main characters are children. Because the world revolves around these stories, no? About the world revolves around the children, no? So it includes opportunities for fun. You notice, um, even in my tawag dito, slide, you could see a cat that has two pointed horns. Means you're allowed to think naughty when you are doing something creative. Kasi if you try to stifle or control or manipulate the way you think, na parang dapat lagi ka lang mabait, it doesn't work sometimes, no? Okay, next slide. Wait, let me check if I am projecting it properly. Okay, I think tama naman, no? So I was saying, sir, kasi required sa milk, may morals. Paano yan? Sabi ni Ma'am Connie, kailangan sundin natin ng or values education, no? Sabi ni Bisor sa values, kailangan may morals and fun. Hindi naman sinasabi natin tanggalin natin yung morals at the expense of fun, di ba? Pero stories need not be message driven all the time. If you look at the story I read earlier, it's a very silly story, but there is an underlying message. Okay, do not kill or do not try to prevent ideas even if they are silly, because if you prevent them, then probably there's no room for growth for those people. You know why the Japanese are some of the most prosperous in the world? Prosperous people in the world. Say this or might notice this, but the Japanese think differently from the rest of the world. Diba nakita niyo yung kanilang pamumuhay? They think of many things. Manood kayo ng anime nila. Diba parang yung fantasy nila ibang klase, no? The way they think, it's very futuristic, di ba? They can create, sino nagpa-imbento ng Voltes 5? Sila. Sino gumaya sa kanila? Di ba? Mga Amerikano, puproduce sila ng fantasy. To the point ng ginawa ng Disney Pixar, no? For example, if you're familiar with Hayao Miyazaki, yung nag-direct ng movie na Spirited Away, tsaka yung Totoro, if you're familiar with Totoro, those stories are fantastic and outrageous. Parang saan galing yung idea na to, diba? And there is sometimes you don't see that there is an underlying message. For example, in the story that I wrote, that I read, the underlying message was to never let your ideas be stifled by anyone else. People can be bitter and jealous, let them be. But do not allow them to take control of how you think and how you feel. Okay? Now also, another thing, and because we are teachers, we should also avoid being teachy-preachy. What is teachy-preachy? It is the tendency to tell children what they should do and what they should not do. It tells children if what they're doing is bad or what they're doing is good. So avoid. Being a teacher is okay in front of your online class or in your physical class anytime soon in the future. Pero when you are writing a story, please do not be teachy-preachy, okay? Bawal po maner mo. Wag po tayong magpaka-Helen Vela o magpaka-Charo Santos o magpaka-Mel Chanco. Okay? Wag rin tayong maging, magpaka-Rafi Tulfo. No? Hayaan na lang natin sila. Trabaho nila yun eh. Pero bilang teacher na nagsusulat ng kwentong pambata, wag na tayo, tama nang maging teachy-preachy sa classroom, wag na maging teachy-preachy wag maging hayagang teachy-preachy. Maging closet teachy-preachy na lang kayo. Ano po yung closet teachy-preachy? Yung idaan nyo sa symbols, idaan ninyo sa indirect speech ang inyong message. Look at this. Okay? Diba? Another story, ito, napakasimple nito. I'll read a very, very, very new book, no? Lumabas ka, lalabas lang. The story is about a boy, and the title of the book is Boy Kending. Okay, I'll turn this off for a bit. I'm using more examples so that you'll have an idea of how you will write this. I'll stop the sharing, and you'll see me instead. The title of the book is Boy Kending, written and illustrated by Dominic Agsaway. Sa Tagalog po ito. Mayroon akong lihim. Ayaw ko munang sabihin. Mahilig akong kumending. Kending dito, kending dyan. Kending sa lahat ng sulok ng kwarto. Isuot ang korona. Iladlad ang kapa. Ang saya-saya. Kembot sa kaliwa. Kembot sa kanan. Umikot sa tuwa. Wala, anong nangyari? Bakit dumilim? Aba, meron nakakakita pala. Sarili ko ng words to. Si tatay, nakikita na pala ang aking pagladlad ng kapa at pagsuot ng korona. Nakakahiya. Itigil ko na nga. Pinulot ni tatay ang korona at isinuot kay Boy Kending. Aba, si tatay, mahilig din palang kumending. Tuloy-tuloy ang kending. Tapos, ay iksi, di ba? Napaka-iksi ng kwento. For those of you who are looking at the book, what will you interpret? This is about a boy coming out, admitting to himself that he is not the boy that you used to know, that he is a boy who is gay. Diba? Kaya boy Kendall. But it did not say boy bakla. Diba? And what is the biggest ano dito, reaction? The father seeing it. And what did the father do? And what was the reaction of boy Kendall? Nakita niyo? He was very shocked. And he felt embarrassed at the beginning because that's what happens if somebody discovers who you are. Somebody discovers what they don't know about you, di ba? That's why it's important for parents who have children like this to know how they should react. Nandun yung underlying message. Nakita niyo, napakasimple ng storya, no? Kakaunting salita, wala pa sigurong 50 words yun, no? Pero it was told much more in terms of imagery, in terms of, so the plot is the plot underlies the message very clearly. It's for parents to accept their children for who they are and what they want to be in life. Okay? So, I'll share again. Now, going back to being teachy-preachy. Okay, so let's try not, even probably, I don't know, maybe the teachers of the future who are here in DEP and Lanao will know this. No? Try to be the teachers of the future. Be a good example by showing it and not saying it. Doing it but not saying it. By doing it, you are already saying it. By showing it, you are already saying it. So, message is best served lightly inferred. Ibig sabihin po, mas na-appreciate ng tao kung dahan-dahan, okay, at suggestive lang ang pagpaparating sa mensahe. Hindi siya ipinangangalandakan, hindi siya ipinagsisigawan, at hindi siya isinasaksak sa ating lalamunan. This is what I meant by not boldly and pedantically stated. Okay? Now, your stories that you will create should make a bridge for discussion. Now, this is a testimonial by one of the greatest children's writers of all time, Beverly Cleary, who just passed away this year. I don't know if it's from COVID, but she is one of the most popular children's book writers in the world. Her books may not have sold as much as J.K. Rowling, pero ang dami niyang fans from the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. They all grew up with her books. So what did she say? What did she share? You know, as a child, I disliked books in which children learn to be better children. So children should learn that reading is pleasure, not just something that teachers make you do in school. So it's okay to be preachy as a teacher. It's okay to be teachy preachy as a teacher. But when you write your stories, do not let your inner teachy preachy teacher come into play. Okay? So that's a very useful tip that you can use. Okay? Now, in my next slide, there is value in good stories. That's the reason why. All stories, all the great stories have value. And not just values that make us, that tell to us we should be good and kind and beautiful and clean. There are many ways to say that without using all those you should be. Okay? For example, these are some of the newest books produced in the Philippines. No? These are produced by Room to Read for early learners, for all of you who are doing early learner materials. So, what can a child learn about the book Kaya ni Nina, no? By Janina Rivera? So, it teaches about self-worth and dignity. The story is about a kid who is visually impaired or blind, but she is able to take care of the house and her younger sister, okay, despite the challenge of being visually impaired. So she could cook because she could feel her way throughout the house. And she is not she's not self-conscious about it. She recognizes her worth and her self-worth and her self-dignity, no? So ganun po yun, ano, let's teach our kids by way of good example, by way of saying, okay, it's okay to be blind because I can do many things even if I'm blind, di ba? The same thing with the book that I already mentioned earlier, Masayang Maging Ako, or It's Fun to Be Me, written by Zara Gagatiga. No? So Zara, in this book, tells about a kid who who also recognizes her self-worth and dignity. Even if some people do not see her value or do not see her inner beauty or the inner beauty of her character, no? She realizes she doesn't need the approval of others. Because it's fun to be me. Masaya maging ako. And the other one is about processing emotions. No? Through this book about death, Paalam Puti. Okay? In this book, the kid deals with the death of a dog, a pet dog. So it's also a bit similar to how a child processes his or her feelings when a loved one, like a parent or a brother or a relative, and is no longer can do or seen again. So, sabi this is from my own teachy preachy moment with a huge impact. I think many of you were so touched by the story about when my parents were no longer friends. So I think that is a story with a huge impact. Now, according to me, the story with a huge impact is the one that passes through your heart without even piercing it. Ano pong ibig sabihin? Tumatagos sa puso ang magandang istorya o ang storya na may malaking impact. Pero hindi nito kinakailangang basagin o tusukin ang iyong puso. Ibig sabihin nun, nayayanig ka nang hindi ka naiiyak o nasasaktan. So, ganun po yun, ano? So, ibig sabihin nun, ang laki ng iniiwan na impact sa iyo ng mga gantong storya. Now, I'll be generous. I scanned the pages of some of these stories, but I will not share the entire book because baka pagalitan ako ng anvil. No? So this is an excerpt from the book of Paalam Puti by Jomai Tejido. By the way, Jomai Tejido is one of the most prolific authors and illustrators. No? He writes and draws his own books. No? So bata pa lang siya, I think he was 14, he published already his first children's book. No? Napakabata nagsulat nitong si Jomai. And lahat kami, nung nakasama ko siya sa workshop, he's very, very, parang talo kaming lahat sa kanyang presentation. As in, sobrang handang-handa ang batang ito. Architect din po siya, by the way, and a very successful painter. So, ito yung part ng book niyang Paalam Puti. So, nakikita niyo sa screen, ano? Isang araw, wala na siyang ganang kumain. tumamlay si puti, hindi na siya masiyahin. Kaya ng puti. Sa bahaging patag ang lupa, may tahimik na nakahiga. Puti, huli ka! But then she realizes, Puti is no longer breathing. Puti, mayroon akong alaga. Puti ang pangalan niya. Masaya siyang kalaro. Ay, sorry. Let me read the complete part. So that you could get the missing part. Hindi ko kasi pwedeng i-share yung buong picture eh. Pagalitan ako ng publisher ko. John Mike and I are the Anvil published this book along with mine, yung makakasalita. So ito. Puti, huli ka. Now, the next scene, there are no words. But rather the kid crying, and I'll show this later. The kid crying over the dead puti. May alaga akong aso. Puti ang pangalan niya. Ang husay niyang magtago at masaya siyang makipaglaro. Higit sa lahat, kaibigan ko siya. Maraming salamat, puti. Tumingin sila sa langit. And doon sa langit, naaninag nila si puti. Sabi ng bata, huli ka puti. Because the kid is already, the dog, si puti ay isa ng constellation. So the kid sees puti as already a constellation. So napakaiksi lang ng storya. Kasi isang bata na namatay ng aso. So it's also a book on coping with death. You know? So what happens if somebody in the family passes away? So this is a good story on how to teach your kids how to process the emotions of death. Okay? So going back, no? So how to deal with issues. Now, you want your story to have impact. So for it to have impact, kailangan may issue. So your stories should support what? Inclusivity. Ano po yung inclusivity? Dapat nabibilang ang lahat, walang naiiwanan. Okay? Second, universal and national values. No? Kailangan sinasalamin nito ang halagahan ng buong mundo, meaning respeto sa kapwa, world peace, di ba? Understanding, pagkakaintindihan sa isa't isa. Same thing sa values, no? Pwedeng sabihin, mahalin ng bayan, yun ay national value. Okay? Handang magsakripisyo para sa iyong kapwa Pilipino. Or tumulong sa iba. Those are national values. Those are communal values. Your stories should also support human dignity. Ibig sabihin, bigyang respeto ang dignidad ng lahat ng tao, ano man ang itsura, ano man ang kulay, ano man ang kasarian, ano man ang edad, ano man ang pinanggagalingan sa buhay. The story should also include equality and equity. Ituro ng storya ang pagkakapantay-pantay ng bawat isa. Okay, sorry. I was reading What else? The story should include advancement of human rights and freedoms. Yes, ituro natin sa ating mga libro ang halaga ng karapatang pantao at kalayaan, no? Kalayaang makapagpahayag ng sarili, kalayaang mabuhay ng mapayapa, kalayaang mabuhay na malayo sa karahasan, karapatang mabuhay, magkaroon ng sariling bahay, magkaroon ng sariling damit, magkaroon ng pagkain araw-araw. Diba? Kalayaang makapagpahayag kahit na tumuligsa ng ibang tao. Diba? Another thing would be to support non-racialism. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Huwag tayong mangmamata ng ibang lahi. No? Huwag tayong magmamata ng ibang tribo. Huwag nating mamatain kung ang kulay ng isang tribo, ng isang grupo ng mga tao, di ba? example, merong prevailing, hindi naman prevailing, no? Ay, hindi naman systemic, pero may prevailing notion. For example, kapag ang tao ay madilim or matingkad ang kulay ng balat, di ba? Dito sa atin, parang sa atin, mas pinahalagahan natin yung mga taong mapuputi ang balat, na mga mukhang mistisa, no? Hindi natin sinasabing tangkilikin lang natin yung mapuputi o maiitim. Pero ibig sabihin nun, pantay-pantay natin, no, ang ating pagtingin. Iwasan natin yung mga prevailing notion na kapag maitim ka, o ikaw ay may lahing Aprikano, tingin nila sa'yo, ikaw ay madumi. O kung maitim ng balat mo, hindi ka maganda. O kung Pilipino ka, ikaw ay pango, hindi siya ideal beauty. Kaya ngayon ikaw ay magpapatangos, di ba? O kaya nagpapa-bleach ka ng balat, di ba? O kaya hindi mo gusto ang yung kulay itim ng buhok, kaya mas gusto mo magkulay K-pop, di ba? Kung yun ay gagawin mo personally, walang problema kasi choice mo yun, no? Karapatan mo yun, no? Pero do not encourage people to be like you. Like for example, huwag na kayo magpakulay kayo ng balat kasi pangit maging maitim. Yun. That's racialism. Even if you're talking to a fellow Filipino. But if you're talking about, for example, how black or dark skin or short the Aitas are, or how tall and beautiful, those with Spanish blood, those with European blood, those with white blood, those with Australian blood, those with Korean blood, those with Japanese. Hindi nyo ba alam na kung gaano natin kahit ang ating mga kulay at mga itsura at pagpango, yun naman ang gustong-gusto ng ibang tao sa atin. At tulad ng kaibigan ko, no, nagpunta siya sa France. Dito sa atin, ang tingin sa kanya, ano yun? Mukha siyang kasambahay. Kasi maliit. Tapos, tawag dito yung maliit siya, kulay brown ang balat niya. Tapos ang balingkinitan ng katawan niya. Pagdating daw sa Europe, nag-aagawan ng mga lalaki sa kanya. So dito sa Pilipinas, di siya pinapansin. Pero sa Europe, gandang-ganda sila sa kanya. So ano ibig sabihin nun? People see beauty in her. Kaya sabi niya, ay dito na ako mag-aasawa. Kasi sa Pilipinas, sa mga tao, tingin sa akin, pangit. Dito na ako sa asawa. Oo, kasi alam nyo, noong unang panahon kasi, yung mga Europeans na yan, takot na takot sila na kasi di ba noong unang panahon, usong-uso yung mga kingdoms, takot na takot silang malahian ng iba. Kasi tingin nila, matatanggal yung pagiging pure ng lahi nila, lalo na yung mga nasa mga may kamahalan, yung mga hari at reyna, no? Yung mga nasa pamilyang nobilidad, no? Yung mga pamilyang maharlik na ganun sila, no? Pero ngayon, ang panahon ngayon, wala nang kwenta kapag ikaw ay hari. Di ba? Ang mga hari ngayon sa mundong ito, hindi sila makapangyarihan. Mas makapangyarihan yung mga prime minister nila, mas makapangyarihan yung mga diktador nila, mas makapangyarihan yung mga government institutions kaysa sa hari. Ang trabaho lang ng hari, maging simbolo. Ang trabaho lang ng reyna, maging simbolo. Now, gaya ng sabi ko, racialism is a thing of the past. But sometimes, in the case of the Philippines, in the case of many Asians, they frown upon the darkness of skin. Kasi tinuro yun sa atin noong unang panahon ng mga kolonyalista noong unang panahon. Nagbago ng Europa ngayon, baliktad. Sa Europe, they appreciate more if you have tan skin. They appreciate more if you look Asian. They find your body more sexy. Diba? Tayo, gandang-ganda tayo sa Korean. Ako, mag-share lang ako ng maiksing kwento, no? Nagturo po ako ng 7 taon sa mga Koreano ng English, no? I've met more than 1,000 Koreans, and believe me, I've seen better looking students who look better than the artists that you are seeing now, because many of those artistas and singers, the BTSs, the Blackpink, and all those bands and all those movie stars that you're watching on K-drama or K-drama series, I've seen much more handsome and more beautiful Koreans, as in artistahin level. Pero they don't think they're handsome or beautiful, thanks to their poison pop culture, which means they are made to look like Westerners with cheeky eyes and blonde hair, diba? Kanilang pop look. Diba? What do they say? Sabi nila, the Filipina daw is one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful women in the world. Why? Because their eyes are round and they have folded eyelids. No? Ano yung folded eyelids? Yung meron ang talukap daw ng mata natin, may merong extra skin. So malamlam daw ang mata. Hindi katulad ng mata daw ng Japanese, ng Chinese, ng Koreano, ng Mongolian, tinatawag nating Mongol eyes, no? Yung hindi naman Mongolian, but rather the Mongol-shaped eyes which is very slanted, na walang room for extra skin on your eyelids, no? Kaya nagmumukhang lagi silang nakapikit. Yun yung sabi niya, make sure we don't find ourselves very handsome. We are better than us. So, hindi yung ating inferiority complex share ng mga katulad ng mga Koreano. Sometimes we don't feel that we have to feel beautiful. What do? They have so many cosmetic surgeons, and what they do is they have their eyelids, which are very flat and smooth. They are being tased or lasered, pinapa-scar nila, pinipeklatan yung kanilang mga talukap ng mga mata nila para magkaroon daw ng semblance na parang kunwari may tupi o extra skin para magmumukha daw silang malamlam ang mga mata nila. O isa pang kinaingitan ng mga Amerikano sa puti ay sa mga Pilipino, gusto daw nila yung skin color kasi daw ang kulay natin ay parang laging nagbi-beach. O, yun din na observation ng mga Europeans. Ang kulay daw natin ay very perfect, no? At usually daw ang balat natin ang hindi tumatanda agad. Yung mga may balat na morena, yung sinasabi yung negra, yan ang hindi tumatanda agad. Another thing, bone structure. Ang ganda daw ng bone structure ng Pilipina. Kahit hindi sila masyadong matangkad, ang bone structure ng Pilipina ay maganda. At kasama na roon ang kanilang mga balakang. So, ang mga balakang daw ng Pilipina ay maganda ang shape. Ibig sabihin, yung description nila, and may striktong patnubay ng magulang. Ang sabi nila, ang Pilipina daw kahit maliit at matatambok ang puwet. Daw, kung inyong mapapansin, bihirang-bihirang makita sa mga babaeng Koreana at babaeng Japanese at babaeng Chinese. Unless nalalahian sila ng Pilipino, no? So napansin nila, ang Pilipina daw natural na matambok ang boobs o lang suso at matambok din daw ang puwet. Diba? So, mala J-Lo daw. So yung kanilang value of our figure. So tayo daw ang paragon nila. Sa gusto nila yung kulay ng lalaki, ng mga Pilipino, ng mga lalaking Pilipino. Gusto nila ng yung tamang kulay. Gusto nila yung shape ng mukha, yung lamlam ng mata, yung ating height. Kasi sometimes the Koreans can be very tall because of the foods that they are eating, no? And yun, yung ating projection. But they find the Filipina more beautiful than many of the other nationalities, no? Female nationalities, no? So yun. So see, be proud of our skin, be proud of our color. And if we have biracial or multiracial legacies, even if you're African American o may lahi kayong Nigerian or Pakistani or whatever or Indian, be proud of your race. It can be an asset, no? To become biracial or multiracial. No? Now, last part, when dealing with issues, let's avoid, or we should support non-sexism. Ano po yung sexism? Yung pagturing yan bilang isang limitasyon o isang bagay na, pag sabing limitasyon ganito, example, ba't hindi ako na-promote? Mas magaling naman ako doon sa na-promote sa akin at mas marami akong experience, bakit hindi ako na-promote? Minsan sasabihin sa ng boss, babae ka kasi hindi bagay sa yung ganitong trabaho. Yun ang tinatawag na sexism. Yung kinakahon mo ang isang kasarian o isang gender dahil sa tingin mo hindi niya kayang gawin yung mga bagay na yun. Of course, there are jobs na physically hindi kaya ng babae, no? But I think that things are changing nowadays. For example, sabi nila, ang babae daw dapat hindi pinagbubuhat ng mabigat kasi dapat lalaki lang nagtatrabaho. Pero tingnan ninyo, sino ngayon ang kauna-unahang Olympic gold medalist na nakabuhat ng a hefty 127 kilos? Ang laki nun. Diba? Para kang bumuhat ng 2 tao na matataba. Diba? Sinong nakabuhat nun? Babae. Nag-break, si Heidi Diaz, nag-break pa ng world record. Diba? So, hindi imposible. Sa mundong to ng babae, magiging mas malakas pa sa lalaki. At mas madalas, may mga babae na mas matitibay pa ang loob kaysa sa lalaki. Karami ako na-meet na ganyan, no? So, yun, no? Non-sexism. Another aspect of sexism din, yung tinatawag nating homophobia. Ano yung homophobia? Kapag ikaw ay lalaking malambot, ikaw ay hindi tunay na lalaki. Diba? Na kapag ikaw ay umiiyak, hindi ka tunay na lalaki, bakla ka. At kapag bakla ka, hindi ka dapat nirerespeto kasi ang unang tingin sa'yo, ikaw ay hayok. Hayok sa kapwa mo lalaki. Na kung ikaw ay tomboy, ikaw ay hayok sa kapwa mo babae. Diba? At dahil dyan maraming mga gender na naglilitawan. Merong trans women, o isa rin yun. Maraming nagsasabi na tanggap nila yung pagiging bakla, pero hindi nila tanggap kapag ang anak nila ay naging trans woman o trans man. Diba? Kasi sa kanila, ang katwiran nila, parang ginagamit ang Biblia, ginagamit ang mga interpretation nila ng mga holy books, no? Sabi nila na, sabi sa Bible, sabi sa ganito, masama ang maging bakla. Pero remember that those books, even though they are considered sources of divine inspiration or divine knowledge, they are books that are written by humans. Wala naman nakasaksi na yung Diyos mismo ang nagsulat niyan. Diba? Unless meron kayong proof na nagsasabi na si Moses ang Diyos ang nagsulat ng 10 Commandments na hawak-hawak ni Moses. Diba? Ngayon nga, marami tayong marami mga kunwaring religion. Sabi, ako ang tunay na Hesukristo. Diba? Maniniwala ba kayo? Hindi. Ganun lang yan eh. So, leave the religion out of gender because it's not being female. No? Hindi na lang babae at lalaki ngayon. Meron na rin mga lesbians, meron na rin gays, may non-binary na nga ngayon eh. Di ba nababasa nyo yon? Yung mga tao na declare themselves as non-binary, anong ginagamit na pronoun sa English? They. So for example, ako ay non-binary, do not call me a he. I should be called as they. So, ang referral sa akin, okay, Randy Garlitos is an award-winning writer because I am a binary person. They are a winner of the National Palangka Awards and they graduated from La Salle Green Hills and De La Salle University. So, naging they ang aking pronoun. Because I am non-binary, no? Ayoko matawag na lalaki, ayoko matawag na babae. Yun ang ibig sabihin ng non-binary. See, let's be inclusive. That's not, parang wag nating ikahon ang ating sarili sa babae lang at lalaki lang. Okay? And between those genders, hindi pwedeng, ito lang ang pwedeng maging babae, ito lang ang pwedeng maging lalaki. Okay? So, next one. Dealing with issues. How do we deal with issues? Do not avoid issues that are important to children of this age. Sa panahon ngayon, huwag nating itanggi sa mga bata ang mga issue na dapat nilang malaman. At allow children to process ideas into values. Example kunwari kayo ang klase ng magulang na mahilig mamalo. Mahilig kayong manigaw, mahilig kayong magsalita, mahilig kayong manermon. Pero higit sa lahat, mahilig nga kayong manakit. Example, nagagalit kayo, meron kayong anger management issues, dahil siguro sa pagod ninyo. O kaya yung asawa ninyo, gano'n, umuwi ng bahay, nakitang marumi ang sahig, kinuha ang patpat, pinatpat yung anak na maliit. Di ba sabi ko sa'yo, maglinis ka, bla. Tapos ginamitan na ng masakit na salita. Hayop ka! Wala kang pakinabang! Chu. Ba't bakit na pinanganak? Ganito, ganyan. Hindi pinaliwanag sa anak, ba't siya nagagalit? Diba? Ang gusto lang sabihin, nagagalit ako sa'yo kasi hindi mo ginawan dapat mong gawin. Meron namang paraan ng pagdidil noon. Diba? So, ganun din sa paggawa ng kwentong pambata, no? huwag tayong mag-skirt around sa issue. Example, papakita ko sa inyo later on, yung kwento ng libro ni Hinaro Gohokus tungkol sa paggamit ng salitang titi sa libro, tungkol sa body positivity and body recognition of the body parts ng isang lalaki. At meron na ring counterpart ito na ako ay may kiki, Now, your book should allow you, when you write the works, syempre, beyond yun na yan, kapag na-publish na yun, na-print na, di ba? At nabasa na. Allow the children, bilang teacher, kung kayo ay guided learning to, allow your children to process those ideas into values, Ano pong ibig sabihin nun? Bigyan nyo silang time to process it. Paano nyo gagawin yun? Tanungin nyo sila, anong masasabi mo sa kwento? Sino yung character? Ano nangyayari? Try to make them effectively read the material. And then when they ask them, anong naramdaman mo? Sabi nilang, nagustuhan mo ba yung libro? Sabi nilang, oo. Bakit mo nagustuhan? Sinong paborito mong character doon? Ano ang pinaka natatandaan mo sa character? Diba? Sa tingin mo ba kamukha mo yung bata doon sa libro? O may kakilala ka ba na katulad o kahambing or kahawig yung bata sa libro? Na-experience mo na ba yung sinabi ng bata, yung nangyari sa character? Example, kung yung bata ay sinaktan ng isang magulang o ng ibang tao, anong ginawa mo? Kumbaga parang nagka-guidance counselor kayo pero you don't have to deal with each and every child. You just allow them to answer those questions on their own. And when they say, okay, ano sa tingin mo ang iyong natutuhan sa libro? For example, they say, kailangan ingatan ng katawan o kailangan irespeto ang kapwa. Yun. Pwede yun sa teaching. Sa book, hayaan mo mahigop nila sa libro yung mga underlying meanings and messages. So turn those ideas in the book into values. And encourage critical thinking over relevance or political correctness. Ano yung critical thinking? Pag-isipin natin yung mga bata. So the approach is to make them open up and let them tell what they know, what they feel. Minsan yung sinasabi natin batang madaldal, hayaan natin magdaldal kapag haba-habang kaya natin. For example, may bata na nagsasalita sa klase, pambulong. Diba? Hindi natin openly i-call out siya. Minsan dahan-dahan tayong lalapit. Kasi ako, ginagawa ko yan. Minsan, nagtuturo ako ng mga journalist, tapos mga bata nagdadaldala. Hindi ako nagsisigaw, hindi ako nagagalit. Lakad lang ako. Ang dahan-dahan. Tapos, ano pinag-uusapan yun? Tatanong ko sila. Ano pinag-uusapan yun? Ay, sir, kasi ganito yun, yung kasama namin. Ano nangyari sa kanya? Ganito, ganyan. Talaga? Oh. Pagkatapos, ano pa nangyari ko? Ano pa na? Yan, mag-warm up sila. Tapos, wala ba tayong hindi natungkab? Sabihin, wala na bang iba pang masasabi? Na hindi natin dapat dapat nating malaman at hindi pa nila nasasabi. Kasi wala na to. Okay, so, makinig na tayo uli Babalik na to sa harap at magtuturo yan. I will not openly confront the kid. Minsan pa, minsan dadaanin ko sa beer pag tinatamad ako maglakad ng speaker. Ngari, may batang madaldal. Oy, pogi. Narinig ko pati yung paghinga mo rito. Pwede ka palang maging speaker. Ganunin ko, bibiruin ko. Pwede ka palang maging speaker. Samahan mo ko dito. Kasi hilahin ko yan. Yan. Hindi ka, bilis punta ka dito. Tapos bibiruin ko ng mga klase. Parang sabihin ko, kanino ko ipapartner si Kuya? Kasi ang pogi Hilig naman yung mga student. Ngayon pag sabi ko, ayan na-recognize ka na, hindi ka na dapat magpapansin. Sabi ko sa kanya, napansin na kita, ako ang biggest fan mo. Pag may nagpapansin ka pa magpapapansin ka, tawagin ko yung coach mo, magpapansin siya. Kasi papansin ka eh, di papansinin mo kami. Papatawa ako, dadaanin ko sa pagpapatawa. Pero hindi ako magsasabing, ang daldal mo ha, layo pa yung babae. Diba? Kasi unang-una, hindi naman ako ganong klaseng tao. Mas gusto ko. Ano po ako eh, asar din po akong tao. Pero, pag bata, I'd like to, gusto kong makipagbiruan, gusto kong makipagtagisan din sa kanila bilang bata. Isip bata rin ako minsan. So yun, no? And most importantly, when dealing with kids, you have to be critically thinking. Encourage them. Ito ha, paano natin pinoproseso yung ideas? Kaya pag nagko-coach ako ng bata, ganun din. Ano man sabi mo sa story to? Like for example, nagpapanood ako ng video sa mga bata tungkol sa isang nanay na na-meet niya uli yung anak niyang namatay sa isang virtual. I think napanood niyo rin ito, no? Nasa YouTube, yung babaeng Koreana, nanay na Koreana na nakausap niya uli yung anak niya gamit nila isang software, no, na nagpo-project na yung bata ay buhay pa, na nagsasalita siya. Tapos yung nanay, habang kinakausap niya actually ay isang virtual software. Pero sa puso ng nanay, siya ay nakikipag-usap sa sarili niya. So it's her way of processing those things. So in this case, no, let us encourage critical thinking over relevance. Hindi yung kung ano yung mahalaga. Hindi yung kung ano yung importante o may ganap. At hindi rin mahalaga, yung mas importante yung critical thinking over political correctness. Ano yung nararapat? Ano yung dapat gawin? Kasi pag ganoon lagi, kung anong dapat gawin, parang we begin to question the value of an intention. For example, bakit natin pinag-uusapan ng mga kasarian? Bakit natin pinag-uusapan yung mga pag-iwalay ng mga magulang, di ba? Madalas, madali natin i-dismiss, pero minsan, mas magandang pag-usapan para alam natin ang gagawin natin. The moment, for example, what if may mga estudyante tayo na hindi kaya mag-cope sa stress ng pag-iwalay ng magulang? Na they can be suicidal, di ba? Or they can be murderous, di ba? Napipikon sila dahil sila tinutukso, binubuli sila, so ang ending, pabigla ka na lang, may sinaksak na pa ng kaklase. Di ba? At pag ang galit ang tao, hindi nananaig ang logic, nananaig ang feelings. So ituro natin yun, no? Na huwag papanaigin ang galit. Kahit napakadaling magalit. Okay? Okay, next one. Culture. Importante to, no? It must be addressed through language and the story in a way that affirms the Filipino child, no? So gamitin natin ng wika. Whether English or Filipino, Bisaya, Maranao, Ilonggo or Hiligaynon, Ilocano, Ifugao, Kapampangan, Bicol. Gamitin natin yung wikang yun. Because those languages affirm our culture, affirm our being Filipino, no? And affirm the inner child, the inner Filipino child in all of us. Okay? Another thing to be sensitivity to both language and culture. So let's be sensitive to both our language and culture. That's why kahapon, nangingilag ako magbasa ng Maranao kasi hindi ako nagbabasa ng Maranao. So sabi ko, ang pagbasahin natin dito ay ang teacher na marunong mag-Maranao, magbasa ng proper Maranao. No? So let us be sensitive to both language and culture because I might be using it wrong, di ba? And I might be teaching children that what I'm doing is right, but it's actually wrong. No? So I'm very conscious about that, and you should be conscious too. And writers should do thorough research when writing about culture-related children's stories. So like for example, meron akong librong lalabas sa Lampara, my second book, and after in more than 2 decades, no? About culture-related children's stories tungkol sa isang Ifugao, batang lalaking Ifugao na gustong maging mananahi. Pero ayaw ng kanyang tatay na siya maging mananahi. No? Hindi ko nilagay doon na dahil lalaki ka, dapat hindi ka nananahi. Pero nilagay ko doon na mag-aral ka na lang. Mas gusto kong mag-aral ka na lang kesa manahi. Yun, di ba? Minsan ginagamit ng magulang natin yan, ano? Mag-aral ka na lang kesa naglalaro ka ng Mobile Legends o or nagbabasa ka sa internet, ganyan. Wala kang matututuhan dyan. Di ba nung unang panahon, magulang natin, wala kang matututuhan, puro ka panood ng TV. Di ba? Ngayon, wala kang natutuhan, puro ka mobile games, puro ka Shopee, puro ka Willie Revillame, puro ka YouTube, gano'n, di ba? So ngayon, no? So you should do thorough research and writing about culture-related children's stories, especially for those who have Maranao heritage, for those who have Tausug heritage, for those who have Jama Mapun, yung Tausug, tama ba yan? Yung mga taga-tawi-tawi, Badjao, di ba? Yung mga Badjao, no? We should write about our culture because we are those people. In my case, dahil ako ay meron ding roots from my father's side, na Medang, which is also a cultural minority, an indigenous person, indigenous community, di ba? I should learn about my roots, which means I am from the north, no? Okay, now, culture. So let's be careful not to misrepresent or misappropriate culture. Ano pong ibig sabihin nito? Mag-ingat tayo na mamali o hindi magamit ng tama ang isang aspekto, aspekto ng kultura. Tulad ng alin? Pananamit, pagkain, belief systems or religion. Diba? Yung pananampalataya nila, di ba? At yung tinatawag na community practices and rituals, yung mga ginagawa nila na may kinalaman sa kanilang kultura. For example, if you see the picture, no, at the lower right, no, this is actually a community ritual or a community practice, which is pungnok, no. This is like parang tug of war sa ilog, no, na ginaganap to na parang this is an affirmation of the culture of a certain tribe in Ifugao, no? That's why this one, di ba? Now, let's strike a balance between respecting the old and introducing the new. Ano po ibig sabihin nun? Respecting tradition and introducing new and acceptable ideas. Okay? Especially if you're talking about the intertwined kasi ang pagiging Maranao at ang pagiging Muslim, no? So let's try to strike a balance between respecting the traditions, the Muslim traditions or indigenous traditions of the Maranao, and introduce new ideas to our fellow Maranaos and fellow Muslims, di ba? Okay, so let's go to plot. So let's bring the concept of your story from start. So dialogue. Now, if you're going to write a longer story, dialogues are important. If you're going to write a very early reader na story, there should still be dialogue without having to use so many words or conversations. Okay? Dialogues or conversations are the soul of a narrative. Why? Because character, which means hindi buhay ang iyong karakter kapag hindi sila nagsisimulang nagsalita. Okay? Or hindi sila nagsastart magpahayag ng kanilang mga sarili. Diba? Now, the dialogue helps your story move along effortlessly. Why? Because the conversations can also be turning points in that person's movement or life. Diba? So, don't turn dialogue into mindless chatter. Okay? Tama yun, ano? Di ba may mga times meron tayong mga conversations with people, lalo na kung kunwari kayo ay nangungutang. Kunwari, kailangan yung pera, nangutang kayo dito kay co-teacher nyo. So sabi nyo kay co-teacher nyo, parang nahihiya kayo. So sabi nyo, uy co-teacher, nabalitaan mo ba yung nangyari kay ganyan, ganito, ganito. Nga, ang hirap ng buhay ngayon, walang pera. So 3 oras na kayo nagkukwentuhan, at si co-teacher mo naman ay taing-tain na o ihing-ihi na, kasi hindi mo masabi yung gusto mo kasi nahihiya ka, nadyajahe ka. So sabi mo, sige, sabi ni co-teacher, punta muna ako sa CR ha, tsaka aalis, uwi na ako. Ay, saglit, bago ka umalis, pwede ba kumangutang? Di ba ganun yung tendency? Ang hirap-hirap magsabi. And hindi lang kayo nag-iisa dyan. I think, and many of us feel that way. No? Ang dami-daming cheche-bureche bago mangutang. So, pwede natin gawin yan. Pero sa pagkukwento, simula pa lang sabihin na natin kung ano intention natin. Huwag na tayo magpaligoy-ligoy. Turn the dialogue into mindless chatter. Huwag na yung ang daming paliwanag. Di ba nag-comment ako yesterday? Yung mga paliwanag. No? Now, intentions and plans are best written as actions. Lagi ko itong tinuturo even when I was teaching my fellow writers na nagsisimula pa lang sila magsulat. I always tell them, do it, don't say it. Diba? Do it. Don't say it. 2 weeks later, ay, next Monday na. Kasi, stress ako eh. Dami kong nainom. Wednesday, ay, Friday na lang kasi tawag dito, hindi ako makatangi kay school head eh, kay principal eh. Nagdalo ng pagkain eh. Baka sabihin, bastos ako. Hanggang sa pagpabukas. Ganon din po sa pagkukwento. Pag sinabi ng karakter mo na bukas pupuntahan ko si Langgam, okay lang. Eh paano kung hindi mo ginawa? Mga tao, nagsusulat past tense. Isang araw, pumunta si Tipaklong kay Langgam. Rather than saying, kinabukasan, plinano ni Tipaklong na puntahan si Langgam. Am I saying mali yung plano? Hindi naman. Pero mas direct, mas diretsahan, mas walang paligoy-ligoy ang tapatan, no? Yung diretsahang action. So yung past tense, mas diretsahan yung action. Rather than saying, bukas, plano kong makipagkita kay Langgam or kay Tipaklong. Now, how do you start your story? Marami pong pamamaraan at ilan lang po ito. You can choose any of these. And this is what I did to one of my stories, no? Okay. So, you start or an attention-grabbing sentence. Okay. Katulad example, ng first line ay, darating na ang higante sa ating bahay. Di mapakaling sabi ni nanay habang sa pintuan naghihintay. So, statement. So, it caught everyone's attention in the story. You can also do this. I'll read the rest. Pati ang mga kapatid kong sina Ate Linggit at Kuya Utoy ay puno ng ngiti at masayang mga mukha. Samantalang ako, nilalamig ang kamay at namumutla sa kaba. Oh, introduce your protagonist's problems. Bakit kailangan pa kasing dumating ang higante at dito pa tumira? Ang bahay naming maliit na nga ay lalong sisikip pa. So, yun yung problem, no? Napansin nyo, maaga pa lang sinabi ko na kagad yung problema, no? Another thing is to introduce, o ipakilala ang mga gustong gawin or ang aspiration, ang mga ninanasa o mithi ng isang protagonist o ng bida. Example, mahilig kumain ng isda. I'll look for another book. Marami akong book, wait lang. Ito, bago to. Si Mona Ballerina. Ay, wait, hindi ako naisip ba? Na masyadong dialogue. Ay, hindi, pinalam pala. Aking book on. Saan yung lawan? Ayun, sorry. Ito yung aspiration. I'll read from my book. It was a very exciting day for little Lawan and his siblings. They had just sprouted their new wings. Look, Mama, how majestic my wings are. Lawan proudly showed them to Awiyaw, his mother. I agree. They look very beautiful, she told him. That her children had finally into mature fruits. The mature fruits sprout a pair of gliders which allow the seeds to spiral downward to the ground. But to Lawan, they were like the wings of Lawin and Nino. Just before he had matured into a fruit, He had always dreamt of flying, like the birds that lived on his mother's branches. Sabi ng Kulahagad, ano yung nais gawin ng isang protagonista o ng isang bida? Now, you can also start with the dialogue, which is what I did in the screenshot of my book, Mahigante sa Aming Bahay. Darating ng higante sa aming bahay. Mapakaling sabi ni nanay habang sa pintuan naghihintay. Okay? So that is how you start a dialogue. Usually the dialogue should be very shocking, very and in the form of an announcement or in the form of a declaration. Okay? Now next one, conflict. Now, conflict is the most interesting part of a story. For us readers, we are spectators. Now, sometimes some stories have very obvious conflict, which is the typical conflict which you see in this page. Now, sa conflict, launchpad ang conflict ng aspiration, ng mithi, at ng problema. Ibig sabihin nun, doon nagsisimula ang problema, doon nagsisimula ang mithi sa conflict. Okay? At avoid turning the conflict into a simplistic battle of good versus evil, right versus wrong. Why? Because life is complicated. Sabi nga sa Facebook, it's complicated. Okay? The protagonist should be able to sort their problems without the help of a deus ex machina or divine intervention. I'll talk about this a little bit, no? I'll start muna sa start of the conflict, no? There are two kinds of conflict. The internal conflict, which is a struggle with the character's mind and heart. Example, problema si Matmat dun sa libro, sa unang kwento. Inner conflict ito. I'm going back, no? Samantalang ako nila nabigyan kamay at namumutla sa kaba. Bakit kailangan pa kasing dumating ang higante at dito pa tumira? Ang bahay naming maliit na nga ay lalong sisikip pa. Yun yung internal conflict niya. Bakit kailangan tumira dito ng higante? Diba? Ayaw ko siya dito, pero bakit tuwang-tuwa sila na darating siya? So yun yung internal conflict. Magsimula pa lang, na ano natin kagad, na-identify kagad natin. Ito yung naman ang typical conflict na alam natin, yung mga labanan ng bida at kontrabida, no? Yung struggle between two characters. Example, dun sa yung kwento dun sa librong yun is when naapakan ni Buboy ang paa ni Anita. At dahil doon nagpakawala ng pinakamaanghang na salita si Anita. So dito lumabas Anita versus Buboy. Pero going back to the earlier part, there is Anita versus her mom. Yung struggle niya of the mom saying some mean words to her. And internal conflict din yung galit niya na hindi niya maproseso, di ba? Dahil doon nanliit si Anita, di ba? At nagsimula siyang magpakawala ng maanghang na salita sa iba't ibang uri ng mga nilalang at tao, kabilang yung kanyang pusa. So yun yung tinatawag na external yung conflict. Nakikita ng lahat, napapansin ng lahat. Because the external conflict, it means there is a disagreement, there is tension, no? But there is also tension with internal conflict. But it's more obvious when people are fighting or arguing. That is what we call external conflict. Pwede ring maging external conflict, yung character, pero ang kalaban niya ay Diyos, kalaban niya ay kalikasan. Example, ang taong galit sa kidlat. Diba? Galit na galit si Kadyo sa kidlat, habulin siya ng habulin. So that's nature. So that is external conflict. Or, external conflict like example yung book, yung si Ching na takot sa dilim. If you're afraid of something, that's already a form of conflict. That can be internal, which means you're afraid of something inside your mind, or external, if you're afraid of somebody or something physically. For example, takot ka sa kidlat, takot ka sa pusa, takot ka sa butike, etc., etc. Yan, no? Now, as much as possible, if you have a conflict in your story, and this is just for storybooks po ito, not for concept storybooks, and not for concept books. Kasi concept books, they do not need that kind of very obvious conflict, rising action, falling action. Ang concept storybooks, ganun din. pag gumamit tayo ng a day in the life of na pattern, yung tipong one day isang araw, yung tipong kumain ako ng balot isang araw. Pagkatapos na naglakad ako patungo sa bahay ng aking kaibigan, tapos nagdala ko ng balot. Kumain ka na ba? Hindi pa. Ito, kainin mo itong dinala ko para sa iyo. Tapos, at dahil doon, naging matalik kayo magkaibigan itong bata, umuwi ka at nangako sa kaibigan mo na babalik ako laro. May conflict ba doon? Wala. Ay, may conflict ba doon? Meron, pero hindi sobrang obvious. Walang tinatawag na struggle. Doon, ang sinasatisfy na conflict ay ang goal o aspiration. Example, gusto kong makipagkaibigan o gusto kong masolusyonan yung gutom ng aking kaibigan. So, kung ginawa niya, bumili siya ng balot, hinatian niya ng balot yung kanyang kaibigan. Dahil doon natuwa yung kanyang kaibigan, nakakapaglaro sila ulit the next day. Ganun po yun, ano? Now, another thing with conflict is that the protagonist o yung bida ang dapat na naghahanap ng solusyon o nagsosolve ng kanyang problema. Hindi siya gumagamit ng tinatawag nating deus ex machina o divine intervention. O, Latin po ito ha, itong deus ex machina. So, not deus ex machina. Ano yung sabihin ng deus ex machina? God from the machine. Example, kayo'y hinahabol ng isang aswang. Ilaga, Timog, Kanluran, Silangan. Napaligiran ka ng aswang. At ang pwede mo lang gawin para makaligtas sa aswang ay tumalon sa bangin na maraming bato sa ilalim at gumaragas ang tubig. Sabihin nun, lose-lose situation. Either hindi ka tatalon, pero makakain ka ng mga aswang, or tatalon ka, pero mamamatay ka pero hindi ka makakain ng aswang. Mamamatay ka naman. Dudurugin ka ng bato. Madudurog ka sa bato. Ngayon, pinili mong tumalon. Tapos bigla, lumabas ang kamay ng Diyos. Hindi mo pa panahong mamatay. Bumalik ka sa iyong katawang lupa. Chow! Tapos biglang buhay na siya at malakas na. Oo. So yan ha. Tawag tayong ganito po yan. Sa totoong buhay, humihingi tayo ng tulong sa Diyos. Kasi tayo'y tao at ang Diyos ang ating sandigan. No? Pero, sa pagsusulat ng storya, huwag nating iatang sa Diyos. Ay, Ate Hilda, pasok ka. Huwag nating iatang sa Diyos. Huwag sa pagsusulat. Ayaw, pasok ka na ate ha. Pasensya na, nakaiga si mama ko naman tuturo. So yan. Deus ex machina, huwag tayong masyadong aaso sa Diyos. Kaya naman nating sulatin, kung nating karakter natin, nagtumalon sa bangin, bigla siyang sinalo ng isang lumilipad na ibon. Di ba? Yung parang yung kay Harry Potter, di ba nangyayari yun minsan? Si Harry Potter mamamatay na lang, tapos bigla na lang makikita niya yung mahiwagang bato. Di ba? So yun sinasabi ko muna. Iwasan natin, lalo na sa mga maiking kwento. Mas maganda yung kwento kapag yung mismong gumawa, yung mismong may problema siya ang nag-solve ng kanyang sariling problema. Okay? Yes. Thank you, Ate Hilda. Hindi ka naman nahirapan mag-ano? Siya mismo pala nakasagot ng tawag kanina. Sige. Ate, saglit lang ha. Meron akong webinar. So yun. Punta naman tayo sa tinatawag nating resolution o conclusion. Paano natin sinosolve? Paano natin tinatapos ang ating kwento? So, itong lagi kong payo. Unang-una, ang mga kwentong pambata, they should often aspire for hope or positive change at the end of your story. Okay? At the end of your story, they should always have a positive change. Which means, huwag nating i-end tragically yung mga kwentong pambata. Bigyan natin ng pag-asa. Kahit sabihin natin malungkot yung storya or yung nabubuhay sa may tragic na yung premise o beginning ng story. Huwag natin tapusin sa tragedy rin, ano? Bigyan natin ng hope. Like, remember yung sinabi ko sa inyo na yung kwento ng depression, di ba? Yung storya ng batang dumaranas ng depression na hinahabol siya ng dragon. Yung pangalan ng libro yun ay yung libro. Yung sa gabi ba yun? Yung sinulat ni Debbie Gliori. Ito. Sige, basahin ko nga Sa gabi. Tagalog lang naman po. Hindi ko alam kung kailan ito nagsimula. Siguro isang gabi, sumulpot itong parang mababang ulo. Nakaramdam ako ng pagod buong maghapon. Dumarating ang mababang ulap tuwing gabi. At sa umaga rin. Puno ng pangamba ang bawat umaga. Kinakabog ang dibdib, hinahalukay ang sikmura. Pakiramdam ko'y may nawala sa akin. Gabi-gabi akong nababawasan. Nagigising ako bawat gabi, takot sa isang bagay na hindi ko makita. At isang gabi, hindi ko nakilala ang sarili ko. Tumayo ako, tumingin sa salamin, at nakita may sakit ako. Wala akong masabi, walang katumbas na salita ang nararamdaman ko. Hindi makapagsalita, sinubok kong gumuhit ng mapang tutulong sa paghahanap nitong hindi ko mapangalanan. Pero nawala ko ang kompas ko. At kung wala ito, walang silbi ang anumang mapa. Itaas ang noo. Kung hindi magtagumpay sa simula, subukin ulit. Ayusin ang sarili. Tibayan ang dibdib. Isipin ang milyon-milyong nagugutom. Mas mabuting magsindi ng kandila kaysa isumpa ang dilim. Mga nagagawa sa gabi ang makaligtas sa sariling kadiliman. Mga nagagawa sa gabi, minsan gumagamit ng malulupit na hakbang ang guro para maiparating ang nais sabihin. Mga nagagawa sa gabi, pagkapit sa kawalan, malay na walang lubusang nananatili. Hanggang isang araw, tinulak ng sariling tumatakas papalayo sa mga dragong nakasunod. Nagpapaalalang walang saysay ang lahat na imposible silang takasan. Masyado akong mahina para maisip man lang na subukin. Tapos, nangyari ito. Hindi ko na kayang tumakbo. Hindi ako makahinga. Tamang mga dragon na hina ako. Pinilit ko makaakyat sa tuktok ng burol na buhangin. Naroon sa piling ng mga damuhan, isang pakpak. Imat puti, salit-salit, maganda. Hindi lamang itim, hindi lamang puti. At biglang may nag-iba. Sabihin nun, nakahanap siya ng pag-asa kung kailan ramdam niya na parang nandun na siya sa dulo ng kanyang buhay. Diba? Ganun daw yung nararamdaman ng mga taong may depression, ano? So, tingnan nyo yung ending. Sa kabila ng dilim, sa kabila ng kanyang pinagdaraanan, ina-avoid ng writer yung paglalahad ng tinatawag nating kamatayan o trahedya para sa kanyang sarili at minsan para sa antagonist. Doon sa kwento, ito yung mga kwento nung unang panahon, ano, 'di ba ang ending kunwari, yung mga fairy tales, 'di ba anong nangyari? Example, may fairy tale kung saan ang ending namatay si ang pangalan ng ano na yun, Sleeping Beauty, si Sleeping Beauty pala. 'Di ba pinatay si Snow White, sorry, Sleeping Beauty. Si Snow White, 'di ba? Si Snow White, 'di ba, tinangka siyang patayin ng kanyang madrasta o stepmother na Reyna, no? So ang ending, si Sleeping Beauty, si Snow White, 'di ba, kumagat sa mansanas, nangamatay, 'di ba? Kasi ang gustong gawin ng nana, kanyang madrasta ay siya lamang ang pinakamaganda sa buong mundo ayon sa kanya mahiwagang salamin. Pero ang ending, sa dulo, and usually ito yung ginagawa ng fairy tales ng unang panahon, pinapatay yung masasama. Usually ginagawa rin yun sa mga Disney movies, no? Pero magkaiba kasi ang pelikula at magkaiba ang libro, no? Sa children's books, especially sa children's books, you can kill your character, you can kill your kontrabida, but not in a children's book. If you do that, it leaves an impact on your young reader. Parang sinasabi mo sa bata, nino-normalize mo, pwede palang pumatay. Pwede mong patayin ang iyong kalaban. So you're already teaching that what if nagalit siya and the only thing in his mind, the only option ng bata ay manakit at makapatay. Para wala na siyang problema. Diba hindi maganda ang dating? Parang nakakatakot. Diba? If ganitong magturo ang mga classroom, anak ko, parang ibig sabihin, tinuturuan tayo maging barbaro, tinuturuan tayo makipagpatayan. Para saan pa yung religion kung nakikipagpatayan tayo, di ba? Okay, next, avoid resolutions done at the expense of another character. Example, unang panahon may mga kwento. Mababa ang tingin, ito, yung kwento ni Putot. Mababa ang tingin ni Putot sa kanyang sarili kasi siya ay maiksi ang buntot. Tapos isang araw, nakakita siya ng uod. Sabi niya, nakita siya ng uod na umiiyak. Sabi niya, Putot, ba't ka umiiyak? Kasi maiksi ang aking buntot. Mabuti ka pa, ikaw ay may buntot. Sabi ni Putot, na asong maiksi ang buntot kay uod. Biglang pumalahaw at umiyak si uod. Mabuti ka pa, may katawan ka. Ako, may buntot nga, pero wala naman akong katawan. Tapos patuloy na pag-iyak si Tapos biglang nawala yung lungkot, naging masaya na si Putot. Tapos sabi ni Putot sa sarili niya, mabuti pa pala ako, may buntot. Hindi, mas maswerte pa pala ako kaysa kay uod. Ay, hindi ganun dapat. Nung unang panahon, ginawa yun, Pero sa ngayon, pag nagawa ka ng ganung karakter na parang, para ma-solve mo yung problema mo, kailangan you do it to another person, no? For example, sino sa kanilang dapat na meron kayong conflict, no? Sinong dapat buhayin at sinong hindi dapat? Di ba? Yung gusto mo o yung mahal mo o yung nagmamahal sa'yo. Yun, ganun yung mga ganung klaseng hindi dapat ganun yung ending, no? You have to find resolutions na ang dapat nagsosolve at hindi dapat isinasangkalan o isinasakripisyo ang isa pang karakter, lalo na kung ito ay mahal sa buhay, di ba? Dapat ang nagsosolve ng problema ay yung main character. Diba? At huwag at the expense of another character. So yun. So yung bida o yung protagonist, that's the answer to problem or fulfillment. Okay? So, importante yun, sa bandang dulo, may kasagutan. Huwag nating ibibitin yung mga tao na ano sa tingin nyo ang ending. Kailangan pagbasa natin, nakuha ni protagonist ng bida, nakuha rin natin ng kasagutan sa dulo. Now, ang bida rin daw dapat, ang bida kadalasan nakakaranas ng tinatawag nating change or transformation. Pagbabago o pagbabanyuhay. Example ng physical change or physical transformation ay si Ugly Duckling. Diba? Ugly Duckling siya before, after, isa na siyang swan. Diba? Isa pala siyang swan. Another way is yung tinatawag na emotional or spiritual transformation or change. Example, doon sa kwento ng alamat ng ampalaya, pagkatapos niyang danasin ang isang bagay, nagbago ang kanyang pananaw tungkol sa pakikipagkaibigan at pakikisama, di ba? Now, another thing is to leave a question or a challenge. Now, sir, sabi niyo, bawal mag-iwan ng tanong. Hindi ko sinabing bawal mag-iwan ng tanong. Sabi ko, bawal mag-iwan ng tanong kung saan pinaghuhula mo yung mambabasa kung ano mangyari sa susunod. Ang pwede mong iwang tanong ay kung ito bang tanong na to ay nag-a-affirm o parang what do you call that? Parang tumutugma ba sa karanasan? For example, kayo, kunwari ito example, si Genaro Goho Cruz. Kaya lang, kukuha ko ng sample ng book mo. Let me just get kasi mahabang kwento na siya. Okay, hindi ko mahanap, sorry. So anyway, ang ending ni Genaro Goho Cruz dun sa Palangka Award-winning story niya, kayo, mahaba rin ba ang pangalan ninyo? So yun, di ba? Kayo, kaya nyo bang gawin ang ginagawa ni Karina? Yan, ganun, yung mga tipong ganung klaseng yes or no questions. No? Hindi yung ano sa tingin nyo mangyayari. Diba? Kasi part ng any story yung ending eh. Tapos ang gagawin, mag-iwan ka ng ganung klaseng open ending na parang is as good, parang alam nyo yun yung your guess is as good as mine. Ano lang po yun, pwede po yun sa television pero hindi po pwede sa libro, no? Or sa isang maikling kwento. Now, another thing is to give the reader a surprising ending. For example, naman maganda surprising ending. Ito. At yung sa maanghang na salita, yun na lang pala. Natapakan ni Bubo yung paa ni Anita, tapos nagpakula si Anita ng pinakamaanghang na salita. Anong surprising ending? Climax. Diba? Sorry Anita, pasensya na, hindi ko sinasadya. Tapos sabay umuwi si Anita at Buboy pag-uwi. Ang surprise ending, Anita, tayo na. Kumain na tayo. So the ending is that the mom is no longer the same mom in the beginning. That she is a changed woman, meaning she is already positive. Okay? So yun, no? Yung mga ganong klaseng endings, no? Pakita natin na may pagbabago sa dulo. Kaya nga kailangan may positive change or hope. Okay? So next, ako nga pala nag-slideshow. Characters tayo. So, lumikha tayo ng mga characters na pumupukaw sa puso ng ating mga mababasa, no? So, your characters, unang-una, yung character nyo, hindi simple lang. Pero hindi ibig sabihin flat o one-dimensional. Pag sabi natin one-dimensional, flat siya. Kunwari, antukin siya sa simula, antukin pa rin siya sa gabi. Antukin pa rin siya sa dulo ng kwento. Walang development yun. Kailangan merong problem para may aspiration sa dulo. Ibig lang sabihin, may simpleng goal, may simpleng premise, pero hindi ibig sabihin dapat kung flat nagsimula sa dulo, kung itong simula niya, hindi dapat ganun pa rin sa dulo. Nagiging flat yun. Okay? So another thing is characters should be relatable. No? Ibig sabihin nun, may pangarap sa buhay, may inaasam, may mga problema. Because like any other kid, like any other thing in the world, no? Ang mga bata nakakaranas din ng problema, nakakaranas ng kung paano mangarap, di ba? Isa pa, iwasan ang pag-portray sa child protagonist bilang mga problematic na bata. Ito kadalasan to napansin ko nag-conduct ako before ng children's book writing, tapos meron silang storybook writing. Ang tendency ng mga nagsulat ng kwento ay ganito. Merong isang bata na walang ginawa kundi maglaro ng computer games. Tuwing umaga, pagkagising sa bahay, takbo sa computer siya, at laro dito, laro doon. Sa tanghali, laro dito, laro doon. Sa gabi, laro dito, laro doon. Tapos sabi ng nanay, wala ka nang ginawa kundi mag-computer games. Sige, may mangyayaring hindi maganda sa'yo. Now, nung unang panahon, yung ganyang klaseng pagkukwento ay okay lang. Pero, dahil sa dami ng ganyang paraan ng pagkukwento, napapansin natin, natitingnan natin, ang flat pala ng karakter. At yung batang bida, problematic. Wala na siyang ginawa kundi yun lang. For example, isa pang example ng tinatawag nating problematic. Hindi magandang kalaro si Pipo. Wala na siyang ginawa kundi awayin ng kanyang kapatid, awayin ng kanyang kaibigan, awayin ng kanyang magulang. Mahilig siyang manakit. Parang ninonormalize natin sa bata na kapag siya ay gano'n ang ugali niya, tinatawag natin siyang problematic o hindi mabait o masama. Baka may pinagdaanan, bakit gano'n? Pero hindi yun nare-reveal agad. So yun yung masakit. No? So avoid natin ng gano'n. Gawin na natin diretsahan. Ano yun? Sabihin, siya ay mahilig manakit. Sabihin na natin gano'n. Gawin natin creative. For example, ang mga kamay ni Pipo parang may sariling kaluluwa. Bigla-bigla na lang itong humahampas sa balikat ng katabi niya, ng klase niyang katabi niya sa eskwela. Aray, ang sakit. Aray, ano bang ginagawa mo? At magtatawa ang kanang kamay ni Carlita, ang kanang kamay ni Pipo. Kahit hindi niya gustong ginagawa niya. Kaliwang kamay naman ni Pipo parang may sariling kaluluwa. Bigla ba namang piningot ang tenga ng katabi niya na si Ana? Umiyak tuloy si Ana at narinig ito. At hindi napigilan ng teacher na pagsabihan si Pipo. Pipo, wag mo nang uulitin ng ginawa mo, ha? Ngunit ang mga kamay ni Pipo tila may sariling kaluluwa. Nagsimula silang tumawa at nagkaroon ng hugis na parang may sungay sila. So nakita niyo, mas maganda yung ganung klaseng creativity, no? Instead of saying, masamang bata si Pipo or may manahilig manakit si Pipo, sabihin natin yung problem na may kakaibang nangyayari kay Pipo. Okay? Kasi pag sinabi natin problematic, tulad ng addict sa computer games, ano pa ba? Na sila ay, na yung bata ay hindi na mahilig sumuway sa magulang, na nagagalit sa kanyang mga teacher. Parang ano yun ang nangyayari, ginagawa natin, projection natin dun sa mga estudyante natin na napofrustrate tayo pero wala tayong magawa kasi problematic yung situation nila. Sa real life, maraming batang problematic. Pero sa mga kwentong susulat nyo, huwag nating i-portray yung mga bata bilang problematic. Because all you want to do is to tell the children that if you are experiencing this, mayroong solusyon sa problema. Okay? Sa real life, nangyayari yan. Pero sa fiction, gawin naman nating mas ideal sa kanila yung mundo. Bigyan natin sila ng hope. Bigyan natin sila ng positive change. Okay? So, yun ang sinasabi ko na avoid portraying child protagonists as problematic. Now, characters. Avoid good child versus bad child analogy. Example, yun nga, no? Ginagawa rin sa reality to. At lalong ang guilty lagi dito ay ang mga magulang na may mga anak na higit pa sa isa. Example, baka kayo po ay guilty nito, ha? Mabuti pa yung kuya mo, masipag mag-aral, ikaw tamad ka. Hindi mo gayahin ng tatay mo na wala nang ginawa kundi magtrabaho ng trabaho. Ikaw ay walang pakinabang. Diba? Avoid natin yung ganong paghambing, no? Yung tinatawag na good child versus bad child. Buti pa si kuya, mahal ng nanay, ba't ako hindi? Diba? Avoid natin yung ganon kasi sa totoong buhay, wala naman totoong 100% na mabuting anak. At wala namang 100% na masamang anak. Diba? Minsan hindi lang natin sila naintindihan. At minsan may mga bata na magaling sila magtago ng kanilang totoong saloobin, no? So, importante 'yon, no? Gawin natin mas bold, kaya nga nilalagyan natin ng vulnerability. Yung mga characters natin na may kahinaan, ay na may kalakasan kasi importanteng malaman ng mga bata na tao rin sila, na hindi sila dapat tinitignan sa isang standard lang na mababa, no? Nabigyan natin sila ng pag-asa. Yun naman mga taong perfect, yung mga tao naman na may kamalian, bigyan natin sila ng pag-asa, no? For example, nasa problematic situation sila. For example, dumaranas ng ng kahirapan o dumadanas ng depression yung bata, pakita natin na yung karakter ng bata ay may pag-asa sa dulo. Na hindi siya magiging evil, na magiging bad child siya. At definitely, huwag natin siya itukumpara, no? Yun yung reason, no? Dahil mga bata hindi yan perfecto, no? And at the same time, kapag ganun tayo magkaroon ng analogy, yung good child versus bad child, tinuturuan natin yung mga bata na magkaroon ng bias. Diba? Of course, alam ng bata ang mabuti at hindi mabuti. Pero huwag natin silang tuturuan na mag-isip na kapag ganitong ugali mo, ikaw ay mabuti. Kapag hindi ganitong ugali mo, ikaw ay hindi mabuti. Okay? So another thing is use the weakness or the vulnerability na sa springboard to change. Kaya sabi ko, kahinaan ninyo, okay, yung sinasabi nilang mga bagay na pwedeng itama sa'yo, yun ang gamitin mo para ikaw ay magbago. Okay? Now, next, slide, pala yun. Revision, ito na, malapit na po tayo, konti na lang. 4 na slides na lang po ito. So revision, ano yung revision? Nasulat niyo na yung storya, di ba? Pero syempre, hindi pa yan hinog na hinog. So, minsan, parang ano yan, parang damo yan. Lumalago, ang ganda eh. Tuwa ka, mahaba siya. Parang damo yan, lumalago, mahaba, dumadami ang dahon, nagiging puno, di ba? So, pero gusto lang natin bonsai. Kasi nga, kung pambata eh, dapat maliit na puno lang ito. At hindi singtaas ng kalahit, no? So, naman yan, dala ko isang writer, no? Hindi magde-develop kayo ng tinatawag na story fatigue or text fatigue. Sabi nating story fatigue, sa proseso ninyong pagsusulat, nagde-develop kayo ng attachment. Nagiging personal sa inyo yung pagsusulat. So, ibig sabihin nun, pag personal sa inyo, at sinabi ng ibang tao na hindi maganda yung gawa ninyo, pinipersonal niyo. Meaning, nasasaktan kayo. Kasi, ba't pinupo na yung story ako? Eh, pagkakabasa ko, ang ganda-ganda niya. Diba? Ang nangyari kasi, nagkaroon ka ng tinatawag na story fatigue. Dahil sa pagmamahal mo sa story mo, namanhid ka. Hindi mo tawag doon ay story fatigue. Napagod ka, kaya na-immune ka, hindi mo nararamdam ang pagmamahal, ang mga kamalian din sa story. Parang kinampihan mo na siya, nagkaroon ka na ng bias para sa kwento. Ganun din yung text fatigue. Yung text fatigue naman, varies mga more intimate details. Example, yung gamit mo ng mga words, no? Maaaring mali pa rin gamit mo ng words, pero dahil sa tingin mo, yun yung pinaka-okay na salita, o pinaka-okay na spelling, ayun, ilang beses mo kinorek, hindi mo na naingat sa'yo, kung binasa mo, may typo, o binasa mo, mali grammar, hindi mo na kinokorek kasi nalagpasan ng mata mo, sabi, tama. Tapos mabibigla ka na lang, pag hindi ka napagod, wala ka ng patig, pag chinek mo, may typo pa na yung story mo, o hindi mo natanggal yung mga unwanted. So, yun. Now, hindi necessarily, depende to sa writers, no? Kung magaling ka mag-absorb ng comments at nag-revise ka at wala akong nasabi sa susunod, sabihin, pwede na itong i-publish, that's very good. One stage ka pa lang. Tapos, ibig sabihin, lahat merong iba matitigas sa ulo. It's just that, sa sobrang komplikado ng story ang sinulat niyo, nililinis muna natin. Diba, ano yung pinakamahirap linisin na bagay sa mundo? Pinakamahirap diamond? Diba, para mapakinabangan yung diamond, gawin mo siya isang magandang bato, ang dami yung pinagdadaanan. Na paglilinis, pag-uupit, pagtatanggal ng mga imperfections, so that, pag tinignan siya, kaaya-aya siyang tignan. Wala silang masasabing hindi maganda. Ganon din yung kwento. Minsan hindi na may mga pagkakataon lahat ng upuan sa isang upuan lang yung kwento. Hinihintay natin na mahinog dito. Ilang beses tayo nagpapalit-palit ng revisions, ilang beses ko kayo utusang mag-revise, no? Kailangan palitan to. Diba? So even after our workshop, I'm sure magpapatunan si Ma'am Connie sa akin, anong gagawin natin sa story to, anong sasabihin natin. Magbibigay ako ng instructions, sabihin ko, kailangan ganito. Pero mas maganda matapos natin kagad from here, ano? Kasi gusto ni ma'am ng immediate output, no? Mga storybooks kagad. So it will take stages for a story before it reaches its perfection. Now, critiquing is a very painful process. Okay, napakasakit na proseso yung pagka-critic. Kasi iisa-isahin ko. Para akong surgeon, no? Bubuksan ko kayo, ibubulwa ka. Hindi kayo nakaano. Lalabasan mo na siya, ma? Ano nangyari? Sino yun? Okay. So it can be a painful process, no? You have to let go of lines or words na madalas minsan yung ang naisip natin yung pinakamaganda. Ako minsan nararamdaman ko yan pag nag-one-on-one coaching ako sa bata, ay sa teacher na nagsulat ng kwento. Nararamdaman ko minsan may mga teacher na sumusunod, may mga teacher na matitigas ang ulo. At yun yung sa tingin ko, yun yung lagi kong sinasabi, ma'am, kung matigas ang ulo nyo, kayong bahala. Pero pag may pumuna sa inyo, huwag nyo akong sisisihin. Kasi ginawa kong lahat ng paraan na pwede nating baguhin. Pero definitely, hindi ako mag-e-edit ng storya nyo. Okay? Unless, bayaran nyo ako mag-edit, di ba? Pero kung sinabing, ay, wala tayong budget, hindi ko po pwedeng i-edit ang storya nyo. Kayong bahalang mag-edit. Ako lang ang pwedeng mag-recommend. Kasi unethical on my part to edit a story unless it's part of a job or it's part of a project of which I'm supposed to be rewarded. Di ba? Ganun lang yun. Kayo ba? Of course, well, DepEd pala kayo. Of course, maraming pinapagawa si DepEd sa inyo. Pero for example, kasi parte ng trabaho nyo kasama yun sa kontratang pinirmahan nyo, nagturo kayo. So kahit ilan ang pagawa sa inyo, o itambak sa inyo yung DepEd, kailangan nyo gawin. Kasi may kontrata kayo sa kanya. Pero for example, nagsulat kayo ng libro para sa ibang tao. At sinabi ng taong yun, sige, kailangan ko tong librong to Lunes. Okay? Kailangan gawa na siya kasi bayad ka na. Obligado ka, hindi mo pwedeng takbuhan. Kasi sabihin ng mga tao, mag-develop yung kanang reputation sa ibang tao na wala kang isang salita. Okay? So, let go of the lines or sequences. Ibig sabihin na may mga parte minsan na akala natin okay siya, pero hindi. Okay? And sometimes I will feel that resistance. Madalas ko nangyayari yun. Kasi ang nangyayari ganito, may mga tao kasi, na mga editors, kasi bilang editor, ako yung critic, no? May mga editors kasi, na pag tinanong nila, ang sakit sa kanila, ay, okay na yung ginawa mo, walang problema yan. Pero, dahil hindi ka na kontento, basa mo sa iba. At sabi ko naman, hindi, maraming problema yan, huwag mo yung ilabas. Minsan man ako nang i-publish to. Total, sabi naman ng isang editor, okay, ikaw lang naman na nagsasabing hindi. Kasi masaniwala siya doon. Pero ang totoo, baka sinabi lang ng editor, ang sinabi ng isa, bola-bola lang, di ba? At naniwala naman itong tao, di ba? So, ganun yun, no? So, kayo parang ganun din. Maaaring makinig kayo sa akin o makinig kayo sa kanya. Kung makikinig kayo sa kanya na kayo magpa-edit. Pero kung makikinig kayo sa akin, ihanda nyo yung sarili nyo kasi makikinig kayo sa akin. No? So, authors should find space and time to process critics. Ang ibig sabihin nito, huwag kayong padadaig sa emotions, di ba? Kailangan allow yourself to process. Kunwari, nasaktan kayo, sir, grabe si sir, pinata yung work ko. First attempt ko lang naman yun, bago lang naman ako bakit naman ginanon ako ni sir? Para bang ang work ko, ang pangit, pakiramdam ko, ang pangit-pangit ng work ko, ganon. Sa simula mararamdaman nyo yan. Pero, yung feelings nyo sa akin, hayaan nyo muna magtagal. Huwag nyo hayaan na yung ma-cloud yung attention nyo ng objective ko. Kasi nung una, yung pagka-critic ko sa inyo, hindi naman yung ginagawa para masayahan lang ako. O yung pagtripan kayo, di ba? So, ang dami na naturuan ko, iba-ibang region, iba-ibang division, sa storybook writing. At madalas, ito pa yung nakakatawa, yung pinakamaraming katay, alam mo yung katay, yung for example, when you kill a chicken or a pig, di ba? Anong ginawa nyo doon? Di ba? Kinatay nyo sila, you slaughter them, you slit their necks, or you Eh, tama, you slit their necks or electrocute the pigs or the cows, di ba? And then, um, hiwain mo sila. Tapos ang tawag doon katay. Parang pinatay. So for example, may iba doon yung mga works na kinatay, which means they are slaughtered, sila pa yung nag-work. Iba sila yung effective pala yung kwento, di ba? Ang pangit ng yung mas maganda pa pala yung kwento nito kaysa dun sa mga nauna. Dahil hindi ka nakinig sa sinabi ko, pinanaig mo yung feelings mo. Pero ito, lumalabas pala, like for example, meron akong naging fellow sa private workshop ko. No? Unang kwento, pangit. Pangalawang revision ng kwento, pangit pa rin. Balik-balik ito. May dumating sa punto na sabi niya, ang hirap pala magsulat. No? Imagine mo nga. Parang ikaw, ba't parang effortless sa'yo? Sabi ko, akala nyo lang yun. Sino nagsabi sa inyong effortless ang pagsusulat? May libro akong nasulat ko, 30 minutes nung bata ako. Pero ngayon, yung isang libro ko, sinulat ko 2 taon. O, diba? Tapos, nung ipapublish na, ang dami-daming pinaalis. So, ibang-iba yung winning form niya dun sa nanalo sa contest. Iba na siya sa book form. Tinanggap ko kasi may pinipulido ng editor ko yun eh. Yun yung trabaho ko. Puliduhin yung dapat yung gawin. No? So, ganun po yung processing ng critiquing. So, for example, tanungin ko kayo, sabihin ko, alam mo mahina yung character mo kung ang dami-daming marami kang paliwanag sa character. Nasample na yata kayo, no? Parang ang dami-daming sinasabi ng character. Ang dami-dami niyang myth. Ano bang gusto niyo gawin sa buhay? Alin ba dito ang uunahin niya? Ganun yun, no? So, kailangan masanay kayo na ganun yung mga comments. Another thing is, ba't ganun yung ending? Parang pangit, parang boring. Oo, parang boring kasi parang imbis na makita mo na-solve yung problem, sabihin mo, ay, ba't ganun na-solve yung problem? Parang hindi maganda, parang inimbento. So, mga ganun, no? So, in other words, pinupuna ko yan kasi may nakikita kong highly irregular about that or hindi high or definitely illogical. For example, biglang lumipad ang kabayo. Teka, lumipad ang kabayo, nagkapakpak pa siya. Yun ang una kong tanong. Hindi po. O paano nakalipad? Tapos biglang hindi na makakapagpaliwanag. Yun lang naman eh. Paano nakapalipad? Pag hindi nakapagpaliwanag yung writer, ibig sabihin, hindi niya binasa mabuti yung kwento. Hindi niya binasa mabuti yung comments. Kasi pag nag-comment ako, sasabihin ko talaga yung nakita ko at naririnig ko. Base sa kwento mo, no? Okay? So, ano ba yung critiquing? So, a critic, tulad ko, kritiko, ay isang devil's advocate. Alam niyo sa Tagalog nito? Ako yung dakilang udyok. Ako yung mag-udyok sa inyo para magalit. Ako yung mag-udyok sa inyo para tanungin yung sarili niyo. Pagdudahan yung sarili niyo. Diba? Pero hindi ko ginagawa yun para lang maging masama kayo. Diba? Ginagawa ko yun kasi gusto ko kayong matuto. Kaya devil's advocate. Pahihirapan ko kayo dahil ang gusto ko, kayo ay matuto. So, ganun yung role ng devil's advocate. Ang trabaho ko bilang kritiko is itama kayo ng landas, tapos yung dadaanan yung landas ay gawa sa apoy at gawa sa yelo. Now, bakit, sir, ano yun? Bakit fire and ice? Isipin nyo na lang, mga ma'am, sir. Tawid nga kayo sa kalye na may nasusunog. Gagawin nyo ba? Hindi, di ba? Pero, tuturuan ko kayo kung paano kayo makakatawid nang hindi nyo nararamdaman yung na pagdadaanan ninyo yung fire para kayo ay maging resistant sa fire at pagdadaanan nyo yung ice para kayo maging resistant sa ice. Okay? So, yung critic, hindi lang niya ginagawa yung pag-point out ng mistake. Hindi lang yun ang trabaho ko. Ang trabaho ko ay turuan kung anong dapat iwasan. At tinuturuan ko rin kayo bilang kritiko upang magkaroon tayo ng growth at direksyon. Okay? At dyan po nagtatapos ang ating mga lectures. Okay? So, I'm going to close the key. Ayun. Tama. Teka, nakikita pa ba ang lecture ko? Hindi na. No, tapos na po, no? Parang dito ay nandito pa siya. Okay. Sige. Meron po ba mga katanungan? Ayun, mukhang may mga tanong, no? Ibubuksan ko po yung ano. Ay, yun. Wait lang po. Yun. So, magbabasa po ako ng mga tanong. Ay, walang pala to. May mga tanong po ba, Sir Troy? Okay. So, sige. Maghihintay ako ng tanong.
Sir Randy, I'm trying to check the chat box sa YouTube live streaming natin. So far, wala pa pong katanungan po, sir.
Okay po. Thank you very much po. Sige, ako muna maglulutan ng mga tanong. Sir, ano po bang dapat unahin? Concept o story? Well, depende po sa inyo. Kung ang concept ninyo, for example, gaya ng sabi ni Sir Abubakar kanina, no? Na lesson, ano ba yun? Lesson on prepositions, no? Yun yung naka-assign daw sa kanya. Di mag-start ka mag-conceptualize, no? So, paano magko-conceptualize? You have to imagine teaching that concept, no? In such a way na nagmumukha siyang isang libro o isang storya, no? So actually, you can develop materials that are not just storybooks but also concept books for children, no? So, pwede kayong mag-assign. For example, isa sa si Sir Troy, pinagawa natin ng lesson about science, no? Pagtubo ng halaman, no? So sa pagtubo ng halaman, tuturo niya kung paano lumaki yung buto, paano nagka-susubong, paano nagka-dahon, paano nagkasanga, paano nagkabulaklak, no? Mga ganon, no? So, use your expertise. Ano po bang majors ninyo? Kayo po ba lahat ay Filipino major or English major? Wala ba kayong minors? For example, maybe merong minor ng science dyan, minor ng math, di ba? Actually, marami mga tawag before, no? They're looking for concepts in math na pwedeng gawing children's book. Diba? So, yun yung mga ganong klaseng examples po, no? Pwede ninyong, pwede ninyong gawing example yun, no? Yung science lessons, social studies lessons, diba? Pwede kayong gumawa ng children's book about history lessons, diba? Example, pero may mga tulad ng buhay ni Rizal, kasi ang dami nang gumawa nun. Mas maganda kapag ang diniscuss ninyo, nangangalit na pa ng aking speakers. Kita po. Ano na siya? Pagod na siya.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Okay, the Bluetooth device is connected successfully. So yun po, no? So example po yung yung concept, no? I-process niyo muna, mag-research muna kayo sa concept. For example, if this is a storybook in history, kunwari, sino ba mga heroes ninyo? Kunwari, Sultan Kudarat. Okay. So maybe write a story. Not necessarily about the entire life of Sultan Kudarat, but a period in his life. For example, si Sultan Kudarat nung bata pa, ang munting Sultan Kudarat. O, gawa kayo ng kwento. Baka meron kayong research, baka ang thesis nyo to nung college, no, na sinasaliksik yung buhay ni Sultan Kudarat, no? Tapos sino ba si Sultan Kudarat? For example, kaninong nanay siya, ay kaninong anak siya, no, sinong nanay niya, sinong tatay niya, di ba? So, yun examples ng mga no, na pwede nyo gawin, no? O pag lessons naman on values, example, kung paano, or for example, another very interesting lesson, yung tinatawag na lesson on financial literacy. Sige na po. Parang ito naman. So as I was saying, yun nga po, no? Ano pa rin? Naka-project pa rin. Naka-project pa rin ang screen natin. Kay Ma'am Joy yata ito. Naka-project. Kasi hindi mo nagpo-project sa akin. Yun po, no? So mga ganun po, no? Lesson on music. Oh, paano ituro? Sa isang interesting na kwento, ang pagbasa ng mga letra ng music sheet, di ba? Halimbawa, ako ay si quarter note, ako ay si full note, ako ay si G clef, mga ganun. Gawa kayo ng libro on any other lesson, no, na pwede nyo ituro siya. Dahil, example, ang tunog ng do, pwedeng gawin ninyong yung naalala nyo, di ba, meron yung kanta, yung sa Sound of Music, yung do, a deer, a female deer, o pwede kayo mag-reinvent. Do, tapos ganito, ang tunog ng do, di ba? O, diba? Re, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. So, pwede nyo invento yung iri word, no? Ang tunog ng do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Or yung mga different notes ng ating binabasa, no? Mga ganun po, no? Ano pa? Sa art, halimbawa, pasensya na, super low bat yung aking. So anyway, so yun po, no, yung mga ganong klaseng mga konsepto, no. English lessons, preposition, science lessons, pwedeng planets of the moon. For example, yung naalala nyo before yung nangyari sa Pluto, yung sabi siya daw ay hindi daw planeta, at siya daw ay isang ligaw na planeta, pero may nagsabing hindi pala siya ligaw na planeta. So parang pwede niyo gawa ng story yun, ano pa? Kunwari paglalakbay sa espasyo, diba? Isang gabi naglakbay ako, pumunta ako sa langit, nakakita ako ng kometa, nakakita ako ng mga budalakaw, nakakita ako ng mga buwan, mga ganun, no? Pwede kayong gumawa ng mga lessons doon. So, pwede kayong gumawa ng lessons about panitikan, no? For example, nagturo kayo ng kwento. Ay, by the way, I'll tell you another story, no? I mentioned this earlier. Nasaan na yung book ko? Kunwari, may tanong po na, Sir, bakit po hinahayaan yung mga librong katulad ng binanggit ko? Sir, yung sabi niyo yung ako ay kita ko sa inyo. Nakikita niyo po ba ito? Ito, no? Nakasloob, no? This is actually a book in science, no? How to take care of your penis, no? Hindi necessarily ito ay kabastusan. The moment inugnay natin yung mga salitang hindi naman dapat bastos at ginawa nating bastos, parang masustuck tayo dun. Example to, bakit ginawa ng writer na Titi, ba't hindi sabihin, ako ay may birdie, ako ay may utoy, putotoy, ako ay may sisiw, ganun. Parang ang corny, no? Nagtuturo ba tayo ng body parts na gamit natin? Anong tawag mo sa pagitan ng hita mo? Diba? So yun yung naging rational ni Hinaro. So sabi niya, pag ako gumawa ng kwento tungkol dyan, gagawa ko ng kwento tungkol sa gamit nito sa katawan ko. So babasahin ko to sa inyo, kung nakikita ninyo. Ay, ito pa pala yung mismong kopya. So na-revise na po ito. Ako ay may titi kasi sabi ni nanay, ako raw ay isang lalaki. Pag naliligo ako, sinisiguro ni nanay na ito ay malinis. Sabon-sabon, hugas-hugas, kus-kus-kus-kus. Tapos pupulbuhan niya ito. Binago na to actually. Tapos papahiri niya ito ng tuwalyang malinis. Bakit po pinalitan? Kasi, sabi ng isang doktor, masama daw, o hindi daw mabuti na nilalagyan ng pulbo ang titi ng bata. Kasi daw maaring yung pulbo maka-irritate doon sa kanyang titi, sa kanyang ari, no? So, yan, paalala yan, ha? Huwag niyo pong pupulbuhan ang mga putotoy o birding ng inyong mga anak. Okay, so sabi niya, dapat laging malinis ang bahagi ng katawan na laging natatakpan. Susutan ako ni nanay ng malinis na salawan. Presko ang pakiramdam ko. Hinahawakan ko ito tuwing umiihi ako sa arinolang maliit na binili ni nanay. Iba-ibang nangyayari sa aking pipi. Tuwing naiihi ako, bumubukas itong parang gripo. Minsan naman, minsan naman, kakaunti, ilang patak lang ang lumabas. Kilig-kilig, kilig-kiliti. Kapag natutulog ako, parang tulog din ang aking titik. Kuluntoy ito. Kulukulubot, sinliit ng bagong pisang sisi. At kapag nagigising na ako, nagigising din ito. Lumalaki at tumitigas. Naiihi kasi ako. Tulad ng aking mga mata, ilong, bibig at mga tenga, alagaan ko raw ang aking titi, sabi ni nanay. Bahagi ito ng katawan na talagang mahalaga. Ako ay may titi kasi ako ay isang lalaki. Itong isang dahilan kung bakit mayroon ako nito. So yun, no? Kung napansin niyo yung picture, tingnan niyo yung cover, nakikita yung maliit na titi ng isang batang lalaki. So hindi natakot yung nag-drawing, si Beth Parocha na isa sa mga kinikilalang illustrator sa bansa, no? Na-drawing yung titi. Sabi daw nila, ito daw pa daw ang kauna-unahang libro on the penis. Naunahan pa natin ng Amerika to show the penis on a cover of a book. Na kadalasan ayaw nating gawin. Ayaw gawin ng Amerikano. Ginagawa nila, pinatalikod yung bata. Mari, pinapakita kung umiihi siya. So, ganun kalakas yung loob ng publisher na ilabas to. In the same way na naglakas loob din yung publisher ko, yung Bibal, na i-publish yung Bonggang-Bonggang Batang Becky, which is tungkol sa mga batang they identify themselves as not a real straight boy, kundi isang batang Becky. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na batang Becky sila ay nahihilig sa kapwa nila lalaki o kapwa nila Becky. Okay? Kasi bata pa nga. Wala pang sense of pag-ibig at romance. Okay? So, may comment tayo dito. From Hanima Radia. Good afternoon, sir. May I humbly ask, if we write a children's story but the main characters are not children but adults, would it be valid po? There's no problem kung the characters are adults, but they should think like children. Why? Kasi kung ginawa mo rin silang adults thinking like adults, these are stories for adults, not for kids. Yun yung difference, no? Napakasimple lang po. Example, pwede kayong sumulat ng kwento tungkol sa buhay ni Rizal nung siya'y matanda na. Pwede po yun. Pero kailangan isulat niyo siya sa paraan na parang mas entertaining sa lahat. Example, kung susulat tayo tungkol sa mga pag-ibig ni Rizal at ipababasa natin sa isang grade 1 or grade 2, mas malalaman din mga trahedyo sa buhay nito mga babaeng ito na minahal ni Rizal, lalo na si Josephine Brackett. Di ba? Na namatayan ng anak si Rizal. Ma-appreciate ba ng bata yun? Hindi, di ba? Pero ano ang pwede natin gawin kung susulat tayo ng characters na may kinalaman sa adults? Pwede kwento, for example, ang character, yung libro ni Luis, Ambisyosong Stethoscope. Ang bida dito, although nandiyan si Rizal, ang bida dito stethoscope. Acting like a kid, acting like a youth. Diba? So let's start to make out, paano magiging children's book kung ang nagsasalita matanda, ang issue ay pang matanda? Diba? Pero kung sila ay matanda, na nag-iisip bata, okay lang naman yun. Kasi para maintindihan ng bata. Si bata yung mambabasa mo let's always consider our audiences first. Hindi kung ano yung kailangan nating isulat for DepEd o ano kailangan nating ipasang requirement na story para kay Ma'am Connie. Hindi ganun. Kasi pag ganun po tayo mag-isip, pahihirapan niyo yung sarili niyo. Okay? So sana po nasagot ni Ma'am Hanima or Janima Radia. May tanong pa po ba? Saglit lang po ah. Habang nag-iisip kayo ng tanong, babalikan po kayo agad. May tanong po ba? Ay, is Ma'am Connie there? Or yung facilitator, sina Sir Troy, sina Ma'am Mary Joy, sina Ma'am, ano yan? Si Ma'am Saire po, nandyan po ba? Tanong ko lang po kung kailan po magsa-start magpasa ang mga teachers ng kanilang kwento.
Sir, ano po yung tanong, sir?
Ay, ang tanong ko po ma'am, kung meron na po bang nagpasa ng mga kwento o kung sa mga hindi pa nakakagawa, hanggang kailan sila pwede magpasa ng kwento?
May mga kwento na nakalagay doon sa drive, pero tanong ko muna kay Miss Joy ha.
Nga po ma'am, thank you po.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Ma'am Joy.
Yes po, good afternoon.
Marami nang mayroong output sa D1 dito at hindi ko pa nakita ang sa D3, mayroon din.
Okay po.
Mayroon din laman. Yes po, mayroon na pong link.
Okay, very good po. Saglit lang po. Ako ay hello ma'am. Tanong ko lang po, nasa day 3 po yung folder, ay yung mga output or day 4?
Sir, yung output, sir, by day. Day 1, day 2. But the story, I guess, is day 2.
3 po, sir.
Nasa day 3 po,
mayroon
no?
Sa English, 3 yata yun. Ang sa isa sa English, tapos sa Filipino, mayroon 3.
Okay po. Thank you. So, I'm checking it now po, Oo. Para makita ko na pwede na tayo mag-schedule ng mga teachers, no? So, lalabas nito, ma'am. First time tayo, no?
At saka yun sa day 1, sir, sa D1, sir, marami ding naka-post na. Tapos yung dito, marami na rin.
Opo. Sige lang po, Yes, nakikita ko na po, no, merong 3 story at complete stories na po ito, no? Hindi po magsischedule po ako nung makikita ko. May mga katanungan pa po ba sa mga teachers?
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
So, 3 kwento sa Filipino. Sa mother tongue, meron na? Wala pa. Okay.
Pero may maraming stories, sir, sa second day. Day 2.
Okay. Si Ma'am Joy, ano po yung mga output na nakalagay dito outside dun sa mga folders? Ipaki-organize na lang po para ma-check natin. Meron na bang day 4? Siyempre wala pa. Okay, wala pa. Okay. So, yan po, no? So, mangyayari po, kailangan po, feeling ko lang po, dapat mag-start ng magpasa yung mga teachers tonight, no? So, kung meron man kayong idea, sumulat na muna kayo. Huwag nyo po munang iintindihin kung kayo kung naisulat nyo po ay mahusay o hindi, or pulido o hindi. Tandaan nyo po, lahat po kayo nagsisimula pa na magsulat, so therefore, ini-expect ko na yung paraan ng pagkakasulat ninyo ay hindi pa ganun kapulido. No? Either grammatically, typographically, syntactically, maaring medyo sablay pa, lalo na kung Filipino yung language o Tagalog, kasi syempre hindi naman ninyo ano to iba, maraming klase ng Tagalog. I even know that there is Tagalog, different Tagalog spoken in Cotabato, different Tagalog spoken in Kabacan or Kidapawan, or different Tagalog spoken in Davao. So, pero dito, importante po, ang prescription ko bilang editor and coach is to use, for example, the prescriptions for Filipinos as stated by the Commission sa Wikang Filipino. Yung tinatawag nating manual sa masinop na pagsulat. Pero familiar po ba kayo dito, ma'am? Hindi Yung librong to, nakakita na po ba kayo? Ito po itsura niya, Meron po ba kayo nito sa inyong mga libraries, school libraries, or division libraries? Yung tinatawag na manual sa masinop na pagsulat, no? So, marami dyan, itatama ko yung inyong grammar. So, for example, yung mga natutunan, yung mga kanya na K-A-N-Y-A. Iko-correct ko lang yung spelling, no? Magiging K-A-N-I-Y-A yon, no? Kanya yon. Pero, hindi ang spelling, K-A-N-I-Y-A, parang kaniya. Pero hindi natin pinopronounce na kaniya. Kanya pa rin yun. Mabilis lang ang ating masa. Okay? Tsaka yung word natutunan, rin, din, nang at nang na NG, tsaka nang na NANG, magkakaiba yun. Ano? Ngayon, yung pang mother tongue, ipapabahala natin, no? Meron po ba kayong expert Maranao editor or Maranao writer who can help us correct? I think the teachers themselves can become the best, the speakers of the language themselves will become the best judge of this one. No? Mga ganun po, no? Kasi feeling ko parang dapat, ang pwede ko na i-correct lang pala ay English and Filipino, no? So mga ganun. So tomorrow morning, is-schedule ko na po, first day, lecture. By the way, kung meron na po kayo nasulat na bago pa din tayo nag-workshop, pwede rin po kayong magpasa, no, ng inyong work, no. So tomorrow, start na po ako magbasa. Sample, sino to? Isang teacher. By the way, paki-correct po yung mga pangalan, Ang pangalan ni wag pong natin ilagay na Aliyah, Teacher Aliyah, gawin na lang natin. Ano pa yung apelido nyo, ma'am, dito? Yung owner, okay. Sige, yun na lang, bala ninyo ma-identify kayo as worker. Baka sana ito yung actual na name niyo. Sino to? Si Ma'am Aliyah Mapandi. Okay? So, bukas start ko na. Babasahin ko lang ang kwento ngayong gabi. Bukas start na po akong mag-critic ng inyong kwento. Ay, Ma'am Aliyah Mapandi, pang day 1 pa po ito. Okay? So, start ng kwento na po pala. So, hindi si Aliyah Mapandi pala. Ano rin, pang day 1 activity pa po ito. So, hanap ulit ako ng isa pa. So,
Sir, may mga kwento na sir, nandun sa day 2.
Sana ho within tonight may mapasa. Tingnan natin naman tong si Ma'am Anisa. May katanungan pa po. Sorry nagsa-start bumabagal na yung laptop ko. Medyo matagal na siyang bukas kanina pa kasi. Sana mabasa ko yung mga output. Teka lang. Puro Anisa to. Si Ma'am Irene Medilio. Wait lang po. Sa mother tongue, wala pa, no? So, pasa lang po kayo tonight, para meron tayong ma-workshop. Kung hindi wala, magtutungangaan tayo. Kaya babasahan ko na lang kayo ng maraming kwento. Okay, yung tagoktok, ano na to, kwento ito nung day 2 pa po ito, Ma'am Irene Medilio, Gawa na po tayo ng sarili nating kwento gamit yung mga topics na either assign ko sa inyo o yung meron na kayong ipipresent na kwento. Okay? Tsaka ito po pala nakalagay sa Filipino, although I think this is yung mother tongue. By the way, sa mga nagsusulat sa mother tongue, I'll suggest to separate the mother tongue of Bisaya and Binisaya or Cebuano, and hiwalay din po siya dun sa Maranao kasi baka magka lito-lito, no? And please, for the mother tongue writers, please provide or ask for a translation. If you cannot properly translate your own work, we can seek the help of your fellow teachers or your fellow participants here in the workshop to submit a parallel translation in either English or in Filipino po. Thank you. Okay, ito, mag-start na ako tomorrow nito. Babasahin ko lang. Mother tongue pala itong sinulat ni Ma'am Anisa, no? So, baka pwede po, teka lang naririnig kaya ako? Baka pwede pong paki-translate into Tagalog or into English. Can somebody translate this for me? Kasi nakaano siya, asa si nanay. Although I get it, asa si nanay, nasaan si nanay? So, kasi po baka mamaya hindi po ako eksperto magano eh. Okay, ito na tomorrow ko na to tawag dito. I-workshop. By the way, meron po akong i-upload dito sa Drive. Ito pala magiging giya nyo to or guide, patnubay. Let me open the Drive. I'll just go to and then upload. This will be uploaded within the ako na nga mag-movement. Pwede nyo pong gamitin ito. Ma'am Joy, yung turn this file into an open access file that you can download. This is a sample of a manuscript, no, na pwede niyo gamitin patnubay, no, pag kayo ay nagsulat. Where is it?
Saan mo siya i-upload, sir?
Ito po. Ang pamagat po ng file, page plan, no? I will give a link for those who want to access. You can use this as a guide on how to write or finish your work, no?
Just share the link, sir, in the chat box, please.
Dali lang po. Na-upload ko siya. Okay. Sir Troy, can you also share this link that I will put in the chat box? Ay, ngayon ko lang nakita. Oh, ang tagal nag-load. Nag-freeze siguro yung screen ko. Hindi lang po. Oo nga po, ma'am. Ma'am Hanipa, ngayon ko lang rin nakita ang ngayon lang siya lumitaw. Okay, yung uploading. Medyo may lag to, no? By the way, I shared it in the folder. Yung link yung sa drive dun sa file, no, nang tawag doon page plan. So yung page plan na yun, parang manuscript guide po ito. Tanggalin niyo lang po yung laman ng guide ko, pero meron ng mga nakalagay eh. Mag-open po ako ha, paki-check po ha, sa makaka-download, paki-check po ninyo, i-download ninyo, tapos bibigyan ko kayo ng step-by-step guide kung paano ninyo ihanda yung inyong work gamit yung page plan na to. Ginamit ko yung manuscript draft 5 ko ng maanghang na salita, no? Para magamit. Dapat pala i-discuss ko to sa inyo. Wait lang po Loading. Ayun. I also share ko rin yung screen para makita ninyo. Dali lang po. So, okay, let's check. PDF. Ayun, page plan. Ako po, bumabagal na uli ang laptop ko. Sige, habang naglo-load siya, I will bagal.
Hello, sir. I'll do the sharing po of the page plan po.
Okay, sabi ni Ma'am Jayo. Okay. Sige, habang naghihintay tayo dun sa mga di pa nakakaano, I'll temporarily, I'll read for now yung mga reactions. Okay? Sabi ni Ma'am, so much po, sir. I am enlightened po. You're welcome po, ma'am. Okay, nakikita na link, no?
Yes, sir. Nakita na, sir.
Ayun, meron na doon. Another question lang before I answer this. Nagpo-project pala sa screen. Wait lang. I'm just reading the comments now. Okay, ano pong output sa day 3, yung sariling kwento na namin? Nagka-problems po sa connection. Actually, ma'am, Sige po, okay lang. Ang pwede niyo pong gawin ihabol, yung mga, kung meron na po kayong nasulat, ipasok na lang po natin sa screen, no? Tulad ng ginawa ni Mama Lisa. Pero please upload the stories according to the language, no? So, whoever moderates or edits, si Ma'am Mary Joy yata, si Ma'am Joy, pwedeng i-segregate, no? Kasi tulad kanina, pag-check ko sa Filipino, meron nakahalo na Bisaya story. So, gawa tayo ng third and fourth folder. Yung MTB, rather than say it MTB, gawin na lang natin Bisaya, no? And the other folder
Okay
would
po,
be
Sir
Maranao.
Randy.
Siguro wala namang iba pa magsasubmit in other story unless there are writers in Hiligaynon or Ilonggo or writers in Bahasa Sug or the language of Tawi-Tawi or whatever or any other language, no? So sa English, Tagalog, and the mother
po, Sir
tongues of Mindanao lang po. Okay? Pero most likely, because this is Lanao, maybe, yun nga po, Maranao and Bisaya. Okay. Ayan, after checking this, thank you, sir, for the guide. Okay, I'll give you a run through of this one. So, for example, imagine your story as already having a visual image in your mind. So ganyan po ako mag-imagine ng libro, no? Pag nagsusulat ako. And this was actually when this was taught to us by Room to Read, I was parang I was relieved because now I know how to decide and plot my story through this page guide or page plan. So what do? Page 2 to 3, you can introduce your character and introduce the problem already. Okay? Now, if you are going to write a storybook for elementary, and you have to write it in short sentences or very few words, direct how you imagine that page to the right, which is the visual narrative. Ito yung visual narrative, meaning, kunwari, sabi dito sa story ko, sa bahay ni na Anita lumilipad ang mga maanghang na salita. Tapos doon sa kabilang side, kunwari, imagine yun, andito yung text, andito yung picture. So yung picture, nakikita natin, dahil naman tayo marunong mag-drawing, nakalagay, picture of a house where Anita's family lives. So shows mother loudly and angrily calling out to Anita. Okay? Parang ganun po. Describe ninyo yung sitwasyon visually dito. Yung salitang maiksi, main idea lamang po. Okay? Ngayon, kung magaling kayo mag-drawing, pasok nyo dito. Kaya lang bibigat yung file, no? Kasi puro mataas ang resolution ng JPEG nyo, malamang kakain ng memory sa file, no? So, yun po. Introduce the conflict sa page 2 and 3. Introduce the problem. Sa page 4 and 5, continue the introduction or continue the conflict by raising the stakes. So, you have to justify the reason for this conflict. Continue the conflict by raising the stakes. So, intensify the situation. Justify the reason for the conflict. Ibig sabihin lang po nito, continuation lang po to. What happens if what the character wants does not happen? That's a possible scenario that you can write, no? Page 8 to 9. Justify the reason for the conflict. Build the conflict on the justification. Kaya nakalagay dito, kapag naririnig niya mga mahang na salita, napapayak siya. Sabihin nun, because naririnig ni Anita ang mahang na salita, she cries. So, merong cause and effect. No? Page 10 to 11. First attempt to solve the conflict to raise the stakes. And solution does not work. So, habang papasok sa paaralan si Anita, may nakasalubong siyang pusa. There's no solution. Description sa kanan, while on the street cat approaches Anita asking for food. Diba? 12 to 13, extension of the first attempt to solve the conflict, to raise the stakes. The solution does not work. Diba? Pwede mong i-extend. So dito, in-extend ko. Lumabas ang maanghang na salita sa bibig niya. Napatalon ang pusa at napatakbo. So there's still no attempt to solve the problem at this point. Let's go to page 14 and 15. Second attempt to solve the conflict to raise the stakes. May nakasalubong na sorbitero si Anita at nagpakawala siya ng maahang na salita. Then ice cream vendor hands out ice cream cone. 16-17, probably extension of first attempt to solve the conflict to raise the stakes. Solution does not work. Shows melting ice cream and the astonished face of the ice cream vendor. Anita seems to get the hang of it, meaning nakakapamihasaan na niya. Namimihasa na si Anita. Okay? 18-19. Third and biggest attempt to solve the conflict to raise the stakes. But still, the solution does not work. Kumbaga, nangyari niyan, you intensify the conflict by raising the stake. Diba? Pero hindi pa rin nag-work. So here, sa eskwela na ilabas ni Anita ang mga hangang salita sa bibig niya. And then, 20-21, prepare the readers for the climax. Hanggang napaka ni Buboy ang paa niya. And then on page 2-23, start climax here, mula sa bibig ni Anita, lumabas ang pinakamaahon na salita. And then from page 24-25, introduce falling action or resolution here. Start an anticlimax if you want. No? Another option is anticlimax. So here, I use anticlimax. So I said, sorry Anita. And from here on, 26-27, continue falling action or resolution. So sorry rin, Buboy. So here, sorry Anita is what Buboy said, and sorry rin Buboy is what Anita said. No? So 28-29, gradually close the story. Sabay silang naglakad pa uwi. 30-31, close the story properly. Halika, kain na tayo. And 32, well, basically end the story right there. No? Some people end at 31. So here, you could always maybe add a different sentence or an illustration, no? Additional images. So yung nasa kanan dito, pinapakita yung kung ano nangyayari. No? Visually, sa kaliwa, yung nangyari based on the text, based on the words. So always end the story with hope, even if the ending may be sad. Yan ha. That's actually some of my trade secrets that I'm already sharing with you. Sorry, already closed it. Again, ano po activity natin ngayong day 2? Nawalan ako ng signal kanina. Don't worry, Miss Naira, no? You can start uploading your stories here now. No? Pwede na po kayo mag-upload ng stories kung may nasulat na po kayo. So, tomorrow, babalikan ko nga pala, wait, I'll go back to that drive, no? Sa day 3. So far, ang pwede nating ayan, meron na Mother Tongue Base. Or Cebuano Bisaya. Very good. Thank you, Ma'am Joy. So, sa Filipino, ilan nang nagpasa? So, yung story day 3 na nanay, yung tagumpay ay abot kamay. Ito, yung una ko makikita, sila magiging sasalang tomorrow. Paki-note na lang po, Ma'am Joy, ha? Okay. So, first story, let me check. Ina pa lang po. Itong kay Ma'am Medilio, this is for ano na po ito, day 2 po ito, ha? Activity po ng day 2 ito. Medyo na late lang po si Ma'am. Ito pong asa si Nanay Mother Tongue, so hingi po ako ng translation nito, ha, si Ma'am Anisa Ansar. Isa pang story si Ma'am Anisa. I think this is the Tagalog one, ano? Ang pangarap ni... So yan, ha, unang storya, ang pangarap ni Bebet. Storya siya ni Anisa... Ang pangalan nun? Anisa... Musnar ba yun? Mapandi? Parang ganun. Ansar, I'm sorry. Anisa Ansar. So, mama, paki-rename yung pangalan na ay yung story nyo. Ansar, pwedeng, kung ano yung pinascribe ni Ma'am, Ansar Anisa Jr., parang ganun. Ay, J, ganun. So, first kung sasalang tomorrow si Ma'am Anisa. Pangalawa si Ma'am Elsie Cadiz. Day 3 English. Meron na kayo nagpasa. Cebuano, ito dapat na parang si English. Ilan ba? Yung kay Aliyah kanina, ano pa to activity pala to. So far, 2 Filipino pa lang po suggestion ko po, itong mga nakasalang, pwede nyo pong balikan yung story nyo, i-update nyo, ipasok nyo po dito sa binigay kong page plan. Pakipasok po para mas mapadali ang ating revision. May Maranaw pa pala. Okay. Yung sa Maranao tsaka Bisaya, pakilagyan ng translation sa baba o kaya side by side na translation. Okay. So, 2 pa lang po, no, ang nakapagpasa so far. So, silang unang-unang sasalang. Opo. At this point, ma'am, meron pa po bang, I think I'm done for the day. Thank you very much. If you have any further questions, you can, by the way, before I end, you may add me sa Facebook. Wait lang po but please add me using the black and white photo because I can no longer add from dun sa first account ko na may picture na animated na photo ko. So please add my Facebook. Let me just project this one. I'll project this one. In that Facebook account, my name is Randy Gerlitos, but I have a black and white photo instead of a color one. Ito po para makita ninyo. If you have questions that you are afraid to ask right here in our seminar, but although I could not promise, but I'll try to answer your questions beyond that, no? Pero better yet, kung meron pa kayong questions now, no? Para may natin. Wait lang po. Diyos ko. Ayan po. Let me correct this one. Wait lang po. Yun po. Yun. Nakikita niyo po yung screen ko na may sungay ako na naka-black and white na picture. Okay. If you have questions, please add me on the account with the name handle randy.garlitos3. Sorry po. Randy.garlitos3. Kung nakikita po. Ito. Dali lang po Ano ba yung projection ko? Dali lang po. Oo, wag po yung randy.garlitos na walang number yung randy.garlitos 3 po. Kasi puno na po yung account na yan. So I'll remove this na. Yun. So nakikita na let me save it. So yun po. Yung picture ko po doon black and white with wala naman, pero walang sungay po doon. Dito lang po sa may PowerPoint may sungay tsaka merong pink eyebrows. Okay? Now I'll turn over the floor to to Ma'am Mary Joy and Sir whoever, sino po moderator? Mary Joy, Sir Troy, and Ma'am Connie, kung nandyan na si Ma'am, or si Ma'am Joy
Yes po,
kami.
kanina pa po. Actually, I was listening with your discussion po this afternoon. Nagmo-multitask lang po. Anyway, to formally close the afternoon session, first and foremost,
Thank you
I'd like
very
to...
much po, Ma'am Nasiba. God bless po. Ma'am, thank you rin po, Ma'am Elsie. Nandiyan na si Ma'am nandiyan na si Ma'am Connie.
Kanina pa po sir, actually nakikinig pa ako sa discussion niyo this afternoon while doing some
po yata kayo.
work. Okay, dinig na po ba? Am I now loud and clear? I think I'm... Okay.
Yes,
Okay, so... Ay,
loud and
salamat
clear.
kayo. Okay, thank you so much for our moderators for this afternoon session. No, we had Ma'am Miles this morning, and then this afternoon we have Ma'am Joy, Ma'am Jocelyn, and Sir Troy, and the rest of the members of the staff, training staff. So we would like to end this day with by saying thank you very much to Sir Randy for a very, very comprehensive discussion again sa mga inputs. Lahat binigay na talaga, pati yung guide. So I don't think so na hindi pa rin tayo makagawa ng story, no? Because we already have the guide as to what text are going to to write every part of the guide, no? So ano lang, if I were you, participate of the opportunity na nandyan pa si Sir Randy na makatulong sa atin to improve and to enhance our stories. So, after the training, baka hindi na natin mahagilap si Sir Randy sa sobrang busy ni Sir. So, hanggang sa atin pa siya ngayon until Friday, please grab the opportunity na ma-check, na basa niya, matingnan niya yung mga stories natin. Okay? And then, I'd like to remind again everyone to please be religious enough in filling up the attendance sheet and in filling of submission of your in the submission of your outputs daily. Okay? So I have a good news for everyone. Yung pong participants na kompleto po yung attendance, yung sa last Monday and Tuesday na hindi naka fill in sa attendance natin, sorry to tell, pero hindi rin talaga pwede kaya uh, ano po, ano tawag dito, katabi ko yung team namin ni Sir Rad sa katabi ko. Ano din,
Ikaw
no?
makaro, ma'am, kana nagahunog. Ma'am, ikaw
Nagadahunog.
makaro, kana nagahunog.
Wala na. Ay, remove my mask, basin ako ang tingong may gidahunog. Sige.
Dili na background nato, taga-pikas ko ba naka-open siguro yung mic.
Basin ay participant nga naka-on ang mic. Let me check. Kasi wala, naka-mute. Muted ng tanan.
So ako nga na-mute, wala akong naririnig kanina. I had to turn on my Bluetooth speaker. Twice, thrice yata.
Sige po. Sige. Ulitin ko lang po. I'd like to remind everyone na please po be religious enough in filling up the attendance sheet, the attendance link rather, and then in the submission of your output. Kailangan po yun for the issuance of your certificates, no, sa participation. And then, per hour po yung i-reflect natin na number of hours po sa participation depende po sa kung ano nakalagay doon sa attendance link. And then yung hindi po nakapag-attendance last Monday and Tuesday, I'm sorry to tell na hindi na po natin pwede yun ma-open. Kaya nga po last Monday we emphasize the need for us to enter or to have ourselves counted in the attendance, no? Kaya we announce the cut off para alam natin kung hanggang anong oras lang pwede mag-attendance. So please, antabayan nyo po yung kapag pinopost na po yung attendance link, attendance na po kayo kagad habang may signal pa. Kasi hindi na po namin kasalanan pag naabutan po tayo ng cut-off time. So I'd like to repeat, our cut-off time for the morning attendance is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Kasi nga, it is expected na nasa session ka sa afternoon, tapos while you are listening to the discussion, to the presentation of Sir Randy, you can do the attendance. No? You can fill in the attendance doon sa link kasi hanggang 2 o'clock yung cut-off. And then sa afternoon naman, our cut-off time will be at 9 o'clock in the evening. So I think that is uh, fair enough, for us to have time to fill in the attendance link. And then last Monday, I announced that the attendance link and the submission of our outputs will be the basis of our the issuance of the certificates of participation. And then, teka lang, kukunin ko lang yung and then last Monday, well, I drafted a division memorandum, and asked the recommending approval of our chief in the curriculum implementation division, Dr. Maria Eva Isidon, for the approval of school of our SDS. With regards to, actually we have this division memorandum number 358 series 2021, okay, dated July 20, 2021. This is the good news that I was mentioning a while ago. So the title of this memo is Corrigendum and Addendum to Division Memo number 318 series 2021, training workshop on storybook writing. Change in the mode of conduct of the activity, because originally speaking, the mode of conduct of this activity was supposed to be face to face, but because of the current situation that we changed it into virtual. Actually po, doon sa proposal natin, na kasali na po yung plane ticket ni Sir Randy, yung accommodation niya. So, sana, kung yung, kasi face to face talaga, yung natin, when we designed the training. So, there was a change in the mode of conduct of the activity. We opted to have it virtually, just to push through with this activity. And then, participants of the activity and provision of service credits to teacher participants. Alam na po ng mga school heads natin na hindi po sila pwede sa service credit. Yung teachers lang po, because school heads are expected to report in the schools even in summer days. So si teacher lang po. But I'd like to read the content of this division memo for clarification sa lahat. The field is hereby informed that the training workshop in storybook writing will be conducted virtually and will be participated in by all public schools, district supervisors or coordinating principals, district lead administrators in Filipino, English, MTB, MLE, and Learning Resource Management and Development System, and elementary and secondary school teachers, preferably those who are handling Filipino, English, and MTB, MLE learning areas. Second paragraph, further, teacher participants will be provided with service credits in accordance to DepEd Order number 53, Series 2003, otherwise known as updated guidelines on the grant of vacation service credits to teachers, provided that they have accomplished the daily attendance from July 26 to 30, 2021, accomplished the katami of the activity, the katami will be provided to all of us on the last day, that would be on Friday, and then submitted the required outputs. So all other provisions of the said division memorandum shall remain in effect for information and guidance. Signed Alberto L. Plenaria, says of 5 schools division superintendent. So it is now approved. Palakpakan naman dyan, I think this is good news, kahit kami wala kami service credit, pero sa mga teachers, nakakita na ko mga clapping hands icon. Salamat kaayo. But I'd like to reiterate that those names that are reflected in the attendance link tomorrow, no, o Friday, din wala sa Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, dili na mo siya i-consider. Kay it might be nga pagkabalo nga na ay service credit, ay na din mga PIL, dili siya pwede. No? Dili siya pwede pasaylo ang mga isuon. So, kung last Monday na naangalan, Tuesday na naangalan, Wednesday na naangalan, amo na siyang i-appeal sa counting. No? So, depende man sa inyong attendance, sa inyong participation, ang provision of the number of days in the service credits. I am sorry to tell you that we have to be strict on this because we cannot hide the fact that this is happening no in the field. Those teachers who are attending webinar na ginaon lang nila, kuan lang nila ang mo join lang sila sa link, pero wala yun sila actually no nasa sa seminar, no wala yun sila actually niya kuan mo nang medyo stricto ta when it comes to this kay wala man ta nang lakaw, no? Wala man ta nang kunarata sa tungod sa mga balay.
Ang sir.
No? So kana
Sige lang, ma'am.
lang ang kuan. I think it's fair enough kay naman po ta sa itong mga balay sa itong mga eskwelahan, no? Wala na ta nag-travel just to attend this training workshop. So again, thank you very much, no? Salamat kaayo. Yun na lang sa FB account ko ng request. Sa Randy.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma-block na dahil mo ang FB account. Sige. Sige po. So again, once again, thank you very much, Sir Randy, for a
Salamat,
very, very fruitful day. Salamat o sa tanan amping kanunay at see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sige. Bye-bye everyone. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ma'am Con.
Ay, sus, jam. Friday jam ha. Jam under.
Ma'am ko, nay pangutana ba? Ma'am.
Iban.
Nay nangutana ma'am ko, wala nakatindas, pwede ba sa makasubmit og output?
Ilumay. Kajut ate. Oh, bunak na. Nadis taas. Sige, manawag na ko. Ay, dayo. Ako isin. Ay, alam, may, dili pa din ko uli. May, una na lang, may. Kajut lanter ha, kajut lanter. Ako totoo.
Before anything else, may we request everyone to please turn on your camera. Please turn on your camera po kasi nag-request sila na mag-photo op muna for our third day.
Mami, pang lipstick o panudlay, sir, oy.
Okay. Okay lang po yan. Okay. Sige, ayan. Okay, everybody, please turn on your camera. Ready and smile.
Hi.
Another shot. Okay. Another shot po.
Hello. Sandali lang, Sir Jam.
Okay, Sir Troy. Okay, everybody, smile. Okay. Kayo naman po ang mag-capture ng sarili niyong Okay. Thank you so much, everyone.
Kurang siya isumpay chip ha.
Kalimot na ito. Innovation. Ganyan na, ang predictive order is ako one existing. Yung article, okay na kung tulog article.
Tulog ha?
Dahil ang isa ikaupat. Pero correction sa signatories ra. Dahil tawagin siya, may pakuha sa records din. Mahimo, magdala na siya laptop, dahil siya mag-edit. Kaya ito naman po,
Thank you so much, Sir John.
No problem, sir. Please don't forget your attendance po